to basically show them the mirror. It's time to show them their place. In fact, we'll just quickly take you through.
And I repeat for that thing, just for a matter of fact, I repeat it. It clearly states that this is a press brief. As of now, in this press brief, no questions will be taken. So I request you, please adhere to it. And 10:25 we start. Request to please settle down. Thank you.
Well, in fact, in the next few minutes, you would have the briefing to take place, and there you have all the officers who are now settling down. The latest information now coming in as far as those officers who will be involved in a briefing. You have two young women officers, Colonel Sophia Qureshi, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. In attendance, you would also have the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, who would be briefing about Operation Sindoor. That's the latest now coming in. Also, visuals coming in of Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, who's left from the South Bloc. In fact, immediately after this briefing actually takes place, you would have the cabinet meeting to take place. That's scheduled for around 11 o'clock. A joint briefing of the Ministry of Defence and External Affairs is also expected in a short while from now. In less than 3 minutes or so, it's expected to begin. Around 10:25 is the latest announcement that has been made. So it's going to be very crucial. We'll also see if I can get a quick word from Mr. Tilak Devashar, who's also joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Devashar, if you can hear me, do you really expect Pakistan to mend its ways, or you would essentially see Pakistan carrying out with their own tactics of a counter-attack?
Unless it is forced to. Because the very nature of Pakistan is such that it is built on hatred for India. So it will not change its spots as far as India is concerned. But you have to make sure that the costs for not changing its behavior and the costs that you impose on it for doing this kind of terror strikes on India are so high as to threaten the very existence of Pakistan. It's only on that circumstances that Pakistan will change its spots, otherwise it will not.
In fact, development coming in, which is that the briefing that's going to take place in a while from now, there also India is going to make a big statement. And the statement is that the official briefing would be done by two young officers, one each of the Indian Army and the Air Force. From the Army, it would be Colonel Sophia Qureshi, and from the Air Force, it would be Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. Of course, assisted by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. The press conference is going to start in a while from now. And India's big statement to the world: Pahalgam terror attack avenged, and Pakistan and its terror infrastructure put in its place. The terror infrastructure eliminated, and Pakistan shown the mirror on how it is going to pay the price of indulging with terror. And not only that, given the fact that women were target of this terror attack, while Pakistan has been saying or projecting that no, these terrorists were holier than thou, they were not targeting women, they were only targeting men. These young women were targeted by killing their husbands, murdering their husband in front of their eyes. And so India making a statement, two young lady officers would be addressing that press conference in a while from now. Colonel Sophia Qureshi from the Indian Army and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh from the Indian Air Force. All right, we are building up. Let's go back to the conversation we were having. Saurabh Shukla is there joining us from Washington, D.C. Okay, I go back to Shawan. Shawan is in the newsroom. Shawan, coming back to you. Any more information before we start the press conference broadcast?
Well, the choice of the officers to brief the media is also significant, because if you take a look at Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, she's got an illustrious background, particularly as far as the combat roles are concerned. And the fact that I'm not very sure about Colonel Sophia Qureshi. I do not have the details at this point in time, but there is certainly some sort of a symbolism that has been attached to this very choice this time. And it's different than what you remember. If you remember, Abhishek, when the surgical strikes were carried out and the Balakot strikes were carried out, the officers who were basically present, I'm told, I think so, that the briefing is expected to start right now. We can just cut to that.
Yeah, we can cut to it. We can cut to it. No, I think it's still just preparation, Shawan. It's still just preparation. The briefing is to start any time now, but of course...
Abhishek, I want to add a quick word here.
Yeah, Saurabh, quickly.
Yeah, I think the messaging from India is that this is an operation against terror. This is an operation against, if you see the whole messaging that's coming out, fielding young officers here for the briefing. So the whole zero tolerance to terror approach, you will see, will be the mainstay of the briefing, and how India is going to expose Pakistan in the next few coming days. You will see post this briefing as well. That's what I wanted to just quickly add. Abhishek?
Yes, thank you so much, Saurabh. In fact, we have a breaking news development, which is that Union Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken to Omar Abdullah, the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. This is important because, remember, internal security aspects are also under the focus now of our government. And while today is the day we are carrying out mass mock drills of civil defense to make sure that there is a whole of the nation approach in defending India, and the citizens are also involved in this entire exercise, sensitized to what they need to do whenever, if at all, there are military escalations building up, given India's response. We have General Bakshi with us. General Bakshi, sir, you were mentioning about the possibility of Pakistani counter move. You think with the kind of mobilization we have across the border, Pakistan would have the stomach to really indulge in any kind of military misadventure?
Look, Pakistan knows very well that it will be tempting fate if it tries to escalate to the next step. Because that next step, if it takes by attacking any armed forces, installation, personnel or civilians of the Republic, Indian Republic, India will have the full justification to strike at Pakistan's armed forces. That is what we are looking for. That is what we need. Because the real head of this monster, this Hydra-headed monster, is the Pakistani army and the ISI. They are the real source of the trouble. They are the real planners.
Yeah.
So ultimately we have to get to them, but to get that justification, we are just waiting for Pakistan to trigger its response, and it will trigger the escalatory ladder. We will take Pakistan as far as it wants to go. If this is sufficient, we will leave it for the time being here. The choice is Pakistan's. The choice is Mullah Munir. And I'm sure he's a very, very harried man today.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Sir, the fact that we have had absolute precision strikes. We picked up the targets. It was essentially intelligence-based. It was not indiscriminate. So we are sending across a message to the world. Let me take this to Mr. Deveshwar on this. Mr. Deveshwar, this is essentially India's message to the world that in gravest of provocation, we have conducted ourselves with utmost responsibility.
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, all the targets, the 9 targets, are all terror training camps. And the narrative that Pakistan is trying to push out is that mosques were destroyed. The fact of the matter is that both in Muridke as well as in Bhavalpur, they have the terror training camps, and they have built a mosque in front of it and a medical center on the side, trying to make sure that they have protection. And now they're trying to build the narrative that India has targeted mosques, which has a communal connotation. But we must not fall for this narrative and emphasize that these were terror training camps which the cowards were trying to protect by keeping women, children, and mosques in front of it. And India, through precision strikes, has attacked the terror training camps and not targeted the mosques. I think that's the important thing to remember. So I think India needs a lot of congratulations for having done 9 attacks at one time. Is something which requires the meticulous planning.
Mr. Deveshwar, just hold on to your thoughts. We have another breaking development coming in, which is that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has just reached the 7 LKM Prime Minister's residence, and fast-paced developments taking place as we build up to that announcement by India of its strike against terror infrastructure in Pakistan under Operation Sindoor. All right, we are cutting live pictures to 7 LKM from where we're getting information that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has reached there, and we are told that in the war room everyone was watching these strikes live, and Prime Minister, the service chiefs, the NSA, everyone was hot there in terms of making sure that the operation is executed to the last detail, and that's the information. So, Mr. Deveshwar, coming back to you, huge lessons there for India's national security architecture in terms of how to execute and escalate and yet be in control.
Yes, absolutely. I think it was very meticulously planned. And one thing you realize that India is still not mobilized. Normally what happens in mobilization is you cancel leave, you requisition trains, troops, move to the border areas. Unlike Pakistan, we have done nothing of that sort. So India's messaging that we are hitting you, we are punishing you for what you have done. If you want to take the next step and move up the escalatory ladder, we are going to be prepared. And that is the important thing.
Yeah, Mr. Deveshwar, sorry to interject again. We have pictures coming in of Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri and the 2 lady officers, Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Vyomika Singh. There now. They might start speaking in a while, and we are cutting directly to those pictures coming in from the National Media Center in New Delhi. Okay, let's cut to the press conference.
नमस्कार। इस ब्रीफिंग में शामिल होने के लिए आप सभी का धन्यवाद। जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, 22 अप्रैल 2025 को लश्कर तैयबा से संबंधित पाकिस्तानी और पाकिस्तान प्रशिक्षित आतंकवादियों ने भारत में जम्मू और कश्मीर के पहलगाम में भारतीय पर्यटकों पर बर्बरतापूर्ण हमला किया। 25 भारतीयों और एक नेपाली नागरिक को कायरतापूर्ण मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया। मुंबई के 26 नवंबर 2008 के हमलों के बाद यह भारत में हुई किसी आतंकवादी हमले में मारे गए आम नागरिकों की संख्या की दृष्टि से सबसे गंभीर घटना है। पहलगाम का हमला अत्यधिक बर्बरतापूर्ण था, जिसमें वहां मौजूद लोगों को करीब से और उनके परिवारों के सामने सिर पर गोली मारी गई। हत्या के इस तरीके से परिवार के सदस्यों को जानबूझकर आघात पहुंचाया गया। साथ ही उन्हें यह नसीहत भी दी गई कि वे वापस जाकर इस संदेश को पहुंचा दें। यह हमला स्पष्ट रूप से जम्मू और कश्मीर में बहाल हो रही सामान्य स्थिति को बाधित करने के उद्देश्य से किया गया था। चूंकि पर्यटन फिर से अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार बन रहा था, इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसे प्रतिकूल रूप से प्रभावित करना था। पिछले वर्ष आप सभी जानते हैं 2.25 करोड़ से अधिक पर्यटक कश्मीर आए थे। इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसलिए संभवतः यह था कि इस संघ राज्य क्षेत्र में विकास और प्रगति को नुकसान पहुंचाकर इसे पिछड़ा बनाए रखा जाए और पाकिस्तान से लगातार होने वाले सीमा पार आतंकवाद के लिए उपजाऊ जमीन बनाने में सहायता की जाए। हमले का यह तरीका जम्मू और कश्मीर और शेष राष्ट्र दोनों में सांप्रदायिक दंगे भड़काने के उद्देश्य से भी प्रेरित था। इसका श्रेय सरकार और भारत के सभी नागरिकों को दिया जाना चाहिए कि इन प्रयासों को विफल कर दिया गया। एक समूह ने खुद को रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट TRF कहते हुए इस हमले की जिम्मेदारी ली है। यह समूह संयुक्त राष्ट्र द्वारा प्रतिबंधित पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी समूह लश्कर तैयबा से जुड़ा हुआ है। यह उल्लेखनीय है कि भारत ने मई और नवंबर 2024 में संयुक्त राष्ट्र की 1267 कमेटी की सैंक्शंस मॉनिटरिंग टीम को अर्धवार्षिक रिपोर्ट प्रस्तुत की थी, जिसमें TRF के बारे में साफ इनपुट दिए गए थे। इससे पाकिस्तान स्थित आतंकवादी समूहों के लिए कवर के रूप में TRF की भूमिका सामने आई थी। इससे पहले भी दिसंबर 2023 में भारत ने इस टीम को लश्कर तैयबा और जैश-ए मोहम्मद के बारे में सूचित किया था, जो TRF जैसे छोटे आतंकवादी समूहों के माध्यम से अपनी गतिविधियों को संचालित कर रहे हैं। इस संबंध में 25 अप्रैल को UN सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल प्रेस वक्तव्य में TRF के संदर्भ को हटाने के लिए पाकिस्तान के दबाव पर भी ध्यान दिया जाना चाहिए। पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले की जांच से पाकिस्तान के साथ आतंकवादियों के संपर्क उजागर हुए हैं। रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट द्वारा किए गए दावे और लश्कर तैयबा से ज्ञात सोशल मीडिया हैंडल द्वारा इसको रीपोस्ट किया जाना इसकी पुष्टि करता है। चश्मदीद गवाहों और विभिन्न जांच एजेंसियों को उपलब्ध अन्य सूचनाओं के आधार पर हमलावरों की पहचान भी हुई है। हमारी इंटेलिजेंस ने इस टीम के योजनाकारों और उनके समर्थकों की जानकारी जुटाई है। इस हमले की रूपरेखा भारत में सीमा पार आतंकवाद को अंजाम देने के पाकिस्तान के लंबे ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड से भी जुड़ी हुई है, जिसके लिखित और स्पष्ट दस्तावेज उपलब्ध हैं। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में आतंकवादियों के लिए एक शरण स्थल के रूप में पहचान बना चुका है। यहां अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर प्रतिबंधित आतंकवादी सजा पाने से बचे रहते हैं। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान ने इस मुद्दे पर विश्व और फाइनेंशियल एक्शन टास्क फोर्स जैसे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों को जानबूझकर गुमराह करने के लिए भी जाना जाता है। साजिद मीर का मामला, जिसमें इस आतंकवादी को पाकिस्तान ने मृत घोषित कर दिया था और फिर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दबाव के परिणाम स्वरूप वो जीवित पाया गया, इसका सबसे स्पष्ट उदाहरण है। यह स्वाभाविक है कि पहलगाम में हुए इस हमले से जम्मू और कश्मीर के साथ साथ भारत के अन्य भागों में भी आक्रोश देखा गया। हमलों के बाद भारत सरकार ने स्वाभाविक रूप से पाकिस्तान के साथ संबंधों को लेकर कुछ कदम उठाए। आप सभी उन निर्णयों से अवगत हैं जिसकी घोषणा 23 अप्रैल को की गई थी। तथापि यह आवश्यक समझा गया कि 22 अप्रैल के हमले के अपराधियों और उनके योजनाकारों को न्याय के कटघरे में लाया जाए। हमलों के एक पखवाड़े के बाद भी पाकिस्तान द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र या अपने नियंत्रण वाले क्षेत्रों में आतंकवादियों की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के विरुद्ध कार्रवाई करने के लिए कोई स्पष्ट कदम नहीं उठाया गया है। उल्टे वो इनकार करने और आरोप लगाने में ही लिप्त रहा है। पाकिस्तान आधारित आतंकवादी मॉड्यूल्स पर हमारी खुफिया निगरानी ने संकेत दिया है कि भारत के विरुद्ध आगे भी हमले हो सकते हैं। अतः इनको रोकना और इनसे निपटना दोनों को बेहद आवश्यक समझा गया। आज सुबह, जैसा कि आपको ज्ञात होगा, भारत ने इस तरह के सीमा पार हमलों का जवाब देने और उन्हें रोकने तथा उनका प्रतिरोध करने के अपने अधिकार का प्रयोग किया है। यह कार्यवाही नपीतुली, नॉन एस्केलेटरी, आनुपातिक और जिम्मेदारीपूर्ण है। यह आतंकवाद की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को समाप्त करने और भारत में भेजे जाने वाले संभावित आतंकवादियों को अक्षम बनाने पर केंद्रित है। आपको यह भी स्मरण होगा कि 25 अप्रैल 2025 को संयुक्त राष्ट्र सुरक्षा परिषद ने पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले पर एक प्रेस वक्तव्य जारी किया था, जिसमें आतंकवाद के इस निंदनीय कार्य के अपराधियों, आयोजकों, फाइनेंसरों और प्रायोजकों को जवाबदेह ठहराने और उन्हें न्याय के दायरे में लाने की आवश्यकता पर जोर दिया गया था। भारत की आज की इस कार्रवाई को इसी संदर्भ में देखा जाना चाहिए। Good morning. Thank you all for joining this briefing. As you are all aware, on April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India since the 26 November 2008 attacks in Mumbai. The attack in Pahalgam was marked by extreme barbarity, with the victims mostly killed with headshots from close range and in front of their families. Family members were deliberately traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message. The attack was clearly driven by the objective of undermining the normalcy returning to Jammu and Kashmir. In particular, it was designed to impact the mainstay of the economy, tourism, with a record 23 million tourists visiting the valley last year. The calculation, presumably, was that harming growth and development in the Union Territory would help keep it backward and create fertile ground for continued cross-border terrorism from Pakistan. The manner of the attack was also driven by an objective of provoking communal discord, both in Jammu and Kashmir and the rest of the nation. It is to the credit of the government and the people of India that these designs were foiled. A group calling itself the Resistance Front has claimed responsibility for the attack. This group is a front for the UN-proscribed Pakistani terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba. It is notable that India had given inputs about the TRF in the half-yearly report to the monitoring team of the UN's 1267 Sanctions Committee in May and November 2024, bringing out its role as a cover for Pakistan-based terrorist groups. Earlier too, in December 2023, India had informed the monitoring team about Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed operating through small terror groups such as the TRF. Pakistan's pressure to remove references to TRF in the April 25 UN Security Council press statement is notable in this regard. Investigations into the Pahalgam terror attack have brought out the communication notes of terrorists in and to Pakistan, the claims made by the resistance front and their reposting by known social media handles of the Lashkar-e-Taiba speak for themselves. Identification of the attackers based on eyewitness accounts as well as other information available to law enforcement agencies has also progressed. Our intelligence has developed an accurate picture of the planners and backers of this team. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terror in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The Sajid Mir case, in which this terrorist was declared dead, and then, in response to international pressure, brought back to life, found alive and arrested, is the most glaring example. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. Joining me for this briefing on our actions earlier this morning are Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. I will request them to share some details regarding Operation Sindoor with all of you.
सुप्रभात देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह आज आपको 6 से 7 मई 2025 की रात 1:05 से 1:30 बजे के बीच भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों द्वारा अंजाम दिए गए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में जानकारी देंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं।
Operation Sindoor was launched by Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of Pahalgam terror attack and their families. 9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. It is a complex web of recruitment and indoctrination centers, training areas for initial and refresher courses, and launch pads for handlers. These camps are located both in Pakistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir areas. Some of the well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south.
इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ, ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके, और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान न पहुंचे।
The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives. This was done with due diligence, and the camps selected for targeting and their engagement will now be shown to you one by one.
POJK के टारगेट मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी। सबसे पहले सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो कि POJK के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से 30 किलोमीटर दूर है। यह एक लश्कर तौयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था। 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग, 24 अक्टूबर 24 गुलमर्ग, 22 अप्रैल 2025 पहलगाम, इन हमलों के आतंकियों ने यहीं से प्रशिक्षण लिया था। सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर तौयबा का बेस था, जो रजौरी पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप बिम्बर, ये LOC से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहाँ पर हथियार, हैंडलिंग, IED व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर तौयबा का फिदाइन यहाँ तैयार होता था। इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगी। पहला, सर्जल कैंप सियालकोट, यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठवा के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों को की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट, यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर IB से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। ये कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहां ट्रेन हुए थे।
आगे दूसरा आया। टारगेट 10 हुआ, एंक्लोजर सेम ही है। 7 इट इज हिट द टारगेट। हाँ हाँ। तीसरा आ गया सर, इम्पैक्ट।
मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर, ये इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था। शीर्ष आतंकी अक्सर यहाँ आते थे। मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूँ कि किसी भी सैन्य ठिकाने का निशाना नहीं बनाया गया और अभी तक किसी तरह की नागरिक क्षति की रिपोर्ट नहीं है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
The strike on the terror camps were undertaken through precision capability, as shown to you. A niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate this situation. Jai Hind, and thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends in the media, I ask your indulgence today in view of the fact that this is still an evolving situation. We will therefore not be able to take questions and answers today, but we will come back for more updates and more briefings shortly. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning. Thank you. Jai Hind.
All right, the most comprehensive statement yet coming in from India, led by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri and two lady officers. We had Colonel Sophia Qureshi of the Indian Army and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh of the Indian Air Force briefing there. Now, a couple of points that become clear. We had this was essentially an intelligence-based precision operation targeting the terror infrastructure both inside Pakistan and in POJK. Terror pads, terror headquarters, and energy, and yes, and essentially terror headquarters of Pakistan-based terror organizations, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba, Hizbul Mujahideen, all targeted. And those were precision-guided bombs, missiles, and kamikaze drones that were used. And India making it clear that no military installation or infrastructure was hit, that no civilian casualties have been reported, and India inflicting costs of terror on Pakistan, making it sure that the world hears it loud and clear that we are not going to let go of an opportunity to inflict costs of terror at the soil from where the terror emanates. Saurabh Shukla continues to be with us. That was a huge statement, Saurabh, coming in from India, that we have demolished terror infrastructure, we have targeted all terror organizations, and we have gone deep inside Pakistan. 100 kilometers is where Bahawalpur and the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur is, and we have targeted that. India also making a diplomatic statement there, with two lady officers making that statement. Saurabh, your first comment.
Absolutely. Abhishek, unequivocal message from India that this is a strike for zero tolerance on terrorism. This is a strike for which India was well within its right. India was well within its international obligation to save its people.
Saurabh, the fact that we made sure that there is no collateral damage. The weapons, in fact, the choice of weapons was such that there is no collateral damage. The fact that India is ready to respond to any Pakistani misadventure. The fact that Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri ended by saying that this is still an evolving situation, and that is the reason why we are not taking questions, not for any other reason, that there is a likelihood that we might have to respond even further or escalate even further if need arises. I think, and the fact that the Foreign Secretary Saurabh mentioned more than a couple of times the UNSC statement and many UN resolutions under which India has carried out this strike as a right to defend itself. Also the fact that Foreign Secretary mentioned that there was intelligence that further terror operations were being planned or were being conspired to from all these locations, and that is why those places have been targeted.
Abhishek, there is a reason why he said that, because Pakistan, in all likelihood, will try to take this issue to the UN Security Council. This is India's preemptive diplomatic strike as well. India has declared very smartly by having this briefing that this was a targeted campaign against terrorism. It was not a strike against Pakistani military. It was not a strike against Pakistani civilian. This was a pure play strike against terrorism, and that's what India has done, for which India was well within its right. It has defended its citizens. So when Pakistan tries to play foul and go to UNSC, India already has a counter to it. So I think it's a very smart strategy to have a briefing like this, and I'm sure in the days to come, India will have a briefing, a follow-up where they will field questions. But I thought it was a very, very fine-tuned and a well-calibrated diplomatic strategy after a fine, I would say, Operation Sindoor, which happened yesterday.
Absolutely,
Abhishek.
absolutely. I'm going through some of the pointers that come out really of that briefing by MoD and MEA. We have General Bakshi continuing with us. Essentially, Jaish-e-Mohammed's Tehra Kalam facility destroyed, Hizbul Mujahideen's Mehmoona Joya facility destroyed,
by MoD and MEA.
Lashkar's Markaz Hadith Barnala in POK destroyed, Jaish-e-Mohammed's Markaz-e-Abbas destroyed in Kotli, that's the Kotli terror camp, and we have Lashkar-e-Tayyiba's Markaz-e-Tayyiba Indoctrination Center destroyed, JEM's Markaz-e-Subhan Allah destroyed, terror camps selected for strikes exposed in that briefing by the joint briefing by the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of External Affairs. And as it was mentioned, the strikes were based on credible inputs accessed by India through its technical intelligence and, of course, ground human intelligence. Remember, we have deep sources there also in Pakistan. And we ensured that civil installations or civil infrastructure or even civilians were not targeted. even military installations or military infrastructure was not targeted. It was out and out an attack on the terror infrastructure on the Pakistani soil. Go back to the statement made by Prime Minister Modi that we will go after these terrorists to the end of the earth and make sure that the soil from which it emanates is targeted. I think Prime Minister could not have been more forthright, General Bakshi, in making that statement that we are going to do what we are going to do. I mean, there was no hiding behind the cowardice, hiding behind in any manner like the Pakistanis do, in the cowardly manner that they do behind these non-state actors. General Bakshi, sir.
Behind these non-state actors.
You are absolutely right. I was listening and we were informed that the attacks were delayed by a couple of days. Because you are absolutely right. The attacks were delayed by a couple of days because we were trying to gather precise intelligence, because the Pakistanis were in absolute panic and they were scampering, trying to hide their terrorist minions, merge them with the civilian population, merge them with the women and children so as to keep them safe, get them the human shields. That is why, there was so much turbulence in the terrorist infrastructure. And we had to keep a precise eye, minute by minute eye on who was moving where. That is why even the strikes were delayed up to a fortnight. But I think when they have come at a precise, very precise time, because we are going to be entering into the monsoon shortly, the rains, etc. So quite obviously, we had to do it within the correct weather window. We have exploited that weather window, that Met window. Yeah. We have hit 9 terror camps. And most of these are well-established terror camps. Their command and control headquarters, with massive, buildings, very grand buildings of the Subhanallah camp at Bhavalpur. They have been reduced to rubble. They've been reduced to rubble.
General Bakshi, sir, you saw that video presentation. Sir, my question to you, with the kind of presentation that's been made by those 2 lady officers today, the kind of pictures that have been shown, the kind of video evidence that has been shown, I think there is no doubt whatsoever, there should be no doubt whatsoever in the minds of those doubting Thomases that unfortunately we have in our country, the Saboot gang, their mouths should be shut forever.
Sorry, I couldn't catch what you said.
General Bakshi, sir, I'll come back to you with the rephrasing of my question that I was asking you. We have a soundbite coming in of Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah. If it's ready, we can play out. I think he has made a statement.
भी वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस में शामिल हो सका, हालांकि वहाँ पे अभी भी उनके घर के नज़दीक जो है शेलिंग चल रही है। उन सब से बात करके मैंने हालात का जो है जायज़ा लिया है। कुछ जगहों पे नुकसान की खबरें आ रही हैं, लेकिन उनको हम अभी जो है उन रिपोर्ट्स को जमा कर रहे हैं। फ़िलहाल एक कंटिजेंसी फ़ंड के तौर पे मैंने कुछ पैसे जो हैं डीसीज़ को रिलीज़ किए हैं, तमाम डीसीज़ को, लेकिन बिलखसूस जो एलओसी और बॉर्डर के नज़दीक है उनको थोड़ा ज़्यादा, ताकि कोई भी
All right, that was Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah suggesting that there is a lot of damage happening because of the Pakistani shelling, which is of course being responded to in strong measure by the Indian side. Coming back to you, General Bakshi, sir, the kind of precision strikes we have carried out, we are getting information that even Maulana Masood Azhar's house has been targeted, sir. That's a big one.
Absolutely, absolutely, because they are the top planners, Maulana Masood Azhar, and not only have we equaled up the score for Pahalgam, for good measure, we have even hit the headquarters where 2611 was planned and the training was given to David Headley and Ajmal Kasab. That camp lies flattened. Thank God we've taken our nemesis, even after so many years. It is so poignant that in one fell stroke, in one strong, retaliation, We have flattened all the terror infrastructure that was visible, that was clearly visible in Pakistan. That has been there for decades. Being flaunted in our face.
Bakshi sir, the question I was asking you before we went into that Omar Abdullah soundbite was that with the kind of video footage that was shown in that press conference. Now, important breaking news development, the DGF, Jammu and Kashmir Police is holding a security meeting, and that is parallel to the Omar Abdullah statement that came in. But there is another breaking news development. We keep it fast-paced. Let's keep breaking and get this information out on air for the benefit of our viewers who are joining us in this broadcast live. And the information is that apart from carrying out this strike on 9 targeted locations of terror infrastructure, one specific target of which India should be proud of is the residence or the living quarters of Maulana Masood Azhar inside the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters in Bahawalpur. We are yet to ascertain whether Masood Azhar was there at that time. Most likely not, given the fact that he's seen as a prized asset by the Pakistani state. So it's likely that Hafiz Saeed, as also Masood Azhar, were whisked away to safe houses because obviously we had made it clear that we are going to strike. But this is another breaking news development coming in. Coming back to you, General Bakshi sir, the kind of footage that is on air, which was shown in that briefing by the two lady officers, there should be no doubt left in the minds of those doubting Thomases, the unfortunate Sabut gang that we have in India, that we actually carried out this strike.
That is precisely what I was saying, that in 2019, when we did the airstrike with our Mirages and Spice Jets, we had hit the Balakot training camp. We had killed about 200 terrorists under training in that massive camp. But the problem, unfortunately, was in the target selection that this was a very remote area, remote locality, no population around, very little human beings, human habitation around. So, largely the terrific impact of that attack was not visible, except onto our, satellite imagery, etc., where we had seen the holes in the roof, where our bombs had penetrated right through and burst at the specific, stories in the multi-storied buildings that we wanted to eliminate.
Yeah.
But Pakistan took advantage of that to try and claim that nothing whatsoever had happened.
So
the simple fact was it was looking desperate excuses to not have to escalate. But when its lies were caught, it did retaliate the next day.
Absolutely, sir.
The simple fact is that we are now awaiting Pakistan's response.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure if there will be one.
Absolutely.
But we have to be fully prepared, and in some ways the armed forces would welcome a Pakistan.
I'm sure we are fully prepared, sir. You know it better than me, perhaps. But then I have it from sources that if need be, Operation Sindoor 2 is absolutely ready, and at the press of a button, Pakistan would have it from us. Let me take one question to Saurabh Shukla, who's there joining us from the United States. Saurabh, what do you make out of this statement coming in from President Trump saying that we hope it winds down very soon, it does not escalate. Otherwise, he's not saying anything about, peace, overtures, etc., which means the United States is absolutely okay, Saurabh, with whatever actions India has taken or needs to take to make sure that a repeat of Pahalgam does not happen again.
Well, Abhishek, I can tell you, this also has, President Trump also mentioned another thing, that he saw this coming. That also indicates a very close US-India cooperation on eliminating terror swamps. It's not like previous times when US would try India for a restraint. It's very clear that US realizes that these terror camps not only pose threat to India, but also to democracies like US and other countries. So I think India has not only done an operation to avenge Pahalgam, it has also done a great service for millions of people who get impacted by Pakistan-sponsored terrorism all over the world. And that's a message coming out of this Operation Sindoor as well, Abhishek.
Absolutely,
So
Saurabh. Before I let you go, one more question. The manner in which India has revealed the pictures of the operation, not only that, the manner in which we have revealed the details of the kind of terror factory Pakistan has been running, all these terror camps, all these facilities. I think it should be an eye-opener for those who were even trying to look the other way, insofar as Pakistan's indulgence with terror is concerned in the World Committee of Nations.
Absolutely. This is a very, very clear message to anyone doubting India's proof. India had made it very clear that in the past, whenever they used to give dossiers to Pakistan, Pakistan used to erase these proofs and tried to relocate these terrorists. This time, they did not give any opportunity to Pakistan, took strategic action, took an operation which took down some of these terrorist epicenter in the heart of Pakistani territory. Don't forget, they've struck in Pakistani Punjab, from which Pakistan's Prime Minister comes. There is no way now they can get away from this, that they were hiding these terrorist leaders right in the heart of their own territory under the patronage of Pakistani army and ISI. And they have to explain it to the world. And this is what India has exposed today.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Going back to General Bakshi sir. General Bakshi sir, what happens next? Our Air Force is exercising in Rajasthan. Our Navy is fully deployed in the Arabian Sea. Army absolutely pounding Pakistan retaliation of their ceasefire violations. I think there is no scope of any escalation from the Pakistani side. General Bakshi sir, what do you think?
Yes, there could be. There could be, because Pakistan has always been idiotic in its approach. Absolutely non-rational and idiotic. Mullah Munir wanted this escalation, want to get his, second extension. He's already gotten one, he wants his second extension, right? Like Ziaul Haq, like Parvez Musharraf, he wants to hang on for about 10 to 11 years, a decade plus, till he is either assassinated or thrown out by the people. That might happen earlier than usual now. But the fact is that in the 2019, Pakistan had done swift retort, etc., and reacted the very next day. This time, I think they will have to think it over very carefully. They would be under pressure right now from the United States. I'm sure Foreign Secretary Marco Rubio would be putting pressure, other American officials would be putting pressure, because Donald Trump does not want escalation. We have said that we've done what we wanted to do. We have knocked out not just those camps involved in Pahalgam, but the camps that were involved even in 26/11. We paid back that old debt, and should Pakistan choose to escalate, target Indian military installations or civilian targets, Pakistan will be signing its death warrant. The simple fact is, it will give us the precise justification we need to escalate to military targets in Pakistan and take on the real head of that terror infrastructure, the terror ecosystem that they have been, sustaining for all these decades.
Right. So, even as we have this broadcast, there are intense rounds of meetings going on. One at 7 LKM, Prime Minister's official residence, where Union Home Minister Amit Shah and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh both are closeted with the Prime Minister, having a discussion on, obviously, the fallout of Operation Sindoor and how to take it forward. But let's look at those pictures that were shared by the Government of India in that joint press conference by the Ministry of Defence and the Ministry of External Affairs. Look at this video, which gives timeline of Pakistan's involvement in terror, going back to, of course, the Parliament attack and even earlier. Let's have a look. All right, these are pictures coming in from outside the South Block on the Raisina Hill. These are pictures of our forces. Remember, South Block is the headquarters of the Ministry of Defense, as also, of course, the Ministry of External Affairs, where that briefing took place. In the backdrop, you can see Rashtrapati Bhavan. These are pictures, in fact, of the mock drill that's going on around the country, in fact. And these people have come out after sirens. So even as those meetings go on inside, outside the drill continues in case there is a military escalation. This is, of course, happening around the country at the behest of the Ministry of Home Affairs. Shawan is with us. Shawan, over to you with more details on what's really happening on the civilian side in terms of preparing in case there is an escalation from the Pakistani side.
Well, in fact, I'm given to understand the Ministry of Home Affairs has already directed all the state governments to take the necessary precautions. In fact, a meeting that is being chaired by the Jammu and Kashmir DGP, which Gursimran was basically highlighting. I can just add one more information that we are basically getting in right now is with the fact that they are basically preparing for some sort of a counter, strike by the Pakistanis, and that is on the expected lines at this point in time. In fact, if I can also bring in Gursimran right now, because he's also tracking what's really happening in Jammu and Kashmir, because there has been an intense cross-border firing that's actually going on. Gursimran, what's the latest? Because in Poonch and Rajouri, it had basically intensified. Has it stopped now?
In the Rajouri and the Poonch district, but at regular intervals there have been cross-border violations that the Pakistan is resorting to, especially in the Poonch. The Poonch has been hit by the Pakistan. The civilian areas even have been hit. And as we speak, the DGP of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, Nalin Prabhat, is chairing a security assessment meeting. He is chairing it virtually from the PCR in Srinagar, in which all the district SPs and the senior officials are taking part, and the directions have been given to the officials on ground to be on standby. They have been asked to increase the security in the hinterland, reason being that the terrorists that are active in the hinterland may try to carry out some sabotage, and anti-sabotage drills are being asked to heighten. Apart from this, there have been directions given to increase the security of all the power projects, hydroelectric power projects on the river Chenab and the river Jhelum, because they could be potential target of the Pakistan, as the water flowing to the Pakistan is now being regulated by the Indian side. And as you have also mentioned that the DGP has also directed to be prepared for any eventuality. Also, that includes the possible retaliation from the Pakistan side, because the LG administration has already given directions for the evacuation of the civilians from the areas that are prone to the Pakistani shelling, because 10 precious lives have been lost in Poonch in the Pakistan's cross-border shelling, and that's why the decision was taken that the evacuation will also take place shortly from the vulnerable areas. That is what the Jammu and Kashmir Police has been asked to ensure at an earliest. Shawan.
All right, another breaking news development coming in. Can we put it out for the benefit of our viewers, which is that the Ministry of Home Affairs has asked all the Central Armed Paramilitary Forces to cancel leaves of its personnel around the country, across the country. That's a big one. That really shows India is beefing up its reserves, even as our armed forces are at the vanguard, from Rajasthan to Kutch, to Jammu and Kashmir, to Punjab, to the Arabian Sea, making sure that there is no mischief from the Pakistani side and no escalation. And if there is one, it's responded to in full force. Ministry of Home Affairs now deciding that leaves of all personnel of the Central Armed Paramilitary Forces are to be cancelled. Remember, these are the organizations like the CRPF, CISF, BSF, SSB, among others. All these organizations that are under the Ministry of Home Affairs, and that constitute a huge chunk of India's security architecture in terms of taking care of both internal security and the security at the borders in times of war and peace. And so they are being fully mobilized, and we are seeing that mobilization happening by way of this MHA instruction, under which all leaves of all personnel of the CAPFs are to be now cancelled. Moving on, we have some guests. All right, more pictures Shawan, over to you. More pictures, I believe, we have of the destruction Operation Sindoor has caused in Pakistan.
Well, massive damage has been inflicted upon the Pakistanis right now as far as each of these camps are concerned. Remember, they are not just one structure that has been targeted. In fact, to camouflage their entire operations, the Jaish as well as Lashkar-e-Toiba would have basically had a few other installations around their main operation centers. And that is the reason why, remember, it has taken some time for India to be able to carry out a reconnaissance and carry out the strikes. Now, in fact, some of the visuals that are basically coming in of the aftermath of the precision strikes that have taken place in Pakistan, and there is massive destruction that has taken place. In fact, now there are details emerging of the terrorists who were present at these very sites where the precision strike was carried out. In fact, the number now we are being told has gone about 18.
Murid ke.
This is coming in Murid ke. Now, remember, Murid ke happens to be Lashkar-e-Toiba's headquarters. These are the latest images coming in of the strike that has taken place. So this time it's very clear, Abhishek. You don't need any more sabut. The Pakistanis are only providing the sabut. The very fact that you have the Pakistanis now coming out and simply saying that you have had their own army generals visiting hospitals and meeting those who have been injured in the precision strike. It's very clear. India has made it very clear. These are not military camps that have been targeted. What has been targeted are terror facilities.
Yeah.
These are facilities, or I would rather say these are terror factories. In fact, there are multiple testimonies of the Pakistanis who are now coming out speaking about the strikes that have taken place.
मस्जिद के आगे एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ऑफिस और उसके आगे मस्जिद की छत वो सारी तबाह हो गई थी और एक अफराद था वो अपनी ड्यूटी पे छत पे बैठा हुआ था वो इसके शहीद हो गया
Well, a clear indication of what the Pakistanis are now going through. It's very clear that these strikes have gone right deep inside. And this time, remember, these are not strikes just in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. It has gone all the way inside Punjab. Remember, the stronghold of the Pakistani army. The stronghold of the Pakistani army.
बस इसी तरह ही रात गुजरी है जाकर खौफ और रात में खौफ ही बहुत था
Well, in fact, the testimonies of those who were present there, who have witnessed the precision strikes that have taken place, because if you see, there are innumerable number of viewed videos that are now coming in from Pakistan, which shows the extent of damage, the extent of pain that has been inflicted upon the Pakistanis, sending across a very strong message that this time it is no longer acceptable. And if you really look at it, each of these sites, the 9 sites which have been selected, they are the same very places which have been used by some of the top commanders of Lashkar-e-Toiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed as well as Hizbul Mujahideen.
All right, in the studios, Shawan, we have Colonel Shailendra Singh continues to be with us, and we have... okay, fine. So let me begin with Colonel Shailendra Singh first. Colonel Singh, you have been watching these developments over the last couple of hours. We are hearing from the Pakistani side that there is a lot of damage that has happened. They are admitting, unlike earlier, in the case of Uri surgical strikes and the Balakot air strikes, they were saying nothing has happened. Now they are admitting that India hit 24 missiles inside their territory, that we hit 9 targets, that we killed some people, obviously terrorists, because these are terrorists, that this is terrorist infrastructure. So there is no doubt whatsoever now that this has happened.
Jai Hind, Namaskar, Abhishek ji. I can only tell you one thing in my language. Na bhulenge aur na chodenge. Ab hum sirf tumhe todenge. I think India is right now going on that. And that is why you are finding first time Pakistan is accepting that the damages are there. Why? Why will they accept? This country doesn't accept anything. It doesn't accept its soldiers, it doesn't accept its government, it doesn't accept its own population. What to do? Why? Because they want to kill this topic here now.
Yeah.
Because they know it, that if we say nothing, and to show their awam that, okay, now we are going into India, they will suffer more damages.
Yeah.
There will be much more damage. What they are trying to do is, which is a very smart act, I will agree to that. Pakistanis are smart enough that way, that bhai sahab, ab yahin par baat khatam kar dijiye, don't come again for another 90 targets.
Yeah.
The bigger problem for Pakistan is 9 targets they can bear. They can bear the losses. पिछले बार 2 कौवे मरे थे, इस बार 10 कौवे मरे हैं. कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है. बड़ी बात यह है that they will get stuck with us if they get into any kind of conventional or even non-conventional. They will be stuck.
Right. Let me take this to Colonel Anurag Shukla, who's also there with us in the studios. Colonel Shukla, what's next? What happens next? You think Pakistan would have the temerity really to do any counteroffensive, to indulge in any kind of counteroffensive? They should be shaken. They must be scared now.
That has already been evident. That you see their statement which is going on, their own defense ministry admitting, and they are trying to cool down the situation. And internationally, they have been isolated on this particular situation where they have been exposed. Now, wherever India has tried, they have tried in such a places where anybody can pinpoint and say what exactly has been targeted. It is coming out to be terror locations. So they are stuck. But what exactly you are asking, what is going to be the next, that is up to them to decide, because India is a very great mood. We want to destroy. If you want to come out, we are ready to destroy you, and we will be ready to annex our own territory which you have been occupied for quite a long time.
Absolutely. Maybe, the kind of... Yes.
Give me a second.
Constantine, quickly, yes.
When you say counter-offensive, it's this big a word.
Yeah.
You dare not. They cannot.
Yeah, and the kind of mobilization we have across the frontier, across the borders, from the Arabian Sea to the Gulf of Kutch, to the border in Kutch, to Rajasthan, to Punjab, to Jammu and Kashmir, everywhere, full-scale mobilization. And obviously, that's something which presents a kind of wall which should scare the Pakistan.
They are already doing dummy deployments. My regiment has observed, I had given them a, drone only for observation post ke liye. And they are finding that, sir, they have deployed models of that. It is part of the propaganda.
One of the terrorists had said, go tell Modi in that dastardly cowardice, act of cowardice. And now, of course...
Modi has heard it.
Modi has heard it, and Modi has
heard it.
What he heard and what you should be hearing, what they should be hearing.
Yes.
Okay, I'm told...
Very naming of this operation says what Modi has heard and what has been conveyed.
Absolutely. Modi has heard and Modi has responded. And let's go to Erawat Miraz. He's reporting from the line of control in Uri sector, somewhere there. Erawat, we are told that Pakistanis are trying to make the LC hot by violation of ceasefire agreement. How is our response? How is it going there on the ground, Erawat?
Yes, Abhishek, we have seen that after this strike, we have seen there are some posts of the Pakistani in the various sectors of the Kashmir Valley. In fact, earlier we have seen they have put it down their flags, but this time they have left their bunkers empty, and they have left some 12 kilometers from the line of control areas where the bunkers of the Pakistani troopers were. But right now, we are being told from the sources that they have shifted from these bunkers towards some, they have stepped back towards some 16 kilometers from the location, the various sensitive locations along the line of control. For the security reasons, we will not mention exactly where the ongoing operations are going on across the Jammu and Kashmir. As we have seen after the strike, there are desperate attempts from the terrorists and the Pakistani troopers to target the civilians. But we have seen our forces are alert. We have seen yesterday night how our forces are alert, and they have given them the befitting reply after the deadly terror attack in the South Kashmir's Pahalgam, in which we have seen that the 26 civil lost. But this time we have seen the chaos is in Pakistan after the strike, and also we have been told that some bunkers along the line of control area, they have stepped back in the Uri sector and South Kashmir. Also we have been told from the sources in the defense that they have stepped back towards some 16 to 20 kilometers back. Yes, Abhishek.
All right, those are the details coming in from the ground. Colonel Singh, Colonel Shukla, please stay with us. Let's listen once again to Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri when he made that statement about India's strikes on Pakistan, inside Pakistani territory, to target the terror infrastructure as part of Operation Sindoor. Listen.
Good morning. Thank you all for joining this briefing. As you are all aware, on April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India since the 26 November 2008 attacks in Mumbai. The attack in Pahalgam was marked by extreme barbarity, with the victims mostly killed with headshots from close range and in front of their families. Family members were deliberately traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message. The attack was clearly driven by the objective of undermining the normalcy returning to Jammu and Kashmir. In particular, it was designed to impact the mainstay of the economy, tourism, with a record 23 million tourists visiting the valley last year. The calculation, presumably, was that harming growth and development in the Union territory would help keep it backward and create fertile ground for continued cross-border terrorism from Pakistan. The manner of the attack was also driven by an objective of provoking communal discord, both in Jammu and Kashmir and the rest of the nation. It is to the credit of the government and the people of India that these designs were foiled. A group calling itself the Resistance Front has claimed responsibility for the attack. This group is a front for the UN-proscribed Pakistani terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba. It is notable that India had given inputs about the TRF in the half-yearly report to the monitoring team of the UN's 1267 Sanctions Committee in May and November 2024, bringing out its role as a cover for Pakistan-based terrorist groups. Earlier too, in December 2023, India had informed the monitoring team about Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed operating through small terror groups such as the TRF. Pakistan's pressure to remove references to TRF in the April 25 UN Security Council press statement is notable in this regard. Investigations into the Pahalgam terror attack have brought out the communication notes of terrorists in and to Pakistan. The claims made by the Resistance Front and their reposting by known social media handles of the Lashkar-e-Taiba speak for themselves. Identification of the attackers based on eyewitness accounts as well as other information available to law enforcement agencies has also progressed. Our intelligence has developed an accurate picture of the planners and backers of this team. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terror in India, which is well documented and beyond question.
All right, General Bakshi sir, you heard that statement again. We have been playing it again and again for the benefit of viewers who might be joining the broadcast now. And essentially, General Bakshi sir, the narrative that's coming in from the Pakistani side is that they also inflicted some damage on Indian side. They are claiming, for example, that they downed some of our aircrafts. Is it not essentially for the consumption of their own population, just fooling them around?
It is utter crap. The simple fact is that our aircraft have used standoff fire. They have fired from this side of the border and destroyed these targets, incinerated these bloody targets. But it has been done from one side of the border. So this crap that they started giving the disinformation, they have downed 2 aircraft, is absolute, fact checks prove it is absolute nonsense. The other fact is they are claiming, the ISPR was claiming that they have opened artillery fire on the line of control. They claim to have hit one of our brigade headquarters and one forward post. So far we've seen no damage, got no reports. Yes, they are targeting the civilian population, all right.
Yeah.
And people are being almost, they're trying to get some civilians out of vulnerable areas.
Yeah. Colonel Singh, you think this is the max that Pakistan can do or would do in the present scenario? They have made the LC hot and perhaps it ends there?
As per me, Pakistan...
It would be... Sorry, is that addressed to me?
So I was asking that to Colonel Singh in our studios.
कोई नहीं sir, आप भी answer कर दो. आपका मेरा answer.
I'll come to you.
But I must tell you this. Luckily, I have my regiment there. That's how I can tell you. Last 10 days has been bad. Otherwise also, but we had made it worse for them. So if we are expecting that only making a LC hot and by injuring 20-30 civilians, this is the part of the nature of Pakistan fire. They don't fire at us because they know if they fire to any of our battalion headquarters, even to the extent company headquarters, they know it that the fire coming back is nearly, if they fire 10, then there are 100 rounds coming from us. I can afford it, whether he can afford it or not. Bigger question is this, that whether he will take it up or not. It exactly depends.
Yeah.
It exactly depends that what does Pakistan want.
Yeah.
Does it want an international hue and cry?
Yeah.
It will strike in a bigger way.
Yeah.
So that they are able to prove that something wrong has happened.
Yeah.
They will strike our civilian areas more.
Yeah.
Because they know it, that beyond that they cannot do much damage.
Absolutely.
If we are also there on LC, we also know how to be underground.
Yeah.
ऐसा तो है नहीं that we will stand and you allow them to shoot.
Obviously.
So it is entirely...
And we have tremendous amount of artillery backing it up. Huge artillery, I believe.
It is mind-boggling, unimaginative. I can't tell you that what my regiment has stocked in the gun area.
And you always mention that artillery is the god of...
It is absolutely god of worth in the world.
Yeah.
I'm a proud member of that, and I dare say, if somebody can say that, no, this is not true.
But the spare this time were the kamikaze drones. And I want to really discuss that military strategy with General Bakshi sir. Sir, give me just a moment before I come to you, because let's listen to those two lady officers who presented India's case before the world in that briefing. We go to Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, and the way they narrated Operation Sindoor details, and then I come back.
सबसे पहले सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो कि पीओजेके के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से 30 किलोमीटर दूर है। यह एक लश्कर तौयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था। 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग, 24 अक्टूबर 24 गुलमर्ग, 22 अप्रैल 2025 पहलगाम, इन हमलों के आतंकियों ने यहीं से प्रशिक्षण लिया था। सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश ए मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह एलओसी से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर तौयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप बिम्बर, ये एलओसी से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहाँ पर हथियार हैंडलिंग, आईडी व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप कोटली, यह एलओसी से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर तौयबा का फिदाइन यहाँ तैयार होता था। इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूँगी। पहला, सर्जिकल कैंप सियालकोट। यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठुआ के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट। यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर आईबी से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहां ट्रेन हुए थे। मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर, यह इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था। शीर्ष आतंकी अक्सर यहाँ आते थे। मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूँ कि किसी भी सैन्य ठिकाने का निशाना नहीं बनाया गया और अभी तक किसी तरह की नागरिक क्षति की रिपोर्ट नहीं है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं।
Operation Sindoor was launched by Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of Pahalgam terror attack and their families. 9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. It is a complex web of recruitment and indoctrination centers, training areas for initial and refresher courses, and launch pads for handlers. These camps are located both in Pakistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir areas. Some of the well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south. The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives. The strike on the terror camps were undertaken through precision capability, as shown to you. A niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate the situation.
Okay, those were the details of how India picked up those targets and the precision with which those were eliminated by our forces as part of Operation Sindoor. Let's look at the timeline that was provided by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri in the same press conference, and then I come back to the studios for a conversation.
A little after midnight on the 7th of May, 9 targets struck inside Pakistan. Nobody saw it coming. Not even those in this video. The strikes so precise that men who shot these videos have confirmed the targets.
ये नुकसान ये 9 नंबर ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है
5 targets in Pakistan occupied Kashmir, 4 targets deep inside Pakistan territory. Terror camps struck with multiple hits on some targets. These visuals captured in the dark of the night describe what unfolded deep into the territories of POK. Precision strikes that turned the skies red.
हाँ देखना वाम कैसे आ रही है वहाँ से अभी वीडियो कैच होगी नहीं होगी
Multiple loud explosions and a complete blackout. The enemy was not ready for this. Indian fighter jets hovered over the valley. 14 days after the Pahalgam killings, India has hit Islamabad hard. And as the world wakes up to Operation Sindoor, it's only the beginning of the end for the terror ecosystem of Pakistan.
Well, in fact, Abhishek, there's also some more breaking news that I'm getting in right now. Official confirmation coming in from our sources here as far as family members of Jaish Chief Maulana Masood Azhar. 10 family members of Maulana Masood Azhar have been neutralized. In fact, we are being told this includes the sister of Masood Azhar as well as brother-in-law. What we do not know right now is the presence of Masood Azhar, because Masood Azhar, as per the document that we have accessed and the reconnaissance that was carried out by the security agencies, one of the last known visit that he made to this particular site was back in the month of November, and another visit a little later. So we do not know at this point in time as far as Maulana Masood Azhar's presence, where has he been moved out by the Pakistanis? That clarity hasn't come in. But the big blow to Masood Azhar, family members of Masood Azhar have been killed in the precision strike that was carried out at Bahawalpur. That happens to be the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. Now we're getting in more details of the family members who have been killed. Remember, Jaish Chief, his appearances also had actually reduced, Abhishek, and the fact that certain movements that were made by Masood Azhar was under heavy security of the Pakistani army.
Well, yes, naturally so, Shawan, because the likes of Masood Azhar and Hafiz Saeed, terrorists for India and for the world, are seen as some kind of prized asset. The Kohinoors of Pakistani deep state. And on that, let me come to Colonel Shukla and Colonel Singh with us in the studios. Colonel Shukla, you watched that video. The kind of precision and the exactness with which those targets were picked, We have pictures of them, videos of them, and marked out targets, the individuals associated with those terror factories. The fact that the likes of Headley and Kassab were trained there, I think this should be an eye-opener for the world as to Pakistan's cohabitation with terror.
Sure, we can see the balance of military here. Like Pakistan has been ready for this strike for last 15 days. They were anticipating the same. But today, when the time came, none of our missiles were able to get interrupted. Every missile which was launched from our side, it landed at the spot where we wanted to drop. So this is the military supremacy, you can say, the amount of weapons we have got. We can fire those weapons to the location at our will, at our time. So that way I will say that India has come long way. If you see what happened in 2019 after Balakot strike, today we have come a long way. We have got a so much sophisticated weapon where we can strike at our own will and at the location we want. There was a full AD deployed from Pakistan side, but none was able to track or interrupt.
Yeah, absolutely. Colonel Singh, your comments on this. Kamikaze drones going in, missiles going in as deep as 100 kilometers, and as Colonel Shukla is mentioning, no interception. I mean, the Pakistani generals were effectively sleeping on the wheel, just like they were when the Americans carried out that operation to take out Osama bin Laden.
Well, let me tell you what Anurag is saying. Anurag, I think we don't have to prove to anybody our supremacy. What we have, we have. We have been declaring about.
But we have shown it.
No. I'm coming on the exactly same point. It is only Pakistan who claimed that they got a very credible air defense. We never said that you have a credible or not. And what is their credibility? Their credibility, they have a Chinese air defense system, which they have been claiming that is super. Very good.
Yeah. The Chinese system has failed.
So I'm only trying to put two and two together for them. Because मेरे को तो आप रोक नहीं पाओगे. I'm very clear about it. If I have to strike Rawalpindi, I will be able to strike. If I have to strike Islamabad, I will strike. I don't find a terrorist camp other than the ISI headquarters, the GHQ and the Munir's office. That's the only thing we are waiting for. And for that two motorcyclists who are roaming around with those two chaps in helmet, who have already eliminated 23 terrorists there. It is their admission, not mine. Who are these two? What is this pair doing? Well, that task must be given to them. I will tell you like that. Now, coming to this point about whether we can reach or not is not the question now. The question is, we have already done it. Yeah. Now, you like it, you don't like it. Now, I would like the Chinese ministry and the Chinese government to come out how effective and credible are the systems of theirs. S-400 is a weak system as per Pakistan.
Yeah.
It's a dud thing. But your Chinese material was very good. So it is proving time and again that whether it is the man behind the machine or the machine, F-16 was brought down by a 50-year-old Bison, MiG-21. Nobody in the world is flying that. And still, so I will rather say that it is always the man behind the machine who matters a maximum. You have a credible system, well, your credibility is established. I have stuck, I have come back. Do what you like. I think very clearly we have spelled it out. We have the capacity, capability and will to strike. You want more, please react.
Yeah, and Colonel Shukla, the fact that Masood Azhar's
very important.
Masood Azhar's hideout inside the JEM headquarters specifically was targeted. That really gives you an idea of the kind of intelligence we have. This is not just about TechInt. You know, this is about human intelligence also. While you can mark out the JEM headquarters with TechInt, with human intelligence there on the ground, you can mark out which room of this complex Masood Azhar stays, which means we have information coming in. We have ears to the ground, and that should be something about our capacity to really take care of our security.
Yes, and these capabilities we had quite long time ago also. Only thing there was a political will missing. We have been giving these information to United Nations as well as Pakistan, but nobody reacted. Nobody reacted on our request. So today, when we have been able to strike at their home, that Masood is getting the taste of his own wine. Today, he have understood that how bad it feels to lose your own people, lose your own family member. We in India, we have been losing on this terrorism for quite decades. Now it is time to give them back.
Absolutely, and we are going to be joined in by more guests in a bit, but what we are essentially getting for you, friends, is...
It's not only Masood's residence we knew. We know the Saeed's house also. And if you can please refer back, 50 yards from that house there was a blast. So if we can do that, well, we know pinpointedly that room of Masood is known, whether he is inside or not.
All right, another breaking news development coming in. Prime Minister has cancelled his tour to Europe. He had a tour lined up beginning 9th of May, which was to take him to the Netherlands, Norway and Croatia. And Prime Minister has cancelled his trip to Europe, though that was an important foreign assignment coming in. And that has been cancelled. I'm getting this information. Can we break this down? He was to travel to Croatia, the Netherlands, and Norway trip. Shawan. Okay, Shawan, over to you, Shawan, with this breaking news development. Prime Minister has cancelled his Europe trip.
So there are back-to-back a lot of developments taking place. One, the Prime Minister's itinerary has now changed. He has cancelled his tour to Europe. A short while back, we had another breaking news coming in. Ministry of Home Affairs has cancelled the leaves of all the CAPFs. That's the Central Paramilitary Forces, which is again another indication of the fact that India is all prepared. The third is multiple meetings that are actually taking place in various states. In Jammu and Kashmir, you've had the DGP of Jammu and Kashmir calling all the officers, asking them to be completely prepared at this point in time, because we are not essentially ruling out the possibility that Pakistan may be desperate to carry out a counter strike, and that is the reason why we have a backup plan that is already in place. One of the key things that we are basically focusing right now is, one, the cross-border firing that is basically underway. A short while back, we were given to understand that there is a pause right now as far as the cross-border firing is concerned. But there too, remember, Pakistan has actually faced a humiliating loss. Several of the Pakistani posts have been targeted by India. In fact, what has happened is that as a response to the precision attack, Abhishek, you had the Pakistanis basically resorting to heavy artillery firing. That was also responded by India with a heavy artillery firing. But what has essentially happened is that Pakistani posts have also been destroyed. So it's a humiliating experience right now for the Pakistanis. One, you have their entire terror factory, which has been completely dismantled. The terror factory from where several of the attacks in Jammu and Kashmir were basically planned, they were hatched, all of it, remember, happening within these very facilities. In fact, if we can also go back to some of the visuals of the strikes that were carried out. In fact, this time, the strategy of the Indian Army has also been very different. And Colonel Shailendra, if I can come to you, a quick check with regards to the tactics that have been employed by the armed forces. You have all the three forces carrying out a coordinated assault. Of course, a large part of it has been taken care by the Indian Army and the Air Force, but the Navy too has played a pivotal role, is what we are picking up. The tact is very different than what we saw during the surgical strikes and then the Balakot strike. This time, the idea was to have a demonstrable experience.
Tactical, operations at tactical level are always evaluated as per the success. I think with this kind of success, nobody should even ask whether it was a good tactical operation or not. This is number one. Number two, what we had done at a strategic level, that is what confused Pakistan. At strategic level, we had so much of movement in the Navy, and Pakistan was getting nearly sure that somewhere around the Karachi or maybe toward the Sargodha side, we have some interest. The way our aircrafts are moving around, and typically the Pakistan Army assesses that India may ground action zarur hoga, that the Indian Army will come, special forces will come, vagera vagera. They were least expecting, and this is where the tactics comes in. That yes, when we have decided at whichever level, highest level, lowest level, that is for the country to decide and the government to decide. But as far as I am concerned, that we could deceive them, we could keep them guessing that where are we coming, and that is where all about the tactical operations success lie. You project yourself at 100 places, but you strike at one. Enemy cannot imagine. You prepare yourself at only 5 places and strike at one. The enemy is prepared for 5 places. This is where exactly we have gone right. The kind of deployment, the kind of overall movements we had done, the kind of aircraft movements were shown, that was keeping the enemy confused and guessing that where exactly are we coming, in what quantity we are coming, and above all, I must tell you that Pakistan was expecting that there will be a much deeper strike, because we were creating that. And thanks to the media also, that the way we had gone about, that this time there is a full-fledged war, and this was claimed by Pakistan, which we projected to them also and to us also. So overall, if you ask me, a tactical operation is absolutely only successful after successing. After you succeed, it becomes a success. That is where you get that pat on the back, that yes, you did a good operation. We went there, we have done what we have to do, we were tasked, and we have come back.
Breaking news now coming in. I've just got another confirmation. Qari Mohammed Iqbal and the commander of the Kotli camp, along with 10 terrorists, have been killed. So we are looking at least 20 that have already been killed. And Abhishek, you just got us the information that a total of 100, the number could actually vary, but now a confirmation about Qari Mohammed Iqbal and Jaish-e-Mohammed Maulana Azhar Masood's family members have also been killed. Now that's the latest details they're emerging. Big news coming in. Now this is one of the most successful operations that have been carried out by our armed forces, Abhishek.
Well, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, Colonel Singh. Yes, Colonel Singh.
Keep counting the number.
Yeah.
The numbers will
we are told about 100, about between 80 to 100. I was told 100 and around about, because we will not know the exact number anytime soon. But the fact of the matter is, these are specific and they will keep trickling in. Yes, Shawan.
Okay, on a lighter note, because when I was actually, speaking to a source of mine in the intelligence agencies, I was saying, why are you releasing it, piece by piece? He's saying that, the counting is still on. So that's on a lighter note, but as I said, the numbers are they're going up, and this time it's very, very different. And perhaps if we can also take that comment from one of our veterans there, that I find it very, very significant, because perhaps they've improvised on what they had carried out during the Balakot strike, and this time they were basically going right, the depth, the strategic depth, and the fact that they have got the window at the very time when these terrorists were actually present in those facilities.
Well, absolutely, Shawan. And the number, is there some poetic justice to it? Because Pakistanis have admitted that 26 of their citizens are killed. 26 were murdered by Pakistani terrorists in Pahalgam. And now they are admitting that their 26 citizens are killed in the strike. The number is much higher. And in fact, it will be a while before Pakistan admits it, because as of now, their army seems to be in a salvage mode, salvaging their reputation. And that's why a lot of counter-information warfare is going on, Colonel Singh, if not counter-measures in terms of military action from the Pakistani side.
If there are only 26 people killed, तो जनाजे इतने ज़्यादा क्यों उठाए जा रहे हैं? वो जो बुकिंग हो रखी है खड्डा खोदने की, वो उतनी ज़्यादा क्यों है? You see, you can please Google it and find out. It's not rocket science. You tell anybody from Pakistan, he'll tell you why there is a rush of janazas going in a particular direction. 26 is nothing. 9 places, it averages out maybe 5 or 7. That's all.
And though, of course, there is a tremendous amount of ceasefire violation happening. Huge level of ceasefire violation happening.
This figure will go up. They will themselves come. The public will demand. The people who have been lost, they are the one who will tell you that what they lost. Pakistan government doesn't lose anything. Pakistan army doesn't lose anything. So 26 is all the headquarters where Pakistani army trainers were there, handlers were there. That figure is what hurting them, and that's why they are accepting it, because they have to answer the families कि मेरा बंदा कहाँ गया. That is where the figure may be
2025. Space is not just a destination. It is a declaration of curiosity, courage, and collective progress. India's space journey reflects this spirit. From launching a small rocket in 1963 to becoming the first nation to land near the south pole of moon, our journey has been remarkable. Our rockets carry more than payloads. They carry the dreams of 1.4 billion Indians. India's achievements are significant scientific milestones. Beyond that, they are proof that the human spirit can defy gravity. India made history by reaching Mars on its first attempt in 2014. Chandrayaan-1 helped discover water on the moon. Chandrayaan-2 gave us the highest resolution images of the moon. Chandrayaan-3 increased our understanding of the lunar south pole. We built cryogenic engines in a record time. We launched 100 satellites in a single mission. We have launched over 400 satellites for 34 nations on our launch vehicles. This year, we docked 2 satellites in space, a major step forward. Friends, India's space journey is not about racing others. It is about reaching higher together. Together, we share a common goal to explore space for the good of humanity. We launch a satellite for the South Asian nations. Now, the G20 satellite mission announced during our presidency will be a gift to the global South. We continue to march ahead with renewed confidence, pushing the boundaries of scientific exploration. Our first human space flight mission, Gaganyaan, highlights our nation's rising aspirations. In coming weeks, an Indian astronaut will travel to space as part of a joint ISRO-NASA mission to the International Space Stations. By 2035, the Bharatiya Antariksh Station will open new frontiers in research and global cooperation. By 2040, an Indian's footprints will be on the moon. Mars and Venus are also on our radar. Friends, for India, space is about exploration as well as about empowerment. It empowers governance, enhances livelihoods, and inspires generations. From fishermen alerts to Gati Shakti platform, from railway safety to weather forecasting, our satellites look out for the welfare of every Indian. We have opened our space sector to startups, entrepreneurs, and young minds. Today, India has over 250 space startups. They are contributing to cutting-edge advancements in satellite technology, propulsion systems, imaging, and much more. And you know, it is even more inspiring that many of our missions are being led by women scientists. Friends, India's space vision is grounded in the ancient wisdom of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. That is, the world is one family. We strive not just for our own growth, but to enrich global knowledge, address common challenges, and inspire future generations. India stands for dreaming together, building together, and reaching for the stars together. Let us together write a new chapter in space exploration, guided by science and shared dreams for a better tomorrow. I wish you all a very pleasant and productive stay in India. Thank you.
No, ऐसा
All right, that was a pre-recorded statement of Prime Minister Modi. This was at a global conference on space exploration by Indian Aerospace Federation called IAF, but that's not Indian Air Force, that's Indian Aerospace Federation. And this was a recorded statement, and that is the reason why there is no mention of Operation Sindoor. It must be clarified. This was a recorded statement. Prime Minister had recorded this statement yesterday to be played at this conference, obviously, because people there would have known what is going to happen overnight, and that's why this statement recorded earlier. Coming back to you, Colonel Singh, we were discussing some of the military aspects. Now I have information of some specific information, Colonel Shukla, about the kind of damage that our strikes have caused. So, for example, there is this statement from Bahawalpur, and it's their hospital there, local hospital, which is giving a list of those who have come to the hospital. So it's a list of 1 to 12, and out of those 12, 6 are received dead, like brought dead, as we say in our hospitals, and then other 6 with some injuries, varying degrees of injuries. Some have burns in their legs. Some have head injury, some have a shoulder injury, among others. What do you make out of these dead? Obviously, this is terror infrastructure. So these are places where Headley and Kasab were trained. These are places where, on a non-stop basis, Pakistan continues to indoctrinate and get ready next round of terrorists, which it then infiltrates across the line of control and across the international border into Kashmir.
Definitely what is being projected is some part of the bigger picture which we are seeing. Social media is full of other casualty figures, and there are very many photographs which are rotating around. So I can say that yes, definitely the damage has been done. Second thing, the cadre which is being brought, they can be identified and they can be seen, what you correctly brought out, that yes, this is a part of the same cadre which has been indoctrined and they are being pushed to the future terrorists. So definitely our strike has been correctly struck to the right place, and the right audience has been killed, right people has been killed. We are proud of it, proud of our security forces and Air Force, which has brought down this intelligence and brought down this infrastructure.
All right, this is basically just one list from one hospital. So obviously 9 locations spread across 6 districts of Pakistan. There would be more lists, obviously. Colonel Singh.
When you're discussing about that statement that somebody said 6 dead or 10 dead, whatever dead, Abhishek ji, just make a wild guess as a logical human being. Will you have a training establishment with 6 people? Will Pakistan have so much of wherewithal, money to train 6 people? If that is the state, then why are they claiming that they have got such huge number of terrorist training camps? There cannot be a camp. A camp cannot be called a camp with 6 to 10 people. It has to be more, logically also. Yeah, even if you are thinking, absolutely mad, you are insane, that you have no, terrorism related knowledge or military related knowledge. भाई मुझे आप एक बात बताओ, मैं let's ask Anurag only, that 6 आदमियों वाला camp होता क्या है? What is that camp?
Yeah.
What will that camp do?
Yeah.
So, now I'm prepared to go by that hospital, by the way, I'm not denying that. But what I'm saying is, that is a particular dispensary, that is a particular hospital of our level. There are hospitals of 10 bed, 20 bed, 30 bed, 300 bed, 700 bed, 1500 bed. So, a particular hospital receiving 6 may be only a, stopgap arrangement. There are 9 places.
Colonel Singh, also we are getting the sense from the Pakistani side that they are really scared, because they have, I think, understood that Operation Sindoor is just 1.0. If they do anything,
yes,
there is going to be Operation Sindoor 2.0 also, because look at the statements. They are saying that we have inflicted enough costs on India. We have downed their planes, which obviously they have not. They are saying we have hit back at some of their targets. They have escalated the ceasefire violation along the LC and of course the IB. They have made statements to the effect that if India does not do more, we will not do more. We have it from Khaja Asif, the Pakistani defense minister. Now we are hearing reports that they are going to take journalists to these affected areas of Muzaffarabad, Muridke, Bahawalpur, Adampur, Kotli, etc. Which means obviously, as of now, there is no further escalation. So Pakistan perhaps has realized that this time it's not going to be Operation Swift Retort, because India is much more prepared than it was earlier.
That figure which they themselves are claiming, 26 killed. Just visualize it. 26 tourists killed, 26 people killed. They want that, okay, fine, you have had your revenge. This is what they are coming to this point regarding going to that, taking the journalists there. Take me there, na? Invite my journalists. You people say transparency. So let's have transparency. Please invite Republic. Let us see. Why are you not inviting us?
Yeah.
That if you are so confident that 2 kauwe bhi nahi mare is baar, then please invite us.
Yeah.
Whereas you are talking about international, jaanch kara lo, nishpaksh jaanch kara lo.
Yeah.
Let's call the international core of media.
Yeah.
Include me also in that.
Yeah.
Where is the problem?
Yeah.
You see, this dramatics, what they have been earlier also doing, every time doing. It's nothing new. Not only to their own awam, to me and to the world. We all know. Otherwise, by now, 107 countries would have chosen their side to be on their side.
Yeah.
Not 3 countries.
Yeah.
And maybe the 4th one, which is claiming Malaysia.
Yeah.
That yes, we are also with them. Yeah. Oh, fine, you are with them. So all 4 of you are terrorist states.
Yeah.
You are also sponsoring state terrorism, as far as I am concerned.
Yeah.
Let the world see it. Yeah. If not today, tomorrow, somebody will suffer from their country, and then they will realize.
Yeah.
The problem is that Jaishankar ji said very well, your terrorism is terrorism.
Yeah.
My terrorism becomes a freedom fight of somebody.
Yeah.
So even if it is that way, let me and my country decide. You didn't take us in confidence about Osama bin Laden. Why will we take you in confidence of what attack we are doing and how we are doing? We will not do that. We have probably at the highest of the level might have said, no, sir, we are not going to listen to anybody. We are going to do something. That something can be my way.
Absolutely.
मेरी लकीर मेरी है.
Absolutely.
मैं उसे खींचूंगा.
Yeah.
मुझे आज के बाद पूरी दुनिया की परवाह नहीं है. हम इज्जत करते हैं. लेकिन ये हमारी कमजोरी नहीं है.
Yeah. And viewers need to know the kind of preparations that are already in place and the arrangements that are in place in case we have to escalate in response to any Pakistani misadventure. So we have airports in Amritsar, in Srinagar, in Leh, in Jammu, and a couple of other places that have been shut. They are not available for civilian use. Also, the flights are, rerouted, and all those arrangements, even as, of course, an important meeting going on at the 7 LKM, which is, of course, the official residence of the Prime Minister, which also has his office. And we are getting these pictures live of the CCS having ended, and Union Home Minister Amit Shah seen leaving the place, which means the meeting has ended. Remember, the Home Ministry just a while back issued a notice and asked all the Central Armed Paramilitary Forces to cancel leaves of all personnel, which means the internal security front is being beefed up. The reserves are being strengthened just in case, it seems it is not happening as of now, but if it happens, we are there ready with at all levels of mobilization.
We are not even cancelling our mock drills for the public. You see, we know how immoral can be Pakistan. When it can attack an innocent tourist, then it will always target our civil areas also, maybe whatever we may claim. But they have this habit, characterlessness, that they can come. So if the last target available to them, because other targets are all generally VA, VPs, very important areas and points, are already protected. We will have air protection also, everything. But for the public, now the public also stood up to be ready by the mock drills.
I want to go to Colonel Shukla. Okay, let's play those targets and then we will discuss those specific targets with our team here of experts. Look at the targets that have been hit.
26 innocent lives lost. 2 weeks later, all of the 26 innocent lives avenged.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया।
Not only did Pakistan not see this coming, but its worst nightmares were brought to life in the wee hours of Wednesday as India launched the first tri-services operation against Pakistan since the 1971 war. The Indian Army, Air Force and the Navy launched a coordinated operation striking hard some of the most significant and long-standing terrorist training hubs deep inside Pakistani territories.
Good morning to everyone across the country. We've hit back. Ladies and gentlemen, the big breaking news story of the moment. If you can hear me tonight, can I be put on air? Thank you so much. Thank you, Aditi. All right, because I want to recap exactly what is happening as of tonight, as of this minute, 33 minutes past 2 a.m. on the 7th of May. History has been made. This is a very direct and straightforward attack by the Indian Army we are reporting tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan has been hit. Muzaffarabad has been hit. A total of 9 places in Pakistan have been hit.
The operation has dismantled 9 major targets of the Lashkar-e-Toiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. Bombs were also rained on Hizbul Mujahideen hideouts inside Pakistan. India's retaliation used precision strikes and long-range standoff weapons at 9 locations, flattening the logistical, operational and training infrastructure of terror groups. The 9 targets included 4 Jaish-e-Mohammed targets, Bhawalpur in Punjab, Tehra Kalan, Kotli and Muzaffarabad. The Jaish has claimed responsibility for major attacks in India, including the 2001 Parliament attacks and the cowardly 2019 Pulwama suicide bombing. In fact, Murid-K, the nerve center of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, was quivering with the impact of the explosion. In fact, Barnala and Muzaffarabad terror camps were also charred by missiles. Lashkar-e-Toiba orchestrated the 26/11 Mumbai terror strikes. The Hizbul Mujahideen has not been spared either, with Sialkot and Kotli camps completely hammered. The terrorist group has been active in multiple attacks across the Kashmir Valley. Each of the 9 sites selected for the operation had a history of association with major terror plots and infiltration attempts directed at India. India has hit back, and it has hit back harder than ever. The message is as clear as it can get: zero tolerance towards terrorism and its dirty state sponsors.
All right, we are also joined in by Lieutenant General Rajendra Singh, but before I go to him, Colonel Shukla, you were mentioning about we having this capacity earlier also, but this time we have come out really hard we have really escalated in terms of our hot pursuit also, from Uri to Balakot to now Operation Sindoor. This is really next level, and it would become very difficult for Pakistan to get into any misadventure without realizing that the next time could be even worse than this in terms of we inflicting costs on them.
Sure, and Pakistan should also understand what there lies in their arsenal. If we are going to strike, how they are going to protect themselves, and if they plan to strike us back, what they have got for us. See, in last 5 years, if we start from discussing from 2019 onwards, the amount of weapons which we have acquired, including the drones technology and the precise weapon technology, then satellite, we have got our own satellite system, then NVDs and other things, sophisticated technologies which we have absorbed. This is much way beyond what Pakistan could have. And today the battlefield transparency is so good that in the darkest of the night, we are able to pinpoint and strike our target from the land of our own without crossing any line of control. So much water has passed since last 5 years, and we are sitting on the home grown technologies, and we have absorbed the technology to such an extent that where we sit confidently today. And I can assure my citizens today that be confident of our army. We have got a very tremendous high-tech equipments where we will be able to take down the Pakistan sitting here without crossing the land.
लेकिन यार उन्होंने वो जो टेक्नोलॉजी हमने तो ले ली, उन्होंने क्यों नहीं ली? They have been also claiming.
They have been claiming, but that is totally evident when my 24 missiles went inside their territory. None of them was able to interrupt.
No, I think it's not just about the machine. It's about the men also.
That's what I'm saying. How you employ, how do you strategize, how do you create a deception? Everything matters.
And I think India has really sort of drawn a red line. Let me get in Lieutenant General Rajendra Singh on this. Very good noon to you, sir. And thanks for joining us in this broadcast. Your first comments after whatever India has told the world with that press conference, a statement at multiple levels in terms of making clear the targets, making clear the proof with the videos, making a statement of sorts with those two lady officers addressing press conference, given the fact that women were actually targeted by those cowardly terrorists. It's not the men who were killed. It's about the women who were widowed by those mountain rats there on that day of April 22. Your first comment, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to your channel. I think today is a great day. It is a great day for a number of reasons. Firstly, I think the way our armed forces and our political hierarchy has conducted these operations is fabulous, to say the least. They have been able to achieve a complete surprise. Pakistan had no idea whatsoever that India is going to strike today at about 1:30 or so. And secondly, the type of targets which were chosen, 5 in POK and 4 in rest of Pakistan, that is Punjab. I think they also are very carefully selected targets. Many of them house the leadership of the terrorists, particularly Bawalpur. I can say this was a place where Hafiz Saeed used to come more often than not, and also his family members were there. So I think it is a very, very good strike that we have been able to achieve. As far as its conduct of operations by Indian Air Force and also the Indian Army is concerned, we have always, whenever the opportunity came, the Indian Air Force, Indian Army, Indian Navy have always proved that we are second to none. As far as Pakistan is concerned, he is no patch in front of us.
Yeah, absolutely.
I had the pleasure of commanding 43 country troops as first commander of the UN. And I can say without any doubt whatsoever that our troops are the finest. They are the ones who have tremendous amount of josh, determination, and professionalism. And I think the same was evident today. But having said all this, let's not be complacent. I think Pakistan is going to strike back. And if it is strike back, we must strike them even harder, which I have no doubt that they will do. And Indian Army, Indian Air Force, and the Navy, we are fully ready to strike them back. Lastly, I would like to say one thing, that the way these operations have been conducted speaks volume of the professionalism of the current leadership of the Indian Army, Air Force, and the Navy.
Right, absolutely. And, we have shown it with pictures, what we did. General Singh, just stay with us. In fact, we have our reporters live on the ground from Jammu and Kashmir, both Erawat and Zeenat. And Harsha from the Jammu side in Poonch. Let me go to Zeenat first. Zeenat, we had, I believe, an emergency security review meeting in Srinagar or Jammu by the administration there. We had a statement from Omar Abdullah, and we have those massive ceasefire violations being carried out by Pakistan. How is the situation there on the ground in Srinagar as of now?
See, Umar has already chaired a meeting at the Civil Secretariat where he was where he addressed the DCs and the concerned district administration heads about the preparations on the ground and the kind of evacuation and the medical facilities will be provided by the Jammu and Kashmir administration. Meanwhile, we have been also seeing the DG J&K police has also been monitoring the operation from the PCR Srinagar, and the meeting is also being attended by the joint forces of Jammu and Kashmir police, army, and other personals. Meanwhile, as far as the situation along the line of control is concerned, my VJ Mubashir will show you the Abhishek. This is the area of the Uri along the line of control. This ridge connects you to Uri as well as the Kupwara. Even this connects you to the Gurez, Poonch and all. This is the entire ridge that connects line of control with the international border, where we have been seeing unprovoked ceasefire violations being reported, and this time the Pakistan army carried used heavy artillery, like the artillery and the mortar shells were used towards the Indian posts, and also the border belts, the border residents were affected in this. Many of the people have left the villages, and they have been now adjusted in the makeshift accommodations and the other accommodations, and the food material is being provided by the administration there. Meanwhile, as far as the toll of injury or the death is concerned, we are picking up from our sources that the death toll in Jammu and Kashmir due to unprovoked ceasefire carried by the Pakistan army has come down to now almost 10 people, and meanwhile some 41 people have received the injuries. Although the injuries are not that grave, and most of the people who have suffered the injuries are stable, but the emergency back-to-back meetings we are seeing on ground. Right, as far as the Uri market here from I am reporting, you can see the market is completely shut, and hardly the movement is there on the ground when we see that life is trying to limp back. But most of the installations and the institutes and other things have been shut by the administration, as the divisional administration has already ordered closure of 2 districts. One is Kupwara and Baramulla. Both the border belt districts have been asked by the divisional administration to remain closed for 2 days for the school kids and for other things.
Absolutely, and those are the measures which are being put in place across the country, in fact, as part of India's preparedness. Zeenat is reporting from the Uri town, but we have Erawat, in fact, closer to the line of control, where all the action is, the LC having become hot. Let's go to Erawat also. And Erawat, over to you. What's the situation there on the ground? Have the guns sort of got contained a bit after India's response?
Yes, absolutely, Abhishek. We have seen that the strike on the launching pads of the terrorists, particularly Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Toiba and the Hizbul Mujahideen. Then after we have seen, I'll request my Vijay to take you through this background, and you can see this is the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir area in the Uri sector, and you can see here in the visuals that there is the smoke which you can see. We have seen the strike in the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and other parts of the Pakistan. Then after we have seen that the Pakistani troopers, in the frustration, they have tried to target the civilian population of the Uri sector. particularly we have also seen in the Tangdar sector, but you can see there is the smoke of the mortar shelling that was done by the Pakistani troopers, but we have seen that our forces has given them the befitting reply to that firing. That after we have seen that the high alert is on across the line of control areas in the Jammu and Kashmir. Yes, Abhishek.
All right, thank you so much. And let's go to Harsha now from Poonch in the Jammu side. And Harsha, your situation on the ground from where you're reporting?
So Abhishek, right now I am in the Mendar block in the Poonch district. This is the same place from where yesterday India initiated its Operation Sindoor. The airstrike were launched from this very place. This place is very near to LC. I'd like to show you the visuals as well, how far I am from the LC. Not much far, just 20 meters. And if I'll give you the sense of the entire area, after the airstrike, the Pakistan also resorted to the mortar shelling from their post, which is behind these mountains. But as far as we know, there has been no collapse or destruction in the villages for now. Also at that particular time, many villagers shifted to the bunkers which they have constructed. There have been no casualties which has been reported so far. So right now the situation seems to be normal. But yes, 15 minutes back also we heard the mortar shelling from the side of the Pakistan. Also the response was continuously being given from this side of our post, which is right 20 meters from where I am reporting. This is the same place, Abhishek, where yesterday night also I was reporting. I'm camping here because when the mortar shelling began, the major affected areas and the major targeted area by Pakistan is mostly this region of the Mendar, the Manjakot area, Poonch district, the below in the Poonch district in the city area as well. We have seen how Pakistan wanted to destroy some of the important places like the DC office and the other important places, but nothing has been reported so far.
Right, Harsha. In fact, we have some more breaking news information coming in. Let's go to Shawan in the newsroom for that. Shawan, over to you.
Well, in fact, there is more details coming in with regards to the other Sarjal camp, where we are being told that they are making an assessment. Another top commander as far as Sarjal camp is concerned, where they've been able to neutralize. Now that's the other big important news coming in. I do not have the name as of now, Abhishek. I'm just waiting for an official confirmation to come in from our sources in the defense. Right now there is another assessment that is basically going on with the number of terrorists who are present in Sarjal, because there too, remember, you've had some of the key commanders who are present when the strike actually took place. So effectively what's happening, just in a nutshell, if you allow me, Abhishek, just to tell our viewers, what has happened is that they've had the last intelligence input that has come in. So one of the reasons why they have also calculated the timings of the attack and simultaneously carried out is because of the presence of these commanders at the various camps, and the last known based on the last known intelligence input that they have carried out the attack. Now, as of now, we have got the full details of Bahawalpur, and we have also got some more details coming in from Kotli. In both the cases, you've had about 10 terrorists who have been eliminated. As far as Sarjal is concerned, there too you have another top commander, but I'm not being able to put out the name right now because I'm waiting for a second confirmation to come in.
Okay, Shawan, thank you so much with those updates. Look at these minutiae now that are emerging from this strike that India has, or multiple strikes that India has carried out, Colonel Singh and Colonel Shukla. What do you sense? The kind of precision that's there. I mean, we are getting those pictures and we are verifying, and then we'll play. Specific buildings and specific parts of a certain geography that have been targeted. And the kind of, you saw in the pictures some of those bombs going down into those structures. The kind of pinpointing of targets that we have done. This is clearly a first of its kind insofar as India's military tactics go.
Abhishek, I'll request Shawan, don't get after the names. Naam mein kya rakha hai? The chap is dead. Very simple. We wanted him dead. Now coming to your point very specifically. When Shawan says 10 people's report has come, why? What you said, it is because of that. We were very selective. We were very pinpoint. Let the gentleman get the benefit and get away that he was staying in the next building or in the next room. But we bombed a particular place. If I wish, you can blow up that on the screen and it will draw a lot of clarity for the public to understand that what precision are we talking about? वो जो white वाले जो 4-5 बिल्डिंग में जो आपको दिखाया जाए, इधर भी देखिए ये वाला जो अभी आपका चल रहा है. Now this, the way
there's also another breaking news.
The buildings around it.
More information coming in. More information.
Abhishek, Aishwarya has just got us the details that the Prime Minister has now congratulated the team that was behind the strikes that were basically carried out. He's congratulated the forces in the cabinet meeting that has taken place. He's also told the Raksha Mantri to be with the forces as soon as possible. Raksha Mantri, there's a high possibility, could actually move to the border areas also. Now, that's the big breaking news now coming in. The Prime Minister has basically instructed the Raksha Mantri to move to the border areas. Now, when would that visit take place? That is not known. But in the cabinet, the Prime Minister, of course, was full praises for the kind of fantastic work that our forces have essentially done. And this, ladies and gentlemen, Abhishek and all our veterans who are there in the studio, this by far is one of the best intelligence gathering that we have essentially done. And that is the reason why, now that the report has basically come in of the number of terrorists who have been killed, and Colonel Shailendra, I completely agree, naam mein kya rakha hai, but at the same time, these are the same very terrorists. Now look at how it was.
Ranjan, that's from the ministers, not from PM.
Sorry, Abhishek, you were saying something.
All right, Shawan, basically we are getting this information based on what happened in the cabinet. Essentially, Prime Minister commending our forces for the tremendous success that they have achieved with this precision targeting of the entire terror infrastructure inside Pakistan, be it Jaish-e-Mohammed, be it Lashkar-e-Taiba, be it Hizbul Mujahideen, be it other associate organization, affiliate organizations, they have been targeted. And pictures keep coming in from Pakistan of the kind of damage that has been caused in terms of taking down of this infrastructure. Prime Minister, of course, commending the forces for coordinating and executing this fantastic Operation Sindoor. He has also asked Defense Minister Rajnath Singh to be with the forces, and obviously which means that he would have to travel and be with the forces at the border. Remember, this has been in fact one of the underpinnings of this government, to be seen with the forces and to strongly back them in times of war and peace. So while Defense Minister Rajnath Singh would travel to the border areas now, we have seen Prime Minister himself during occasions like Diwali among others, not spending time at his home, but being with the forces at the borders every year that he does. So there is a message there, just as there is a message here now with the Prime Minister asking Defense Minister Rajnath Singh to travel and be with the forces at the border. Let's look at some other details coming in, one of which is that the Union Home Minister has instructed all Central Armed Paramilitary Forces to be ready and to cancel all leaves of their personnel. Also, Colonel Shukla, you know, we are presenting a picture of being in control of the situation to a level. We are also showing that Pakistan is not the only thing India deals with. While we are dealing with Pakistan in the manner that we should, we are signing a India-UK trade deal that happened last evening. And then in the cabinet that has taken place, we have taken n number of decisions, including expanding the IIT's network, the Indian Institute of Technology, right up to Andaman, among other things. So essentially, a message that we are in control, that while we do rest of the things, we can take care of Pakistan also.
See, India has got stuck with this situation because of the misadvantage of the Pakistan. Otherwise, our ultimate long-term goal is to reach to the third largest economy in the world. So we have been rolling on those parts, and we have putting very hard work, and we cannot be derailed from our target. So if in the way there's some situation has come where we have to engage our forces and energy for some time, it's okay. But definitely this is not the target of us. This is not the distraction for us. It will pass by the time, and there are forces who will take care of it. Our main aim of the country is moving fast, country is growing, country is developing. So definitely we are moving towards the third largest economy in the world. Target has already been given to 2028-27, and hopefully we should be able to reach the same.
Absolutely. In fact, we are getting pictures from outside the Pakistan High Commission in New Delhi, and these are evocative because remember, a day after the Pahalgam terror attack, when we had our cameras, media teams there, outside the Pakistan High Commission, not day after the terror attack, but the day that India had decided to reduce the mission size and to cancel all Pakistani visas. There was someone carrying a cake inside the Pakistan High Commission, and now we have those pictures. Can we play those pictures coming in from outside the Pakistan High Commission, as I am told, in New Delhi? All right, we'll get those pictures up in a bit. Yes, just about 10 seconds, but Prime Minister there, commending the bravery of our soldiers and the brains of our security apparatus in the manner in which we executed Operation Sindoor. Payback time to Pakistan. This is not embassy, this is High Commission. Make it High Commission, Pakistan High Commission in New Delhi. And some enterprising citizens there carrying cakes, because the manner in which somebody in the Pakistan High Commission was carrying a cake the day after India decided to suspend the Indus Water Treaty and cancel all Pakistani visas and reduce the Pakistani High Commission staff. That was after the first Cabinet Committee on Security that took place on April 23. And so those pictures were for April 24. And now we have some enterprising Indian citizens reaching there in the Pakistan High Commission and with cakes in hands. We have Lieutenant General Singh still with us. Lieutenant General Singh, if you're there, how do we take this forward? How would we take this forward? Okay, we in fact have a reporter there outside the Pakistan High Commission. Komal is there. Komal, if you are getting me, आपको अगर मेरी आवाज आ रही है, ये बताएं कौन लोग हैं और वहां अभी क्या माहौल है पाकिस्तान हाई कमीशन के बाहर?
देखिए, बिल्कुल आतंकिस्तान को एक करारा जवाब मिल गया है। और उसके बाद अगर हम देश की बात करें तो देश में देखिए लोग जो है वो खुश है, कह रहे हैं कि बदला ले लिया गया है। लेकिन इस बीच देखिए पाकिस्तान हाई कमीशन के बाहर की तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं, केक लेकर के आप पहुंचे हैं और अब देखिए केक भी कटिंग करेंगे। साफ तौर पर इनका ये कहना है कि जब पहलगाम में आतंकी हमला हुआ था तो एक शख्स केक लेकर के जा रहा था और अब ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हुआ है, इसलिए आप केक काट रहे हैं।
देखिए, जब पहलगाम में हमला हुआ था तो कुछ लोगों ने यहाँ केक काटकर जश्न मनाया था और आज हम अपनी सेना को धन्यवाद करते हैं। हमारी सेना और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो देश का नाम रोशन किया है और उन लोगों को जवाब दिया है जो देश के अंदर रहकर देश विरोधी काम कर रहे थे। तो मैं अपनी सेना को, आज ये हमारी इंडियन आर्मी ने जो काम किया है, मैं सबसे पहले सेना का धन्यवाद करता हूँ। और ये इसी खुशी में हम केक काट रहे हैं और अब अपने लोगों को केक खिला रहे हैं। ये सब इंडियन आर्मी ने जो काम किया है उसके लिए, और सभी को जो भी लोग हैं हमारे केक खाएंगे।
हमने दिखाई थी सबसे पहले, देखिए रिपब्लिक भारत में ही वो तस्वीरें हमने दिखाई थी कि किस तरह से पहलगाम में हमला हुआ और उसके बाद देखिए एम्बेसी से एक शख्स बाहर निकलता है, पाकिस्तान का वो रहने वाला होता है और यहाँ पे पाक हाई कमीशन में चूंकि वो कार्यरत था, केक लेकर के बाहर जा रहा होता है। उस पिक्चर को देख करके देशवासियों में काफी ज्यादा गुस्सा देखने को मिला था और उसी कड़ी में देखिए अब चूंकि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हो गया है और आप केक लेकर के पहुंचे हुए, केक भी खिला रहे हैं, क्या कहना चाहेंगे इंडिया के इस जवाबी कार्रवाई पर? देखिए, अभी तो ये उनको छोटा सा जवाब है। पाकिस्तान ने हमेशा से हमारे ऊपर आतंकी हमले कराए हैं, लेकिन हमारी सेना ने, हमारे प्रशासन ने इसका जवाब दिया है। तो कोई झुकने वाला नहीं है। इंडिया का हर एक नागरिक भारत सरकार के साथ और सेना के साथ और हमारे प्रशासन के साथ खड़ा है। पाकिस्तान कमजोर ना समझे। और मैं मोदी जी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं कि उन्होंने ये काम किया और भगवान उनको लंबी आयु दे, हमारी आयु भी उनको लगाए। और ये उन लोगों के लिए जो हमारी बहनों का सिंदूर उजाड़ दिया गया था, ये आज उनको ऑपरेशन सिंदूर करके उनको जवाब दिया गया है। और इसी तरह से हम ये चाहेंगे कि जो भी बचे कुचे आतंकवादी हैं, इन सभी के खिलाफ कार्रवाई करके एक बार सारा ही साफ कर देना चाहिए कि दोबारा हमारी बहन बेटियों का सिंदूर नाम पूछकर, जाति पूछकर किसी की हत्या करना, ये बहुत ही शर्मनाक और नाम पूछ करके, जाति पूछ करके कलमा पढ़ने को भी बोला जाता है। और ऐसे में देखिए आप भी यहाँ पे पहुंचे हुए हैं, जी, इंडियन आर्मी का ये लेकर के जिंदाबाद। बिल्कुल, क्या कहेंगे इस कार्रवाई पर?
मैं तो ये कहूँगा जो कुछ हुआ है ये बहुत अच्छा हुआ है और हमारी सरकार जो कर रही है बहुत अच्छा कर रही है और ऐसी करती रहेगी तो बहुत अच्छा रहेगा, हम सबके लिए अच्छा, हमारे पूरे देश के लिए अच्छा रहेगा। ये
हम लेके आए हैं इंडियन आर्मी।
Well, Abhishek.
Go ahead, Shawan. Go ahead. You have a breaking news development coming in.
Abhishek, I've just got some more details, and this is as far as the operation at Sialkot is concerned. In fact, in Sialkot, they have been able to destroy 2 launch pads. Interestingly, the backstory of how they were able to pin down at least 2 of them, because when Chuck Amru's name actually came up, there was a bit of a surprise because Chuck Amru's name so far hasn't been widely spoken about. But it turns out that during the interrogation of a few OGWs and the GPS coordinates of gunned down terrorists, based on which the security agencies were able to identify at least 2 launch pads in Sialkot. And that's how they were able to carry on with a reconnaissance, and the NTRO thereafter basically looked at the movement of the terrorists at the Sialkot launch pad. And Sialkot launch pad, it turns out, was one of the main areas from where the infiltration bids have actually taken place. Remember, there was an attempt that was made to create absolute havoc in the Punj area, particularly with the infiltration route being very, very active. It turns out that questions were basically raised right now about how they were able to identify these GPS coordinates and thereafter carry out this precision attack at Sialkot. So that's the backstory that I'm getting to you right now as far as the Sialkot is concerned. Can I also just quickly go to Colonel Shailendra also? Colonel Shailendra, if you can hear me.
Oh, yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Colonel Shailendra, I just had a word with a source of mine in the agency, and they've just given me a brief because right now we're not being able to get, a full details of it. A snippet that I was just told about Sialkot, and Chuck Amru is when I asked them the question about Chuck Amru. They said that, look here, this is how we got. It was based after the interrogation of certain OGWs and some of the terrorists who were basically gunned down, and the GPS coordinates from where, that they actually got, and that's how they realized that Chuck Amru, that was the second launch pad in Sialkot.
Shawan, I'll correct you. I think we decided it once. There is nothing called as OGW. They are OGW terrorists. There is only one word for them. They need to be treated like a terrorist. But before I answer your question, I would like that cake issue which Abhishek brought out. Well, let me tell you, when the cake was brought by the Pakistani for his embassy, that's the time we had said, you can have the cake, but you can't eat it. Today, what we have shown outside the High Commission, we will have the cake, we will cut it, and we will have it also. We have proved it. That's the difference between Pakistan and us. When they make a claim, it is only a claim. We don't make a claim, but what we do gets proved as a claim. There is a lot of difference between what they are doing and what we are doing. But at the same time, the way these strikes have taken place, I'm still surprised that how could we still restrain ourselves that we will selectively only go for those targets where the terrorists are there. There's a lot of work done. There's a lot. Otherwise, it should have been that particular village should have vanished where they were. As per my philosophy, there's nothing called as humanitarian grounds when it comes down to anybody who's harboring terrorism. He needs to be treated like that. Kashmir should get up and start treating OGWs as terrorists. There is no third word. Let the police, CRPF, everybody get onto this system. And it is exactly the same. जब आपने पत्थरबाजों को पकड़ना शुरू किया, that it will be treated as a crime and terrorism, you can see what is the result. डंडा चलाना पड़ता है. आपको एक बार जरूर चलाना पड़ता है. That is how Pakistan understand. That is how OGW understand. And that is the language of the terrorists which they understand. I am very clear about this.
Colonel Shailendra, thank you very much. But there's also some more breaking news now coming in. The Prime Minister would be briefing the President with regards to the Operation Sindoor. In fact, this is going to happen in a short while from now. Earlier in the day, you've had the Prime Minister in the Cabinet meeting congratulating all the cabinet members as well as the forces, particularly the team that carried out the precision strikes. We are also given to understand that the Raksha Mantri has now been told by the Prime Minister to actually spend time with the very team that carried out the precision strike. So for all our viewers who are tuning in right now, this is undoubtedly a historic moment where India has been not only been able to avenge the killings in Pahalgam, but several of the terrorist attacks that have taken place in Jammu and Kashmir and Pakistan has now been shown the mirror. General Rajendra Singh is also joining us on this broadcast. General Rajendra Singh, a big day for us. There are more details now emerging. The kind of success that we are witnessing right now. Several terrorists gunned down, several terrorists eliminated in the precision strikes that have been carried out. And most of them are now linked to the attacks that have taken place in the last 1 year.
Yes, I think one of the most creditable thing which has happened is that the type of intelligence that we were able to gather from various intelligence agencies like RAW and NTRO and various other agencies, military intelligence, etc. I think it has been phenomenal for such a strike to be carried out. It couldn't have been possible unless our intelligence agencies were able to pinpoint the exact places where these people are staying. And the very fact that we have been able to inflict about 90 to 100 killed in these operations, I think speaks by itself the type of intelligence that we have been able to get. And like I mentioned earlier, as far as our armed forces are concerned, they are second to none. Pakistan is no patch. I have seen them in 1971. I was a second lieutenant at that time. And they are no patch to Indian Army or Indian Air Force or Navy. I think that particular realization, if it was not there, it would have come by now. About 12 hours have already passed. There has been no strike back from Pakistan. I'm sure they are going to strike back, because otherwise it will be very difficult for them to justify to their masses as to how they were saying that they are going to inflict the heaviest of damage to the Indian Army or Indian Air Force. And if they do not strike back, it will be very difficult for them to stay. But if they strike back, our plans are already ready. These plans, I am sure our chiefs and our military operations and air operations would have it already firmed up, people briefed, and the aircrafts / drones / the troops required to carry out any countermeasures would have been made ready already. And I think the way we have responded up till now is creditable. Along the LC, we have responded by responding to their artillery barrages with our own heavy volume of artillery onto their posts. I think the same thing is going to be carried out in case they further escalate the situation in LC. What kind of response will Pakistan make? It is difficult to say, but they have a number of options. I think the kind of strikes that we have made, in which we did not target any military installations of Pakistan, it will be difficult for them to justify in case they target any military installations of India. But what could be the other targets? Only the time will tell.
We're getting in some more breaking news right now with regards to the 2 launch pads that were targeted at Sialkot. It turns out that the agencies were able to get the new coordinates as far as Chak Amru is concerned from the terrorists who were gunned down in Jammu and Kashmir, and they were basically carrying certain coordinates with them. And the second is OGWs who were questioned by the security agencies. From there, they actually figured out that these are the launch pads from where about 50 to about 70 terrorists were present at the launch pad itself. And that is how they were able to narrow down on the Sialkot terror launch pad. And the precision strike was thereafter carried out. That's the other breaking news now coming in, Rhythm. That's the latest that we have now picked up, apart from the attacks that have been, the precision strikes that have been carried out at the other locations.
That's massive. That's news that's coming in from Shavan. And Shavan, this is extremely crucial to understand how we've decimated the terror camps that had been launched by these terrorists. And now you're giving us details of the Sialkot launch pad. GPS coordinates were retrieved from the terrorists and they were gunned down in Jammu and Kashmir. I also want to go across to Anurag Shukla, who's joining me in our studios. Anurag Shukla, look at the precision with which the Indian Army and the forces have carried out this details. And I want to first go across to the breaking news that's coming in. Prime Minister Modi is going to be briefing President Murmu on Operation Sindoor. That's the big breaking news that's coming in. The Prime Minister has left for the Rashtrapati, is to leave for the Rashtrapati Bhavan. And we're also giving out details that the Colonel Anurag Shukla is also in the studio with us. Colonel Anurag Shukla, this is massive. 2 bits of information that's coming in. First, the way Colonel Anurag Shukla, the Sialkot launch pad GPS coordinates were retrieved from the terrorists, and the way this decimation of the 9 terror camps took place in 25 minutes by our forces.
Surely this is the tremendous example of the air superiority and the weapon superiority which India holds over the Pakistan. If you see last 15 days, we have shown, we had made clear our intention to strike on deep inside the Pakistan, and despite all the warnings, Pakistan was fully prepared with his AD defenses, air defenses were fully ready. Despite of this fact, we were able to strike 24 missiles deep inside the Pakistan and hitting exactly pinpointing to the target which we have been identified. So this shows that our will and our political will as well as our military might to strike these terrorists on their homeland itself.
Okay, there is more breaking news that's coming in. I just want to hold on to that. There's going to be an all-party meeting that's been called tomorrow. This is the big breaking news that's coming in. After the successful Operation Sindoor that has been launched by the government, we're now being told an all-party meeting has been called tomorrow. The big news that's coming in, the Prime Minister has praised all our forces. There was a meeting that took place. The Prime Minister has now left to brief the President of India, and now the government calls for an all-party meeting tomorrow. There's going to be a meeting that will be given a full briefing of the success of Operation Sindoor. I want to once again go across to our guests who continue to be with us here. The all-party meeting, extremely crucial, that's going to be called tomorrow. Lieutenant General Rajendra Singh also continues to be with us. Lieutenant General Rajendra Singh, this is the way decimation takes place. The way the Foreign Secretary came out today, gave details of the Operation Sindoor and the way it was launched by the Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of the Pahalgam terror attack and to Indians all across. This is also a clear indication over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure, and today we showed them how we decimated terror camp by terror camp.
No, you are very right. You're very right. You see, it is not only the performance of the Indian Armed Forces which has been creditable. I think our foreign policy has also done a lot of good to the Indian interests. We have been able to successfully steer the international opinion against Pakistan, despite the fact that Pakistan was the non-permanent member of the Security Council presently, and they had asked for.
Absolutely. I also want to go across to Colonel Anurag Shukla, and this is very clear. This is the big breaking news that's coming in, Colonel Shukla. There's going to be an all-party meeting. The Prime Minister first congratulated the Indian forces and the cabinet. The all-party meeting has been called tomorrow. There's going to be a great details about also what is going to be expected. We've clearly told Pakistan this was a calibrated precision strike that took place. It's not, there was great locations were selected to avoid any damage to the civilian installations and loss of civilian lives. There should not be a retaliation, but knowing Pakistan, today India has struck hard. We have to be very prepared, and we are very prepared for any retaliation from their side.
We are fully prepared for any retaliation they might be thinking of. We are very strong army, and we will repel them, or not only repel them, we will strike them hard. And they know this thing very well, and that is the reason you see there are contradictory statements coming from different ministers and other state players from the Pakistan. So second thing, coming to the operation, that there's a phase one. The phase one of the operation has been completed. Now everybody is in a good feet. Now the political class will sit together. All party meeting is taking place. The Prime Minister is reporting, briefing the matter to the President. So phase one can be taken as a completed. Now, if phase two has to be activated, that will depend upon the further goals, which will be defined by the CCS. At the same time, depending upon the reaction from the Pakistan side.
And this is also massive because we've also been told that when this strike took place, Colonel Shukla and Lieutenant General Rajendra Singh, the one thing that has been noticed is there were 9 camps, they were located. This is also the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the LET that have been targeted. What's also clear is in the Pakistani Punjab, how clear it was to the Prime Minister of Pakistan's own base. It's clear that this is also the ground that had been chosen, and this is something that's going to be also decided in this all-party meeting as the Prime Minister chairs the cabinet meeting. That's the breaking news coming in, and I'm going to first speak over that. Happening right now, Prime Minister Modi chairs the cabinet meeting, briefs the cabinet leaders about the success of Operation Sindoor. Prime Minister Modi after this is going to be meeting the President of India. The cabinet has lauded Prime Minister Modi's leadership as India hits back at Pakistan. Prime Minister Modi now going to be meeting President Murmu. Those visuals coming in of Prime Minister Modi chairing the cabinet meeting. Home Minister and others already present there. Prime Minister Modi also told the ministers it was a perfect strike. Top government sources tell us cabinet ministers lauded Prime Minister for the exemplary leadership. And I think that's the only thing we can call this, Colonel Anurag Shukla, because look at the kind of precision with which we've targeted the nerve center for training of suicide bombers of the LET, the facilitators and the key training ground of Hizbul Mujahideen, the place where Ajmul Kasab, the Mumbai terror attack terrorist captured alive, Markaz Taiba Muridke that was captured, and Bhavalpur, the headquarters of the JEM, where they indoctrinated JEM terrorists. The way with which we've struck in 25 minutes 9 terror camps with precision capability, using niche technology, selection of warheads, the targets have been neutralized with clinical efficiency, Colonel Shukla. This clearly shows the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces and the intent of the Prime Minister.
Sure, this should have been done much years earlier, but now the political will has come. Now the direction has come clearly to the armed forces. Our ability has been purely demonstrated, as you have seen the precise strikes which we have done, and we have pinpointed the building and destroyed. There is no left and right damages has been done. So you can say a political will could have created much earlier when the parliament attack was done or the other Mumbai attack was taken place. That time we should have struck them hard. So we should have eliminated these criminals who have been nurtured by the Pakistani on their own soil in the middle of the population. So we should have done it much earlier, but nevertheless, anything which is done now is also welcome, and we hope that Pakistani understand this and never repeat the same in future.
And look at the way the meeting's also taking place, Colonel Anurag Shukla, and we stay with those visuals where Prime Minister Modi had, after the cabinet huddle, also met the Home Minister and Defence Minister. This was a crucial meeting that took place. This meeting after the cabinet huddle, the pictures on the screen where Prime Minister Modi chairs a crucial cabinet meeting. Prime Minister Modi is also going to be going to Rashtrapati Bhavan to brief the President on Operation Sindoor. And it's also not just retaliation. This was the clear answer that was given by the Prime Minister when he coined the words Operation Sindoor. The JEM chief Masood Azhar says 10 members of his family have also been killed in India's strike on his headquarters. But we stay with the Prime Minister, briefing his cabinet right now first in the meeting. An extremely proud moment for all of us, and that's exactly the message Lieutenant General Rajendra saying that Prime Minister Modi is giving out to his cabinet. This is a moment where India strikes back. This is a moment of pride for India. Prime Minister Modi congratulates the armed forces for Operation Sindoor, and this is also a place where the cabinet has lauded, praised, we can see the visuals on the screen, praised Prime Minister Modi. There is a clear smile, there's a clear praising of the Prime Minister Modi, the precision strikes that have jolted Pakistan, and how Lieutenant General Rajendra Singh, the Prime Minister, is now briefing the cabinet.
Yes, you are right. Actually, the leadership of our Prime Minister Modi needs to be lauded. It needs to be lauded not only for ensuring that he takes sharp and quick decisions, it also needs to be lauded that he takes the correct decisions which are going to deter anybody from trying and trifling with us. And I think it is a moment that all of us need to applaud the efforts of the current leadership led by Prime Minister Modi. I would also like to say that in all operations, our country has come together as one. And I am very happy to note that during these operations also, each and every one of our citizens, whether he is from one party or the other, I think they are behind the Prime Minister in lauding these actions that he has taken and in complimenting the armed forces of our country.
I think it's also the video proof that we are putting out there, Colonel Anurag Shukla, that has stunned Pakistan. This is the video proof where the Prime Minister is now also calling the all-party meeting, but this video proof is something that Pakistan did not expect. They expected a dossier. They expected that, like earlier, like the Pulwama, they would say that, oh, there's no proof, a dossier has been given. But as I'm going to go across and give you the latest information coming in, where the Prime Minister is going to be holding a meeting with President Murmu, Colonel Shukla, I want to ask you, the videos that have been released where the 9 terror camps have been decimated that I was talking about, and before I come across to you, I just want to give out names of these. This is the Savai Nala camp in Muzaffarabad. 30 kilometers from the LOC, a key LET training facility. The Saidna Belal camp in Muzaffarabad, a camp of Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorist organization, where they were trained in weapons, explosives. The Gulpur camp in Kotli, located 30 kilometers, it was where the LET terrorists were also trained, and where Zakir Rahman Lakhvi also used to give indoctrination. So, Colonel Shukla, this is very detailed knowing and precision that has also come. I have to say, not only our forces, but also our intelligence agencies have been able to target and pick out the exact terror places where the terrorists actually reside.
Definitely, and these things we have been doing for quite a long time. If you see, we have given the proof in earlier terror attack to the Pakistan as well as United Nations, to all the big countries whom we have been asking for support, but nothing happened. So today the strike which we have done, it has given us a not only proof, but this strike has given itself a very bold statement to the world. Now world wants to know why and where the strike has taken place, and when world wants to know, they themselves come to know exactly what activities were going on in these locations. So our purpose is twice. Once we are able to neutralize our enemies, at the same time we have been able to make the very bold statement to the world in the global arena, where people all across the world come to know exact activities taking place at that particular locations.
Okay, I also want to tell our viewers that we're just going to show right now Colonel Shukla and Lieutenant General Rajendra Singh, who continue to be with us. In the wee hours today, India avenged what it promised. The death of the 26 innocent civilians in what became the worst terror attack in Kashmir in the last 2 decades. And India executed Operation Sindoor. This was a coordinated attack of the Tri-Services military operations that struck and devastated 9 major terrorist targets that was deep inside Pakistan territories that also included Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. This is Pakistan's terror-linked stand exposed and the retaliation that India gave that brings to life Pakistan's worst nightmare.
A little after midnight on the 7th of May, 9 targets struck inside Pakistan. Nobody saw it coming. Not even those in this video. The strikes so precise that men who shot these videos have confirmed the targets.
ये नुकसान ये 9 नंबर ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है
5 targets in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, 4 targets deep inside Pakistan territory. Terror camps struck with multiple hits on some targets. These visuals captured in the dark of the night describe what unfolded deep into the territories of POK. Precision strikes that turned the skies red.
देखना वाम कैसे आ रही है वहाँ से अभी वीडियो कैच होगी नहीं होगी
Multiple loud explosions and a complete blackout. The enemy was not ready for this. Indian fighter jets hovered over the valley. 14 days after the Pahalgam killings, India has hit Islamabad hard. And as the world wakes up to Operation Sindoor, it's only the beginning of the end for the terror ecosystem of Pakistan.
This is India's fury. This is India's retaliation. This is also 9 targets where India has shown no mercy to a rattled Pakistan. As India has shown and unleashed its anger, terror hubs have been obliterated. We're going to show you how swift, how silently, and how surgically with precision India carried out these attacks.
Swift, silent, surgical. The Indian Armed Forces launched Operation Sindoor, obliterating terror infrastructure deep inside Pakistan and POK. 14 days and 9 targets later, the terror towers of Pakistan have toppled. Headquarters of Jaish and LET were also reduced to rubble. The escalation followed days of mounting anticipation after the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack, which left 26 innocent civilians dead. In an official statement, the Ministry of Defense confirmed that 9 terror sites were struck with precision and no Pakistani military installations were targeted. Pakistan Army spokesperson Lieutenant General Ahmad Sharif Chaudhry said that Indian missiles struck Kotli and Muzaffarabad in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and Bahawalpur in Punjab province. Meanwhile, following the strike, a rattled Pakistan threatened India. Echoing a hollow threat, Shehbaz Sharif, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, said that Pak will react forcefully. Reacting to the developments, US President Donald Trump said that the US was aware that something was about to happen
and hoped that the situation would de-escalate quickly.
No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
According to the reports, India has reached out to various countries across the globe, including US, Russia and the UK, to brief them about the military strike. With India tightening its ironclad fist around Pakistan's neck, Operation Sindoor echoes the message of Prime Minister Modi from the grounds of Bihar.
India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backer. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished.
And the message is clear. India will always strike back.
9 terror camps have been obliterated and decimated in Pakistan. This includes the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Toiba and the Hizbul Mujahideen. This also includes those places where indoctrination took place of those attacks that happened in India, whether it's the 26/11 attack or now the Pahalgam terror attack. Pakistan is rattled, Pakistan is spooked, because this was right at the nerve center of these terrorist camps and the very center where India has obliterated these camps.
26 innocent lives lost. 2 weeks later, all of the 26 innocent lives avenged.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया।
Not only did Pakistan not see this coming, but its worst nightmares were brought to life in the wee hours of Wednesday as India launched the first tri-services operation against Pakistan since the 1971 war. The Indian Army, Air Force and the Navy launched a coordinated operation striking hard some of the most significant and long-standing terrorist training hubs deep inside Pakistani territories.
We've hit back. Ladies and gentlemen, the big breaking news story of the moment. If you can hear me, all right, because I want to recap exactly what is happening. As of this minute, 33 minutes past 2, history has been made. This is a very direct and straightforward attack by the Indian Army. We are reporting Pakistan has been hit. Muzaffarabad has been hit. A total of 9 places in Pakistan have been hit.
The operation has dismantled 9 major targets of the Lashkar-e-Toiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. Bombs were also rained on Hizbul Mujahideen hideouts inside Pakistan. India's retaliation used precision strikes and long-range standoff weapons at 9 locations, flattening the logistical, operational and training infrastructure of terror groups. The 9 targets included 4 Jaish-e-Mohammed targets: Bahawalpur in Punjab, Tehra Kalan, Kotli and Muzaffarabad. The Jaish has claimed responsibility for major attacks in India, including the 2001 Parliament attacks and the 2019 Pulwama suicide bombing. In fact, Muridke, the nerve center of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, was quivering with the impact of the explosion. In fact, Barnala and Muzaffarabad terror camps were also charred by missiles. Lashkar-e-Toiba orchestrated the 26/11 Mumbai terror strikes. The Hizbul Mujahideen has not been spared either, with Sialkot and Kotli camps completely hammered. The terrorist group has been active in multiple attacks across the Kashmir Valley. Each of the 9 sites selected for the operation had a history of association with major terror plots and infiltration attempts directed at India. India has hit back, and it has hit back harder than ever. The message is as clear as it can get: zero tolerance towards terrorism and its dirty state sponsors.
And we're going to tell you how, while the world slept, Indian Army and the Air Force in a coordinated operation had striked at a precision back at Pakistan. We're also going to tell you when this strike happened, how we're going to tell you some breaking news that's coming in. And this is about all right, there's breaking news coming in. Home Minister Amit Shah has now held a meeting with the chief ministers of 10 states that has been called. All the border states chief ministers have been called. The meeting is going to be held shortly. Apart from the chief ministers, the breaking news that's coming in, the Director General of Police, chief secretaries of all these states are also going to be connected to the video conference. The 10 states are, and I'm going to go across to the breaking news once again. The meeting with chief ministers of 10 states has been called by the Home Minister. This includes the DGP and the chief secretaries of all the states that will be connected. This includes Jammu and Kashmir states, the LG of Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab, Rajasthan, Gujarat, Uttarakhand, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Sikkim, West Bengal, and the LG of Ladakh. This is the big breaking news coming in. Amit Shah has now called for a meeting. The Home Minister has now called for a meeting with all the border state chief ministers. 10 states, east and western borders, both have been called for this meeting. And in this meeting, apart from the chief ministers of the 10 states, the DGPs and the chief secretaries of all these states is going to be connected to the video conference. India is going to be prepared for any sort of eventuality or retaliation if planned by Pakistan. As India strikes hard, as Operation Sindoor takes place, India is not now going to back down. India has already avenged. India has struck. As Pakistan is rattled, India is now avenged and struck inside Pakistan terror camps. Amit Shah, the Home Minister, now calls for a meeting with the border state chief ministers, 10 border state chief ministers, and also the DGPs and the Home Secretaries and the chief secretaries of these states will be connected via the video conference. I also want to tell you more breaking news that's coming in, but before I go across to that, I'm going to stay with this news and I'm going to tell more details of this news that's coming right now, where we're also being told that the Defense Minister Rajnath Singh is also likely to visit the border areas. We're going to also break that news, but first I'm going to stay with this news that has just come in. Amit Shah, the Home Minister, meets with the chief ministers of the 10 border states. Viewers, this is the Home Minister calling for a meeting with all the border state chief ministers. 10 states, east and western borders, both have been called for this crucial meeting. And in this meeting, also via video camera, we're going to be seeing present are going to be the minister. The Union Home Minister calls for the meeting with all the chief ministers, DGPs and chief secretaries at 2 p.m. today. All right, let's go across to the next breaking news that's coming in as we are speaking. We're now being told Prime Minister Modi briefs the President Murmu on Operation Sindoor. The Prime Minister has reached Rashtrapati Bhavan. The Prime Minister briefs President Murmu on this. The Prime Minister has reached Rashtrapati Bhavan to brief. This is after the cabinet went into a huddle on the precision strikes and this Operation Sindoor successfully, where Pakistan has been beaten. These are shots coming in of Prime Minister Modi's cavalcade that has now reached the Rashtrapati Bhavan to brief the President of India, President Murmu. Happening right now, there have been high-level meetings that have taken place since morning, and now Prime Minister Modi at Rashtrapati Bhavan to brief President Murmu on Operation Sindoor. This happens after the cabinet meeting. The Prime Minister heads to meet President Murmu. Simultaneously at 2 p.m. we're being told the Union Home Minister is going to be having a meeting with the chief ministers of all the 10 states. Prime Minister Modi is going to brief President of India, President Murmu, on Operation Sindoor. And this is the beauty of a democracy, where there's a cabinet meeting that is held. The Prime Minister briefs the cabinet on how the Operation Sindoor was launched and how successfully it was done. The Operation Sindoor was lauded by the cabinet. The Prime Minister now, after a very successful Operation Sindoor, is at the Rashtrapati Bhavan to give a briefing to the President of India. We've got those live shots of the cavalcade of the Prime Minister, who's going to be reaching the Rashtrapati Bhavan any moment now, coming in, where Prime Minister Modi is going to brief President Murmu on Operation Sindoor. And remember, after the cabinet meeting, Prime Minister Modi meets President Murmu as India strikes back. Home Minister also convenes a high-level meeting. Prime Minister Modi reaches Rashtrapati Bhavan to meet President Murmu. And this is the big breaking news that's coming in as the Prime Minister is going to brief President Murmu on Operation Sindoor. At 2 p.m. we're going to see Amit Shah, the Home Minister, going to be having a meeting with the crucial 10 border states' chief ministers. We're also being told that the Raksha Mantri is also going to be in important and crucial meetings today that are going to be held. And the big breaking news that's coming in, we're going to say an all-party meeting is also going to be called tomorrow. But happening right now, we stay with those live visuals where Prime Minister Modi has gone and is meeting the President to give details of Operation Sindoor that had been launched. And this is extremely crucial to understand the significance of this, because there are several people over, and I also want to remember there are also people, viewers, the wife of Shubham Dwivedi, who lost his life in the Pahalgam attack, and how she says she wants to thank the Prime Minister for taking revenge for her husband's death. There were visuals earlier of the cabinet meeting where the Prime Minister gave details of Operation Sindoor. It was chaired by Prime Minister Modi, and the Indian Prime Minister had lauds the Indian military for targeting Pakistani terrorists inside Pakistan. He's also been lauded for the successful Operation Sindoor that has been carried on. The Home Minister also calls for other meetings, but these visuals that we stay with show how the Prime Minister is going to brief the President of India on this operation. And viewers, I want to give out more details of this operation, where these areas that have been hit right now, India avenged what the Prime Minister had promised. He said, we're going to go inside Pakistan, we're going to be hitting out at those terror spots, we're going to go to the ends of the earth, the Prime Minister had said, to mark out those terrorists, and that's exactly what India has done. We have avenged in the wee hours today what the Prime Minister promised. India executed Operation Sindoor. This is the coordinated tri-services military operation. We attacked and devastated 9 major terrorist targets deep inside the Pakistan territories, which includes the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. We're showing you on the screen the terrorist camp that has been destroyed, Mehnoona Joya in Pakistan that has been destroyed. While Pakistan's terror links now stand exposed, this Indian retaliation brings to life Pakistan's worst nightmare. To brief the President, Prime Minister Modi's cavalcade has reached the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and Pakistan did not see their worst nightmare coming on the wee hours of Wednesday morning, viewers, as India launched the first tri-services operation against Pakistan since the 1971 war. While the world was asleep, the Indian Army and the Air Force in a coordinated operation struck back at Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. We destroyed 9 terror dens 14 days after the dastardly Pahalgam attack. India sent a clear message through Operation Sindoor. We have zero tolerance against terror. Meanwhile, several global leaders backed India and also the zero tolerance policy towards terror.
In a bold and decisive move, swift, surgical and unforgiving. 14 days after the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack, India avenged what it promised. India launched Operation Sindoor and destroyed 9 terror sites in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and Pakistan. The operation, executed in the early hours of 7th of May, sends a clear and uncompromising message. India will no longer tolerate provocation. While the world stood with India against the fight of terror, we saw world leaders backing India and condemning the terror attack. As India strikes Pakistan, the world is watching and reacting. As New Delhi's fiery strike deep inside Pakistan reverberates across global capitals. US President Donald Trump said that US knew India would retaliate and that he hopes that this ends quickly.
No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
Meanwhile, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that the US is monitoring the situation between India and Pakistan and encourages the two nations to open lines of communication. Reacting to India conducting precision strikes, Israel envoy to India showed solidarity, saying that Israel supports India's right to self-defense. The operation targeted 9 locations, including Jaish's base in Bahawalpur and Lashkar's hub in Mudrike. Operation Sindoor, as the Indian Army stated, is India's answer to Pakistan. Justice is served.
And I'm also joined in the studios now by Major General K.K. Sinha, who's joining us here. Major General K.K. Sinha, we wake up to the fantastic news where India strikes hard and India strikes back at Pakistan after the dastardly attack. This is a clear signal to them, Major General K.K. Sinha. We've been lauding our tri-services, we've been lauding and the Prime Minister, but also our intelligence. The way the 9 targets have been carefully chosen with precision and targeted shows the capabilities of Indian intelligence.
Good afternoon and Jai Hind, Rhythm. See, what India has today showcased to the complete world, what integrated, well scenarized, well thought of, the strategic target which we, and the way we actually attributed there and carry out the retribution to our desired effect in these areas. See, very important to understand exactly what we have done it. India, I take it from 22nd when these, they carried out a very heinous crime when 26 of, our people lost their life. And there was a divide. Before that, on 14th of April, it is very important to link up that. The Chief of Army Staff of Pakistan, Asim Munir, he actually he brought it out loud and clear, in a global forum, saying that, that two-nation theory he talked about. He talked about jugular vein. Jugular vein, is the next vein, very important about the Kashmir. And then he talked about two-nation theory and that Hindu-Muslim divide. He brought it out, that Muslim and Hindu, we are two different. That we have seen in 22nd when they carried out this heinous crime with 26. You link it up, everything 14th and 22 same. 24th onwards, we in India, because before that Prime Minister addressed from Bihar in both for the own countrymen or also for the global in English, saying that India is going to carry out the missions or he has taken the niche nischay that we will carry out, and we will carry out, pinpointed, absolutely pick out from the immense graves if these perpetuators who are funding, who are the masters behind this, and India is not going to leave. And what you have seen from last night onwards, you must be awake, I am awake, but the India has seen, the Operation Sindoor, which is very important. That, our sisters, our daughters who lost their, loved ones in this, and they have actually, the Sindoor is very important and very, very precious thing for our Hindus, ladies. That is the Operation Sindoor, which the Prime Minister has chosen the name, and the way we have attributed. Now come down to actual, how it has been done. If you say in the POK, Muzaffarabad, which is the actual symbol of the complete terrorist launch areas. The launch area, launch pad, and the launch point, which is there in that area, about 30 kilometers, which is the depth. There are 2 targets from there, Kotli coming. There are Fidayan training camps of 15. Absolutely the 2 targets, that is the launch area we have to hit. We have come down where the Sakadagal Bulge, when you take the Jammu, that's a Kathua Samba area. In that area, the 2 targets, basically into the area of Sialkot. Muredke is the headquarter of Laskar-e-Toiba, 2 targets, and Bhabalpur, which is the headquarter and the training area and the complete base of your Jaise Muhammad. That has been selected. The stretch is more than 1,000 kilometers when you see from Muzaffarabad right up to the Bhabalpur, and deep inside 100 kilometers. Hitting precisely, starting the operation at 13:05 and getting over by 13:25. No armed forces of the world. Where is the synergy? There are drones which has come, naval drones. Army, Navy, Air Force in precision like this, and picking up the targets and getting the kill the way we want. Absolutely. You will take the case of Murudke. Complete family members of has been eliminated there. So that is what we have achieved. And then there is a briefing which came out from the Foreign Secretary, followed by our 2 brave ladies, one from the Army and one from the Air Force. They have explained to the countrymen what we have done it in a very, very precise and brief way. And also the line is important to understand. One line, I'll just take 15-second more. That it is a non-escalatory strike, and we don't want to escalate. We have done it.
Yes.
But if you do miss adventure, we are going to, that retaliate such a big way. It has got a long term. Right. Any actions of Pakistan hereafter on terrorism, the retaliation going to be immediate. Maybe, in time.
And Major General K.K. Sinha, like you've rightly explained and beautifully explained, I think that's also going to be my anchor read for this next package and report that we're going to show you, viewers. I'm not going to speak too much because the world woke up to Operation Sindoor. Like Major General K.K. Sinha told you, this is a fight of the armed forces and other forces and those grieving families to whom we've avenged their loved ones' death. Take a look at how India launched the biggest strike on terror in recent times, Operation Sindoor.
The April 22nd Pahalgam terror attack claimed the lives of 26 Indians, families that were witness to the killings of their loved ones. Women and children left grieving a deep and unbearable loss. And 14 days after, India and the world woke up to Operation Sindoor. Operation Sindoor, India's response to Pakistan's terror ecosystem. Operation Sindoor, an invocation of grief, memory and resolve. Official sources say that it was Prime Minister Modi who picked the evocative term Operation Sindoor to name the Indian Armed Forces strike on 9 terror sites in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. India's stand could not be more lucid. The human cost of this attack is unpardonable. The operation itself was a rare display of tri-service coordination. The Indian Army, Navy and Air Force jointly executed a multi-domain assault, precisely hitting the 9 targets. For 25 minutes, Operation Sindoor executed precision strikes at multiple terror camps, and it's only the beginning of the decimation of Islamabad's terror network. And while India mourns the loss of those who fell prey to the Pakistani butchers, Operation Sindoor is a testament to the unwavering resolve of the surviving women, of the armed forces' determination, and of Bharat's fight against terrorism.
Major General K.K. Sinha continues to be with us. And Major General K.K. Sinha, I want us to understand the inside details of how Operation Sindoor was launched and carried out. We're telling you exactly what you told us, where Hafiz Saeed is attacked, the LET headquarters stuck in Muridke, like you were telling us. I also want to tell our viewers the strategy was surgical, it was selective, it was precise. There was a high-value targets were under constant vigilance. Major General K.K. Sinha, the Prime Minister was briefed before the final execution order, but taking us through all the 9 camps that were destroyed, the headquarters of the LET you mentioned, that's at Muridke, the Markaz Taiba, the headquarters of where Hafiz Saeed terrorists were trained, and also the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed Bahal at Bahawalpur, Markaz Subhan, the headquarters. This is where terrorists, Major General K.K. Sinha, were indoctrinated.
You are absolutely right. For your viewers, let me, explain what is Bahawalpur, and what is this terrorist camp of, center. It is a center. Like we have got, institution like National Defense Academy or IMA. It is on the line of that in Bahawalpur, and it is a huge campus. It is next to the cantonment, Bahawalpur cantonment. This is the area which they created, especially by JEM, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Masood Azhar, along with his, people. What is important that, you just take your mind just before 2010 or 2016 or in this area, people, these Fidayans, these terrorists, they used to be recruited. Then they used to be, trained in all aspects, in all domains, like you carry out in academy. On the final day, the Pakistan Army generals, along with Masood Azhar, they used to carry out a review parade. You just dig the photograph, you'll find in a jeep, Masood Azhar and the generals taking the salute in the passing out parade of these guys. So this has got, a symbol of both terrorism and military establishment of Pakistan, and ISI and the Pak Army, how they used to. Just I have given you one example. Same thing is there in Muridke. Muridke is north of Lahore and south of Gujranwala. A very, very important. Just ahead is the Sialkot, and that where we have actually hit, it is about 18 kilometers from the international border. And there we have, and that is the resolve. When you take it in POK, especially the 4 targets, so it is inception of terrorism in the form of jihad, radicalization of these jihadis, training them in all aspects, in all domain, and both by terrorist organization and also the Pak Army. Instructors, SSG commandos, they used to be the part of this training at Muridke and also at Bahawalpur. And then their launch areas just behind the main areas of Pak deployment in the POK, in the Sakargal Bulge area, in the area of Sialkot, from there used to come. These are the riverine terrains. So if you take Jammu and Kashmir, starting from top, if you say in the area of Pir Panjal north and south, and also in the area of when we say Cham Jauria, that is, and then you come down to Jammu area, Everything has been hit. It is so beautiful planned, so much intrinsic information about presence of these terrorists at that particular time, because Pakistan was rattled. It is a real-time information, and then you are going and hitting them. I think nothing can be more precision. It demonstrated the whole world that India has got those capability, has got the combination, integration, and synergy of all the forces, including the highest decision making, and giving a free hand to the people who matters to do out on ground. And how we are carried out is now actually the asset test, and the result is out.
All right. I'm also going to tell our viewers in just a moment we're going to be bringing out great details of Operation Sindoor, justice served, that the Indian Army is tweeting about, and I'm going to bring out those details with the pictures that the Indian Army has put out in just a short while. But first I'm going to go across to a report, and then this breaking news coming in. A fortnight after Pakistan's terror proxies slaughter 26 tourists, sending their families into despair and leaving the world in shock, Pahalgam has now been avenged. In a coordinated tri-services operation condemned and called now Operation codenamed Sindoor, India has unleashed hell across the border, flattening 9 hand-picked terror hubs deep inside Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, while typically underplaying the extent of damage that has been wrought by India's fierce counter-offensive. Pakistan has had to acknowledge the heavy casualties on its side.
The dastardly Pahalgam terror attack of April 22nd has been avenged. A fortnight after Pakistani terrorists shot 25 unarmed tourists in the lush Baisara meadows after ascertaining their fate, India settled the scores. In a precise and deadly tri-services offensive codenamed Operation Sindoor, the Indian forces destroyed 9 terror hubs or hideouts deep inside Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. It was learned that of the 9 terror hideouts that the Indian forces hit, 4 were in Pakistan and another 5 in the POK. The targets, the coordinates for which were determined by intelligence agencies, included the Jaish and Lashkar headquarters in Pakistan's Bahawalpur and Muridke. The precision munitions, which included kamikaze drones, downed Markaz Tayyaba, the main training camp or facility of the Lashkar-e-Taiba.
Huge visual coming in right now. Just see the extent of the devastation in Pakistan tonight. Just see that go through. This is a huge strike, ladies and gentlemen. Just see that visual, the level of devastation. The first visuals brought to you here only on Republic, and all the Pakistanis watching in shock and horror as India begins a mammoth strike. Now you're seeing the kind of armory and ammunition being used here. What does this look like to you? General Kochar, you've been with the ordnance. I want to show you this visual. General Kochar, are you there? Are you seeing this visual with you, sir? You see the nature of the visual, the nature of the explosion. What does it look like to you, sir?
My assessment is, Arnab, from what I can see on your screen.
Yes, sir.
This is a combination of a drone and a missile strike.
A mix of drone and missile?
Yeah. Because I don't.
One second, sir. One second. Can the drones go so deep? I also want you to expect General Bakshi. How deep did we go? General Bakshi, how deep have we gone when we go to?
And there's breaking news that's coming in, and I'm also going to get my guests involved in this. This is the big breaking news. The Indian Army has now given out details of Operation Sindoor, the Target 1. The Army posts the video of destroying Target 1, which we're going to publish. It's a 34-second video. They talk about the Abbas terrorist camp at Kotli, the distance 13 kilometers from the line of control. We're going to play out that visual of 36 seconds, and then we're back. All right, the big breaking news that we'd broken a few minutes ago. Home Minister Amit Shah in that meeting that's going to be held. The government sources had said the Prime Minister had briefed the cabinet, and now the big breaking news that's coming in. This is a meeting that the Home Minister is having. There's also another meeting that has been announced of Home Minister Amit Shah with all the state chief ministers, the DGPs. That is going to be a briefing that's going to be there on Operation Sindoor. After the very successful meeting, after the very successful Operation Sindoor, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is going to be... This is the meeting that the Home Minister Amit Shah had called for with the 10 border states and the chief ministers. He'd also called for the 10 DGPs to be present here, or they could join via the virtual image, and also the chief secretaries of the states. The 10 states where the chief ministers had been called by the Home Minister Amit Shah, that meeting that is about to begin by the Home Minister, in which the Home Minister is going to be briefing the 10 border states. The chief ministers and DGPs and the chief secretaries of the 10 border states are going to be present here. This includes the state chief ministers of Jammu and Kashmir, of Punjab, of Rajasthan, Gujarat, Uttarakhand, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Sikkim, West Bengal, the LG Ladakh. They'll all be attending the meeting that has been called by the Union Home Minister after the success of Operation Sindoor. Union Home Minister Amit Shah had called for this meeting. He called for the meeting with the chief secretaries, with the DGPs and the chief ministers. This crucial meeting by the Union Home Minister that's going to be addressing and meeting the border state chief ministers. Obviously, this meeting is going to be giving out key pointers, viewers, on what has taken place and also precautionary measures, Major General K.K. Sinha, that have to be put on guard now.
Yeah, this is a very important meeting, but you brought it out that, on both eastern and western side. First, we take it the western front of ours, when Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab. Then, of course, we have got Rajasthan and Gujarat. Those 4 and 6 of them of the northeast.
Sir, I'm just interrupting you for 1 minute. And now the meeting that the Prime Minister has with the President of India, Draupadi Murmu, those are the first visuals coming after an extremely successful Operation Sindoor, where India decimated 9 terror camps. After having met the cabinet, the Prime Minister of India on the very successful Operation Sindoor then briefs the President of India, Draupadi Murmu. We'd seen earlier he was going towards the Rashtrapati Bhavan, Prime Minister Modi, who was lauded by his cabinet on this success of Operation Sindoor, briefing, giving, discussing, deliberating Operation Sindoor with the President of India. There is this beautiful namaste that is being shared between the President and the Prime Minister, Major General K.K. Sinha. And we'd also, I just want to go across to this tweet that's come in from the President of India, Major General K.K. Sinha, and then I ask you to please comment on it. The President of India has said that Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi called on President Draupadi Murmu at Rashtrapati Bhavan and briefed her about Operation Sindoor. And as we go back, I want you to speak on both sets of visuals that we are putting out, Major General K.K. Sinha. The beauty of the Indian democracy, where even now the Prime Minister goes and briefs the President after the successful operation. On the other side, all the 10 border states, like you mentioned, the eastern side and the western side, now being briefed by the Home Minister.
So, beauty of Indian democracy, what we can see, it is in full play display. Prime Minister and going to the head of the armed forces, Army, Navy and Air Force, and he is the executive head, the Prime Minister, is briefing him exactly what happened. This is not only a protocol, but this is actually what the democracy is. The same time, Home Minister, you see, when you carry out the internal security matters, homeland security in a global parlance, when we use homeland security, he has taken in account of all the people who matters. And we have got 2 neighbors, which is immediately of concern. One is Pakistan and towards the Bangladesh. I think, he has left the Chinese part of it for the time being, because I think there is no threat. This is what the threat assessment for the immediate requirement. But there is a huge threat requirement which is coming from Bangladesh, because it is against the terrorism. And terrorism is also coming from the Bangladesh. The way the situation is there internally inside the Bangladesh, I think is a very, very good visual where all and everyone, including the DGP of the state, has been brought, and that will give the resolve, because today onwards, there was supposed to be, mock drills also starting.
Yes, sir. Sir, I just want you to just now speak over what I'm going to show for 34 seconds to our viewers. Let's break that now. Breaking news that had come in. The Indian Army has now tweeted the target one of Operation Sindoor, the Abbas terrorist camp at Kotli, at 13 kilometers from the line of control. The destruction that took place at 1:04 a.m. on the 7th of May, 2025. We play out that visual. We're just going to cut across and go across once after these visuals that make us so proud. This is the Abbas terrorist camp. And now first we're going to go across to those visuals of Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who's chairing the meeting with the border states. This crucial meeting chaired with all the border state chief ministers, the DGPs and the chief secretaries of the border states. And the Indian Army had just put out this tweet, but this is very crucial to understand that at this meeting, Major General K.K. Sinha, he's going to be briefing and giving out details about the kind of action that needs to be taken to be cautious at both the borders.
Rhythm, a very important operations which is on. When we say, our firm base is there from where we launch. Those are actually, we have got a lot of columnists. We used to call fifth columnist, but now it is overground worker. You have been hearing about it. The operations against the overground worker, it is not only the sympathizers of the adversary, but also the people who... now you want to have this...
We're just putting that...
Okay.
Pakistan. This is the Abbas terrorist camp at Kotli that has been shown 13 kilometers from the line of control in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, the nerve center for training suicide bombers of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, destroyed at 1:04 a.m. on the 7th of May.
This Abbas, Kotli, Muzaffarabad and Kotli. Kotli is Downpur and then there Mirpur. This is the area, this camp which is about 13 kilometers. The Fedayeen group is based here. When the Fidayan group will say the people are ready to give their life, but they carry out the terror. They are the deadliest terrorists of Lashkar-e-Toiba, which is actually supposed to be here, and they have been destroyed. If you see amount of, it is not the missile. It is just 13 kilometers from there, and I feel that it is the fire power of our mighty Indian army which has actually destroyed this. So when the country is saying that is a mix of army, air force and naval assets which has been unleashed on this, this is the true example. This camp, Kotli camp of Abbas terrorist camp, is the most dangerous camp because from there the Fidayans are launched. There is supposed to be a number, I think 327, brigade they used to call it, of the Fidayans, which are basically earlier they used to be trained in Afghanistan. Now it is being trained in those two centers of Bhavalpur and Murudke, and then brought over here. Even earlier they used to be having a camp somewhere in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, which has been shifted now into the Abbas training camp, and the capacity is 15. If you see amount of polymerization which is being done, where what can you see, it has been hit by, I think, either Pinaka, by a grad, maybe artillery. I will not speculate, but certainly not by missile. It is polymerization in an area, whatever the area you destroy each and everything, assets over there. I think it is a great action deep inside 13 to 15 kilometers. I think Indian Army has released this.
I think any response that has to be given to this, Pakistan needs to understand that anything they do will be met with an unprecedented, overwhelming response that is going to be there. And we also need to understand, like you're speaking to us, Major General K.K. Sinha, we're going to once again play out that, where we're going to show the viewers how India has obliterated 9 terror camps, but not only Kotli, even the headquarters, like you mentioned, of the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Toiba that have been obliterated, the Markaz Taiba at Muridke, like you were speaking about, where Ajmal Kasab also got his training. These are very critical, precision, pinpointed targets that the Indian forces chose.
Yeah, absolutely. When we say Muridke is not only what you say Kasab, but David Headley was also trained over there for carrying out espionage, recce, and then, the deep selecting the target within the India. Even 2611, when David Headley was used basically for the 2611 strike, it was all planned from the area of Murudke, which is the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Toiba. That is very, very important. And of course, Bhavalpur we know. And see, the complete ecosystem of terrorism, which is there, where these people are recruited, trained, then they are made radicalized, they made the jihadis, and then from where they come and launched, those are all destroyed for the time being. And until unless Pakistan chooses to again create this thing, I think in that retribution will come if he tries a misadventure, which has been told by our Foreign Secretary in his briefing today.
I also want to go across to pictures that we are getting, sir, and we're going to put those out. India has successfully, like you said, destroyed the Markaz Subhanallah, the Jaish-e-Mohammed terror headquarters. This is also the training facility in Bhavalpur that we're going to show. This is the key base for terror operations in Bhavalpur. The site had been reduced to rubble that we had showed. The pictures clearly show that. And this is also signaling a very strong response that is going on the cross-border terrorism that India has been seeing for decades, sir.
You are absolutely right. Bhavalpur, when, as a crow fly, when we take it from international border, it is 100 kilometers deep inside. When you move on road, and this is along with NH5 of Pakistan, and along with the canal system which is going from Bhaval Nagar to Bhavalpur. So this is a very, very important area, and just behind that, is Rahmiyar Khan nearby and Multan. These are the heart and soul of Pakistan military and also the terrorism. So that has been destroyed. And I was told that there are 4, missiles which has landed over there. And these precision missiles are so devastating, it can go to 8-figure grid reference, point exactly where desired to go. And it is all intelligence based. It is not in the thin air it has been fired. It has been carried out with the deep your intelligence-based operations when these terrorists were there. And I think the damage initially was coming 30. I think it is now gone maybe very, very high, up to 100 terrorists killed over there itself.
I also want to get some breaking news that's also coming in, of course, from Pakistan. The morale is down. They are demoralized, they are rattled, they are nervous. We're also now going to go across to that breaking news that's coming in, and we're going to put that picture out, viewers, that we've just got. This is the picture of the Chinese ambassador Jiang Zhaidong calling on the Pakistan FM Muhammad Ishaq Dar. A very clear picture in which, if I can actually see, very somber faces. They're all looking down, rattled, nervous. There are no smiles. There are hands that are closed. The body language is serious. Everybody seems to be taking notes. And there is just solemnity. There's just nervousness and grievousness that is in the air. But this is also a very critical thing to understand, sir, here, that this is also happening, that China had earlier also supported Pakistan. The kind of language they've used, the kind of support we've heard that the China is giving to them. Of course, for China, the support to them is obvious, because they will try to have the non-state actors and the state actors in Pakistan create an unstable India, which helps their economic pursuits as well as them trying to have regional dominance in Asia.
Yeah, see, the Chinese involvement in twofold as far as Pakistan is concerned. First, for the military, 81% of the Pakistan weapons and equipment are Chinese, which is proven to be now of no use as Pakistan is concerned. They are a very, very bad state. The second point is the terrorism. The Pakistan picked up the Chinese has picked up the Pakistan the act of terrorism of strategy of 1,000 cut as their extended policy. That's why when it's come down to Lashkar-e-Toiba, Hizbul Mujahideen, especially Masood Azhar and Hafiz Saeed, China was vetoing number of times for these organization to declare it as a global terrorist or the organization, and they are also funding them with the drones, all equipment, munitions. They are doing it. Al-Badr, which is now the TRF, this is the Chinese. Chinese gave them the idea, and especially when the Chinese ambassador over there, they changed the idea, changed the name of Lashkar, like Lashkar, Mujahideen, and come to TRF. And today's briefing, if you have heard properly with our foreign secretary, he talked about TRF. TRF claimed, when the strike took place in Pahalgam, initially the TRF, the resistant front, which is the Al-Badr, the Chinese stooge of all these three tanjims, as that they owned up that they have taken the responsibility. But immediately they have, on the behest of China, they took out. And also the UN, United Nations Security Council, when the resolution passed, they were able to take out the name of TRF. But today India has exposed it in a big way.
That's right. Sir, we're also going to show our viewers exactly what had happened. We're going to show you Operation Sindoor, how Pakistan and Pakistan terror camps have been decimated in the wee hours of the morning on 7th May. The first one, the tweet showed 1:04 a.m., how we obliterated the first terror camp. We're going to give you a timeline about how Operation Sindoor worked out.
A little after midnight on the 7th of May, 9 targets struck inside Pakistan. Nobody saw it coming. Not even those in this video. The strikes so precise that men who shot these videos have confirmed the targets.
ये नुकसान, ये 9 नंबर, ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है.
5 targets in Pakistan occupied Kashmir, 4 targets deep inside Pakistan territory. Terror camps struck with multiple hits on some targets. These visuals captured in the dark of the night describe what unfolded deep into the territories of POK. Precision strikes that turned the skies red.
हाँ देखना वाम कैसे आ रही है वहाँ से अभी वीडियो कैच होगी नहीं होगी.
Multiple loud explosions and a complete blackout. The enemy was not ready for this. Indian fighter jets hovered over the valley. 14 days after the Pahalgam killings, India has hit Islamabad hard. And as the world wakes up to Operation Sindoor, it's only the beginning of the end for the terror ecosystem of Pakistan.
The Indian Armed Forces launched Operation Sindoor, hitting terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, from where terrorist attacks against India have been planned and directed. General G.D. Bakshi drops stunning revelations on the weapons that were used.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ये बहुत उपयुक्त नाम है भारतीय सेना और वायुसेना के उस ऑपरेशन का जो कि पहलगाम में हमारी जो 26 भारतीय नारियों का सिंदूर उजाड़ा था पाकिस्तान के दहशतगर्दों ने, उसके लिए करारा और मुफीद जवाब है. भारत की आर्मी और एयरफोर्स ने एक जॉइंट ऑपरेशन में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को स्ट्राइक किया है, जो कि शुरू होते हैं मुजफ्फरनगर से, पीओके में, भिंबर गली, गुलपार, चक अमरू, सियालकोट, मुरीद के और भावलपुर. याद रहे भावलपुर 230 किलोमीटर पाकिस्तान के अंदर है, पाकिस्तान प्रॉपर. जबकि शुरू की टारगेट्स पीओके में हैं. ये तमाम टारगेट्स मुरीद के, सियालकोट और भावलपुर तो जो सबसे डीप टारगेट है 230 किलोमीटर पाकिस्तान की गहराई में. मेरा अंदाज़ है कि हमारी एयरफोर्स ने Su-30 MKIs के साथ ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल्स का इस्तेमाल किया है और शायद राफाल्स के साथ स्पाइस क्रूज मिसाइल्स का इस्तेमाल करते हुए जो गहरी टारगेट्स हैं उनको स्ट्राइक किया है. इंडियन आर्मी ने जो LOC के नज़दीक टारगेट्स हैं जैसे कि मुजफ्फराबाद, कोटली, भिंबर गली इत्यादि, इनको अपने या तो ग्राउंड लॉन्च्ड ब्रह्मोस क्रूज मिसाइल से टारगेट किया है या फिर कोई शॉर्ट रेंज हमारे जो वेपन्स हैं, मतलब इनसे शॉर्टर रेंज वेपन्स हैं जैसे कि स्मर्च या फिर आपके पिनाका मल्टी बैरल रॉकेट लॉन्चर्स, इनसे टारगेट किया है और इन टारगेट्स को निस्तनाभूत कर दिया है. उनके फ्लैशेस तो श्रीनगर से दिखाई दे रहे थे, इतने जम के हमला किया था. हमारा जो रिस्पांस रहा है, इस बार हमने हाईली विजिबल टारगेट्स को स्ट्राइक किया है और मेरा ख्याल तो इनमें साथ में लॉइटरिंग म्यूनिशंस का भी इस्तेमाल किया गया था, पॉसिबली टू कंफ्यूज द एनिमी रडार्स एंड प्रेजेंट मल्टीपल टारगेट्स, ताकि अगर कोई भी रिस्पांस होता तो उसको केटर फॉर किया जा सकता था. लेकिन लगता है आपको याद होगा जब ईरान ने मिसाइल हमला किया था पाकिस्तान पे, तो पाकिस्तान के चाइनीज़ रडार्स उसको कैच ही नहीं कर पाए थे और पाकिस्तान बहुत कंप्लेन कर रहा था चाइना को. इस बार भी प्रिसाइसली वही हुआ है. हमारे ब्रह्मोस क्रूज मिसाइल ऑन साइड ऑफ द बॉर्डर स्टैंड ऑफ रेंजेस से फायर किए गए हैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर, राइट। और इसके चलते वो उनके रडार्स बिल्कुल पिकअप नहीं कर पाए, खरोंच नहीं आई है हमारे किसी भी जहाज़ को या कोई भी ग्राउंड बेस्ड लॉन्चर को। पाकिस्तान की ISPR कह रही है कि 6 टारगेट क्लस्टर्स में कोई 24 स्ट्राइक्स की हैं भारतवर्ष ने। वो कह रहे हैं कि उन्होंने रिटेलिएट किया है अपनी आर्टिलरी से, एक ब्रिगेड हेडक्वार्टर पे फायर करके और एक जो है इंडियन पोस्ट ऑन दी LAC उसके ऊपर फायर करके। अभी तक इसका कोई पुख्ता सबूत हमें नहीं मिला है। हमारा जो रिस्पांस रहा है वो नॉन एस्केलेटरी है, वो प्रोपोर्शनेट स्ट्राइक है। सो फार हमने केवल पाकिस्तान की टेरर टारगेट्स को एड्रेस किया है, लेकिन अगर पाकिस्तान भारत की जवाबी कार्रवाई में भारत की सिविल या मिलिट्री टारगेट्स को स्ट्राइक करता है तो हमें पूरी जस्टिफिकेशन मिलेगी इसको एस्केलेट करने अगले 2-3 स्टेप्स, जिसमें पाकिस्तान की आर्मी, ISI के जो कमांड, जो उनका नेटवर्क है इस टेरर इकोसिस्टम का, उसको भी हम टारगेट कर सकते हैं और उस दर्जे हरारत तक जा सकते हैं जहां पाकिस्तान जाना चाहता है। हमें उम्मीद है कि पाकिस्तान को अकल आ गई होगी और वो यहीं पे सिलसिला ख़त्म कर देगा। वी आर प्रिपेयर्ड टू नॉट गो एनी फर्दर इफ पाकिस्तान डज नॉट एस्केलेट। जय भारत, जय हिंद।
अब आतंकियों की बची खुची जमीन को भी मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया है।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Of different weapon systems.
I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist.
History has been made that in this strike, our information reaching Republic is that the main headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Toiba at Muridke has been completely devastated.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमरकरा के अंदर ये नुकसान है.
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket. Not risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Mentor here,
These
and
are
most
some
of the
visuals.
civilians
I can see some.
are at the LOC.
No. This is a long shot. I can see in the sky there's somebody who shot something to light.
Under Operation Sindoor, the Indian armed forces struck deep into terror infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. We hit locations believed to be and had been the planning and the headquarters and the execution of terrorism attacks, including the Pahalgam attack.
I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. Terrorism will not go unpunished.
ओए था कोई दिसता जहांगीर तो क्या बिहारियां पे छजुल दे यार बहुत ही कश्मीर की गेम है
ये नुकसान
हम लोग फौजी हैं, आपकी सेफ्टी के लिए आए हैं, आपकी सेफ्टी के लिए आए हैं, बैठो 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 बैठो, आपकी सेफ्टी के लिए आए हैं, हम इंडियन आर्मी हैं, बैठो।
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर के अंदर
आप लोग हैं,
नुकसान
आपके बच्चे कुछ नहीं करेंगे, थोड़ा बताइए हुआ पति को आए हैं, बैठो बैठो बैठो
ये
बैठो, आपकी
नुकसान
सेफ्टी के लिए आए हैं,
ये 9 नंबर
हम इंडियन आर्मी हैं, बैठो। ये इंडियन आर्मी आप लोग कहाँ से आए हो, कहाँ से आए आप लोग हैं, आपके बच्चे कुछ नहीं करेंगे,
मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर के
बताइए
अंदर
हुआ पति को मार दिया। नहीं बेटा शांत रहो, लो पानी पियो, पानी पियो। अरे साथ में आपकी हैदराबाद में
In response to Pakistan's state-sponsored terrorism, viewers, India had announced the strikes have been carried out against 9 targets that were identified in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir to take down the terror infrastructure. The strikes had come after the dastardly Pahalgam attack that claimed 26 lives. This has been dubbed Operation Sindoor. The Indian Ministry of Defence had said it hit infrastructure from where terrorist attacks against India have been planned for decades.
Swift, silent, surgical. The Indian Armed Forces launched Operation Sindoor, obliterating terror infrastructure deep inside Pakistan and POK. 14 days and 9 targets later, the terror towers of Pakistan have toppled. Headquarters of Jaish and LET were also reduced to rubble. The escalation followed days of mounting anticipation after the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack, which left 26 innocent civilians dead. In an official statement, the Ministry of Defence confirmed that 9 terror sites were struck with precision and no Pakistani military installations were targeted. Pakistan Army spokesperson Lieutenant General Ahmad Sharif Chaudhry said that Indian missiles struck Kotli and Muzaffarabad in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and Bahawalpur in Punjab province. Meanwhile, following the strike, a rattled Pakistan threatened India. Echoing a hollow threat, Shehbaz Sharif, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, said that Pak will react forcefully. Reacting to the developments, US President Donald Trump said that the US was aware that something was about to happen and hoped that the situation would de-escalate quickly.
No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
According to the reports,
India has reached out to various countries across the globe, including US, Russia, and the UK, to brief them about the military strike. With India tightening its ironclad fist around Pakistan's neck, Operation Sindoor echoes the message of Prime Minister Modi from the grounds of Bihar.
India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backer. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. India's spirit will never be broken by terrorism. Terrorism will not go unpunished.
And the message is clear. India will always strike back.
अब आतंकियों की बची खुची जमीन को भी मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
क्या हो गया भाई?
भैया आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में SIP शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
पाकिस्तान इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद
We asked today, India avenged what it promised, the death of 26 innocent civilians in what became the worst terror attacks in Kashmir in the last 2 decades. India executed Operation Sindoor, the coordinated tri-services military operation that struck and devastated 9 major terrorist targets that were inside the Pakistan territories. That includes Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. While Pakistan's terror links stand exposed, the retaliation brings to light Pakistan's worst nightmare.
"26 innocent lives lost. 2 weeks later, all of the 26 innocent lives avenged.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया।
Not only did Pakistan not see this coming, but its worst nightmares were brought to life in the wee hours of Wednesday as India launched the first tri-services operation against Pakistan since the 1971 war. The Indian Army, Air Force and the Navy launched a coordinated operation striking hard some of the most significant and long-standing terrorist training hubs deep inside Pakistani territories.
We've hit back. Ladies and gentlemen, the big breaking news story of the moment. If you can hear me, all right, because I want to recap exactly what is happening. As of this minute, 33 minutes past 2, history has been made. This is a very direct and straightforward attack by the Indian Army. We are reporting Pakistan has been hit. Muzaffarabad has been hit. A total of 9 places in Pakistan have been hit.
The operation has dismantled 9 major targets of the Lashkar-e-Toiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. Bombs were also rained on Hizbul Mujahideen hideouts inside Pakistan. India's retaliation used precision strikes and long-range standoff weapons at 9 locations, flattening the logistical, operational and training infrastructure of terror groups. The 9 targets included 4 Jaish-e-Mohammed targets: Bahawalpur in Punjab, Tehra Kalan, Kotli and Muzaffarabad. The Jaish has claimed responsibility for major attacks in India, including the 2001 Parliament attacks and the 2019 Pulwama suicide bombing. In fact, Murid K, the nerve center of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, was quivering with the impact of the explosion. In fact, Barnala and Muzaffarabad terror camps were also charred by missiles. Lashkar-e-Toiba orchestrated the 26/11 Mumbai terror strikes. The Hizbul Mujahideen has not been spared either, with Sialkot and Kotli camps completely hammered. Multiple attacks across the Kashmir Valley. Each of the 9 sites selected for the operation had a history of association with major terror plots and infiltration attempts directed at India. India has hit back, and it has hit back harder than ever. The message is as clear as it can get: zero tolerance towards terrorism and its dirty state sponsors.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सबको मजेदार बने।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balakot, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing.
While the world was asleep, the Indian Army and Air Force, in a coordinated operation, struck back at Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and destroyed 9 terror dens. 14 days after the dastardly Pahalgam attack, India sent a clear message through Operation Sindoor: zero tolerance against terror. Meanwhile, several global leaders backed India and also the zero tolerance policy towards terror.
26 innocent lives lost. 2 weeks later, all of the 26 innocent lives avenged.
In a bold and decisive move, swift, surgical and unforgiving, 14 days after the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack, India avenged what it promised. India launched Operation Sindoor and destroyed 9 terror sites in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and Pakistan. The operation, executed in the early hours of 7th of May, sends a clear and uncompromising message. India will no longer tolerate provocation. While the world stood with India against the fight of terror, we saw world leaders backing India and condemning the terror attack. As India strikes Pakistan, the world is watching and reacting. As New Delhi's fiery strike deep inside Pakistan reverberates across global capitals. US President Donald Trump said that US knew India would retaliate and that he hopes that this ends quickly.
No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
Meanwhile, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that the US is monitoring the situation between India and Pakistan and encourages the two nations to open lines of communication. Reacting to India conducting precision strikes, Israel envoy to India showed solidarity, saying that Israel supports India's right to self-defense. The operation targeted 9 locations, including Jaish's base in Bahawalpur and Lashkar's hub in Mudrike. Operation Sindoor, as the Indian Army stated, is India's answer to Pakistan. Justice is served.
I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist.
History has been made that in this strike, our information reaching Republic is that the main headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Toiba at Muridke has been completely devastated.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मीरज.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world woke up to Operation Sindoor, a testament of the fight of our armed forces and those grieving families who were witness to their loved ones being killed. We bring you this report on the biggest Indian strike on terror, Operation Sindoor.
The April 22nd Pahalgam terror attack claimed the lives of 26 Indians, families that were witness to the killings of their loved ones. Women and children left grieving a deep and unbearable loss. And 14 days after, India and the world woke up to Operation Sindoor. Operation Sindoor, India's response to Pakistan's terror ecosystem. Operation Sindoor, an invocation of grief, memory and resolve. Official sources say that it was Prime Minister Modi who picked the evocative term Operation Sindoor to name the Indian Armed Forces strike on 9 terror sites in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. India's stand could not be more lucid. The human cost of this attack is unpardonable. The operation itself was a rare display of tri-service coordination. The Indian Army, Navy and Air Force jointly executed a multi-domain assault precisely hitting the 9 targets. For 25 minutes, Operation Sindoor executed precision strikes at multiple terror camps, and it's only the beginning of the decimation of Islamabad's terror network. And while India mourns the loss of those who fell prey to the Pakistani butchers, Operation Sindoor is a testament to the unwavering resolve of the surviving women, of the armed forces' determination, and of Bharat's fight against terrorism.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जल जीरा मसाला।
I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist.
History has been made that in this strike, our information reaching Republic is that the main headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Toiba at Muridke has been completely devastated.
Viewers, Republic TV has accessed visuals from all the target hits in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. We're going to go across to that. This is in Bahawalpur, India, showing you those visuals. First, we're showing you in Bahawalpur. These are all the locations one by one that we're going to show you, and I'm going to say what has happened in Mehmoon Mana, Joya, in Muzaffarabad, in Savai Nala camp, in Sidna Bella camp, in Gulpur camp, in Kotli. Kotli and Gulpur, like we're showing you, located 30 kilometers from the line of control, the base for LED terrorists where Zakir Rahman Lakwi, the 2611 mastermind, visited the camp for indoctrination. This is Kotli, the visuals that are coming in, the visuals of targets that were hit. We're then going to show you also Abbas camp Kotli, where we showed you the army's tweet that had also come out, but this is exclusively accessed where targets are hit in Pakistan, occupied Kashmir, and in Pakistan. This is in Kotli and Gulpur, also known as the nerve center for training of suicide bombers of the LET. I'm going to show you more visuals that are coming in. This is located, viewers, 13 kilometers from the line of control, opposite Rajouri, known as the nerve center for training of suicide bombers, Murid Ke. I'm going to show you visuals of Murid Ke, the headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, led by Hafiz Saeed. We've attacked Murid Ke, the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Toiba. Many terror attacks, associations of terror attacks, Ajmal Kasab, David Coleman Headley were here. We're now showing you also Mehmoona Joya camp in Sialkot, located 12 kilometers from the international border, a key training facility of the Hizbul Mujahideen. We're showing you those pictures that are coming in right now from Bahawalpur, from Sialkot and Murid Ke, all those headquarters. We're showing you great visuals of Bahawalpur, very crucial because this is the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, where indoctrination of the terrorists took place in Mehmoona Joya, located 100 kilometers from the international border. The camp was used for recruitment, for training. And then we're also showing you Kotli and Gulpur, Mehmoona Joya. Masood Azhar, the terrorist commanders, issued directions to their cadres from the Markaz Subhan in Bahawalpur, which we showed you, that has been decimated, obliterated, and today has been attacked in terrorist, in these attacks, where we've also clearly said that this engagement is showing you that these are intelligence inputs that they've received, and the armed forces tell us these were terror training camps. I'm going to once again show you how India strikes back, and targets have been hit in Pakistan, occupied Kashmir, and in Pakistan. Very clear details that this is a complex web which India has attacked today. The timing has been given between 1:05 and 1:30 hours. And viewers, I'm going to tell you about Bahawalpur, which we are showing you. The explosion that has been seen first and exclusively on Republic TV, located 100 kilometers from the international border, the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. The camp was used for recruitment. Masood Azhar used to give directions to his cadre from this camp. We've also got details about Masood Azhar admitting that his family members and his kins have today been killed in this attack. This is Markaz Subhan in Bahawalpur, the very headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed that has been attacked. I want to go across to Rakshita, who's got access to these visuals that are brilliant. Rakshita, give us more details.
Well, of course, you know, the message from the forces, the message from India, particularly if you talk about, has been very loud and clear that they first, of course, started with the diplomatic strike, with the water strike, and of course with the anti-terror operations that were underway for the past 1 week, in fact more than a week now. We've seen how the entire OGW network was being dismantled. The entire terror network in the valley was also, also dismantled, and now they went out and targeted not the military bases, but but all the terror camps wherever in Pakistan occupied Kashmir and also in Pakistan. If you see, these were the terror camps which were also frequented by those terrorists like Zakir Rahman Lakhvi and even Ajmal Kasab, all those who got training in such terror camps. So you understand where this is coming from. India says that no further. We cannot have such attacks anymore on Indian soil, and we are going to hit where it hurts the most. We are going to uproot them. So we have Savai Nala camp in Muzaffarabad, that is in Pakistan occupied Kashmir, and it mostly has these terror camps and attack on civilians and those facilities have in fact carried out multiple attacks in the valley. That includes the attacks in Sonmarg as well. If you talk about Bilal camp in Muzaffarabad, Jaish-e-Mohammed camp once again, and these are jungle camp survival techniques, explosives and jungle camp survival techniques for carrying out terror activities across the line of control in Kashmir. Talking about this entire description of what we have received from our defense sources. Gulpur camp in Kotli, now this is 30 kilometers from the line of control, and it has a base for the Lashkar terrorists operating there in the Rajouri and Poonch, and we see that inputs confirm that Lakhvi, who was the 2611 mastermind, remember, he frequented this camp and used this for indoctrination of the terrorists as well. Talking about the Abbas camp, it is again 13 kilometers from the LOC, and suicide bombers were trained here. It's the nerve center that has been attacked with them. It's a nerve center of such bombers that have been now targeted. Barnala camp in Bimbar also 9 kilometers from the line of control, quite close, and this is opposite Rajouri Poonch, which has witnessed massive shelling in Jammu and Kashmir. Today we have seen right after the airstrikes there was a massive shelling across Poonch, and this is one of the camps in Kotli that was targeted, and also in Bimbar again. And in Pakistan, if you talk about no military camps, no civilian targets, it was very clear. It's been made very clear by the forces. Now the Sarjal camp in Sialkot, and there are two locations in Sialkot, Murid Ke and Bahawalpur. Now Bahawalpur, remember, Republic TV had broken those images first, where the Hamas commanders, the leadership of the Hamas terror groups had also come in, and they had held meetings with these terrorists, these terror groups as well, because we saw that there was a Hamas link, the Hamas linked to all these, the kind of killing, this dastardly killing, the firing, that kneeling down, the entire design of those terrorists was very much, the entire pattern was very much that of Hamas. And Bahawalpur has been a terror hotbed, and it is in Punjab's Pakistan. So the Markaz Subhan in Bahawalpur has been targeted 100 kilometers from the IB, the international boundary. That is, remember, the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed, and it has been used for recruitment, for training, for indoctrination as well, and it has been frequented by Masood Azhar. Remember, Masood Azhar's family has also in fact Masood Azhar himself has issued a statement about the loss of his family members. So there has been great destruction in these terror hotbeds, in the terror outfits, the families of these terrorists, because India knows what the families, what those women whose Sindoor, the vermilion, has been wiped off from their foreheads. That is the revenge that India has taken today. If you talk about more locations that are here, the targeting, if you talk about the way of targeting, the medium, because the forces were given a free hand. So there's modern warfare that includes the drones also, that the loitering drones were used, and that is a precision strike. It was 100% precision that was employed in here. A strike was undertaken through precision capability, niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads, and that's why it took time. Everybody was wondering, why aren't we striking today? Why not tomorrow? It is a precision strike, and it takes a lot of mapping. It takes a lot of the drones hovering and target identification, so that there is 100% precision, and all the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, very importantly with them, and no military establishments were targeted, and India demonstrated considerable restraint in its response, and Indian armed forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventure. This was made very clear by the press conference held by the by the Foreign Secretary and the MoD, that India is right now not escalating anything. It is just an answer to what happened in Pahalgam. It is the revenge that the forces have now taken, but India will not step back if Pakistan in its foolish ways thinks of any sort of misadventure.
Absolutely. And I also want to once again play out those visuals, Rakshita, that you've accessed at this wonderful briefing that you've given us on this. Because let's face it, today what India has done is we've targeted the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed and the Lashkar-e-Toiba, the places from which these attackers, Ajmal Kasab, David Coleman Headley, were indoctrinated. These terrorists were made the nerve centers of the suicide terrorists, the suicide bombers, and those places in Muridke, in Bahawalpur have also been targeted. In fact, if I could go to the visuals of Bahawalpur, those 11 seconds that Rakshita has been accessed by you, these are the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed. Masood Azhar used to come here to give and indoctrinate the cadres. This is Bahawalpur on the screen that can be seen. This camp was used for recruitment, for training and indoctrination. But then whether we go across to Muridke, similar stories are there. Today, Rakshita, in fact, we've also got news of admission of Masood Azhar stating and admitting that there are close aides of his who've been killed and family members.
Absolutely. Those are the visuals that are coming in, and right now as we speak, those terror camps have been focused. Remember, this is an important part is that the Punjab, the areas in Punjab that have been terror hotbeds for the longest time have been targeted. And remember, the Punjab, of course, has been, we do understand that no military target has been hit, but yes, it becomes very important about the geographical and the historical understanding and the political understanding of where these targets have been. Nevertheless, this Indian Army maintains, Indian forces maintain that we continue to strike and take the revenge. This is a step. This is a step in the way of dismantling terror networks and hitting them where it hurts the most. And the reaction that has come in from the Pakistani government, you know, we can see that sort of a scrambling, and the kind of statement that are coming in, you know, they are completely shattered. They're completely shattered. They're completely trembling. They were trembling even after this attack. They carried out this dastardly attack and they were trembling, and now they have nowhere to go. They don't have any options. Of course, India will wait and watch. India is not escalating this further. We've seen multiple ceasefire violations that have happened across the border,
Rakshita,
along the LOC right after the strike.
I'm just going to come back to you. There is some more breaking news coming in. The National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has briefed his counterparts on the actions that have been taken, the methods that have been used. He's spoken to his counterparts in several countries. Soon after the focused strikes on terror have taken place, he has spoken with the NSA of United States and the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. He's spoken, the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has also spoken to the United Kingdom National Security Advisor Jonathan Powell. He's spoken to the Saudi NSA, Musaid Al-Ayban, the UAE NSA, H.H. Sheikh Tahanoon, Secretary General of NSC of UAE, Ali Al-Shamsi, and NSA of Japan, Masatka Okano. The brief has also been that the National Security Advisor spoke to his counterparts. He established contact with the Russian NSA Sergei Shoigu, the member of the Political Bureau of CPC, the CC Committee. Now, we're also getting to know great details about the NSA having briefed his counterparts on the methods, the action taken, which was measured, the non-escalatory and restrained measures. He emphasized India had no intent to escalate but was well prepared to retaliate absolutely, resolutely should Pakistan decide to escalate. The NSA had also said he would be in touch with his counterparts in the next few days. The National Security Advisor speaking to and giving details to his counterparts in the other nations, and this is brilliant after the surgical strike was carried out selectively and precisely. The Indian Armed Forces carried out 24 precise missile strikes on 9 terror targets in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, including Muridke and Bahawalpur. These are the strongholds of the terror groups, the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Toiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. The attack, which was carried out at 1:44 a.m., 1:05 a.m. started. It was in response to the terror attack in Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir's Anantnag district that claimed 26 lives. A complete report on how the Operation Sindoor was done.
Let me take you through the inside details of how Operation Sindoor was conceptualized. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and a special team spearheaded this entire mission. And the goal of this mission was not only to avenge those who were killed in Pahalgam, but several other innocent lives that were lost in terror attacks that have taken place in Jammu and Kashmir. That is the reason why each of these 9 targets that were selected by this special team, there is a significance attached to it. I'll take you through each of the camps of Lashkar-e-Toiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Hizbul Mujahideen that was targeted in these precision strikes that were carried out by the Indian Armed Forces. In fact, we are given to understand that this was not limited to just terror launch pads, but the very fact that the terror factory operating out of Pakistan should be completely eliminated. That is the reason why this mission was not restricted to just Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, but also deep inside Punjab. Playing a crucial role was also the NTRO. Most of these areas were under some sort of a surveillance to basically look at those who were present inside those very
Okay, the breaking news that's coming in, we're going to now...
जश्न है भारत रग रग में है जीत की आदत है दुश्मन भी सलामी दे सूरज हम तेरे उजाले तुझसे जुदा नहीं होने वाले आखिर हम सफर करेंगे जय हिंद जो दस में है हर बाजी फिर बस में है जिन जान के हिंदुस्तान बोले सलाम सुबला जश्न है भारत रग रग में है जीत की आदत है दुश्मन भी सलामी दे सूरज हम तेरे उजाले तुझसे जुदा नहीं होने वाले आखिर हम सफर करेंगे जय हिंद जो दस में है हर बाजी फिर बस में है जिन जान के हिंदुस्तान बोले सलाम सुबला
What a proud moment for India. Now, viewers, the Ministry of External Affairs and the Ministry of Defence held a joint press briefing sharing details of India's military response to the cowardly Pahalgam terror attack. Speaking for the forces, Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh informed that the targets and the munitions were picked carefully to avoid civilian casualties and collateral damage. They said the forces were ready for Operation Sindoor 2 in the event of any military escalation or misadventure from across the border.
Less than 24 hours after India inflicted a heavy cost on Pakistan for the Pahalgam terror attack, the forces shared details of Operation Sindoor at a key security briefing in the capital. Speaking for the forces, Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh said the targets and payloads were picked very carefully to avoid civilian casualties and collateral damage. Addressing the joint press briefing, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri said the counter-strikes were intelligence-based and non-escalatory. Misri said the targets were locked on the basis of hard and actionable intelligence, and the forces took necessary caution to avoid any harm or damage to the civilian population and installations in Pakistan.
Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India.
He said the larger objective behind the dastardly Pahalgam killings was to incite communal tensions in the country.
The attack in Pahalgam was marked by extreme barbarity, with the victims mostly killed with headshots from close range and in front of their families. Family members were deliberately traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message.
Misri said Pakistan gave peace and sanctuary to terrorists and failed to act against terror directed from the soil.
Perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control.
Jaish's Markaz Subhanallah and Lashkar's main training facilities were targeted and destroyed in the retaliatory airstrikes. Jaish-e-Mohammed's Tera Kalan facility and the Hizbul's Maimuna Zoya facility were also blown to bits in the precision strikes.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया।
Republic learned from top sources that the Indian munitions and payloads targeted the residence of Jaish chief Masood Azhar as well as his terror nursery. While the fate of the Jaish chief remains unclear in the wake of Operation Sindoor, a purported statement from him said 10 members of his family perished in the airstrikes. Meanwhile, in a statement of intent, the forces said they were ready to hit Pakistan again in the event of any further escalation or misadventure.
India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian armed forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate this situation.
Meanwhile, as a coward Pakistan targeted civilians post-Operation Sindoor with heavy artillery shelling across the LSE, the forces responded befittingly and proportionately. The message is clear. The blueprint for Operation Sindoor 2 is ready if Pakistan dares respond.
Major General G.D. Bakshi, in a sharp strategic commentary, hints at the potential use of the BrahMos missile in future cross-border counter-terrorism operations. He emphasizes the speed, precision and visibility. He suggests high-impact, non-escalatory strike on entrenched terror camps could serve as both a tactical message and a deterrent. With BrahMos' unmatchable accuracy, rapid deployment capability, Major General Bakshi frames it as an ideal tool for swift, punitive action, underscoring India's evolving doctrine of decisive, proportionate response.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ये बहुत उपयुक्त नाम है भारतीय सेना और वायुसेना के उस ऑपरेशन का जो कि पहलगाम में हमारी जो 26 भारतीय नारियों का सिंदूर उजाड़ा था पाकिस्तान के दहशतगर्दों ने, उसके लिए करारा और मुफीद जवाब है। भारत की आर्मी और एयरफोर्स ने एक जॉइंट ऑपरेशन में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को स्ट्राइक किया है, जो कि शुरू होते हैं मुजफ्फरनगर से, पीओके में, भिंबर गली, गुलपार, चक अमरू, सियालकोट, मुरीद के और भावलपुर। याद रहे, भावलपुर 230 किलोमीटर पाकिस्तान के अंदर है, पाकिस्तान प्रॉपर, जबकि शुरू की टारगेट्स पीओके में हैं। ये तमाम टारगेट्स मुरीद के, सियालकोट और भावलपुर तो जो सबसे डीप टारगेट है 230 किलोमीटर पाकिस्तान की गहराई में। मेरा अंदाज़ है कि हमारी एयरफोर्स ने Su-30 MKIs के साथ ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल्स का इस्तेमाल किया है और शायद राफाल्स के साथ स्पाइस क्रूज मिसाइल्स का इस्तेमाल करते हुए जो गहरी टारगेट्स हैं उनको स्ट्राइक किया है। इंडियन आर्मी ने जो LOC के नज़दीक टारगेट्स हैं जैसे कि मुजफ्फराबाद, कोटली, भिम्बर गली इत्यादि, इनको अपने या तो ग्राउंड लॉन्च्ड ब्रह्मोस क्रूज मिसाइल से टारगेट किया है या फिर कोई शॉर्ट रेंज हमारे जो वेपन्स हैं, मतलब इनसे शॉर्टर रेंज वेपन्स हैं जैसे कि स्मर्च या फिर आपके पिनाका मल्टी बैरल रॉकेट लॉन्चर्स, इनसे टारगेट किया है और इन टारगेट्स को निस्तनाभूत कर दिया है। उनके फ्लैशेस तो श्रीनगर से दिखाई दे रहे थे, इतने जम के हमला किया था। हमारा जो रिस्पांस रहा है, इस बार हमने हाईली विजिबल टारगेट्स को स्ट्राइक किया है और मेरा ख्याल तो इनमें साथ में लॉइटरिंग म्यूनिशंस का भी इस्तेमाल किया गया था, पॉसिबली टू कंफ्यूज द एनिमी रडार्स एंड प्रेजेंट मल्टीपल टारगेट्स, ताकि अगर कोई भी रिस्पांस होता तो उसको केटर फॉर किया जा सकता था। लेकिन लगता है आपको याद होगा जब ईरान ने मिसाइल हमला किया था पाकिस्तान पे, तो पाकिस्तान के चाइनीज़ रडार्स उसको कैच ही नहीं कर पाए थे और पाकिस्तान बहुत कंप्लेन कर रहा था चाइना को। इस बार भी प्रिसाइसली वही हुआ है। हमारे ब्रह्मोस क्रूज मिसाइल ऑन साइड ऑफ द बॉर्डर स्टैंड ऑफ रेंजेस से फायर किए गए हैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर, राइट। और इसके चलते वो उनके रडार्स बिल्कुल पिकअप नहीं कर पाए, खरोंच नहीं आई है हमारे किसी भी जहाज़ को या कोई भी ग्राउंड बेस्ड लॉन्चर को। पाकिस्तान की ISPR कह रही है कि 6 टारगेट क्लस्टर्स में कोई 24 स्ट्राइक्स की हैं भारतवर्ष ने। वो कह रहे हैं कि उन्होंने रिटेलिएट किया है अपनी आर्टिलरी से, एक ब्रिगेड हेडक्वार्टर पे फायर करके और एक जो है इंडियन पोस्ट ऑन दी LAC उसके ऊपर फायर करके। अभी तक इसका कोई पुख्ता सबूत हमें नहीं मिला है। हमारा जो रिस्पांस रहा है वो नॉन एस्केलेटरी है, वो प्रोपोर्शनेट स्ट्राइक है। सो फार हमने केवल पाकिस्तान की टेरर टारगेट्स को एड्रेस किया है, लेकिन अगर पाकिस्तान भारत की जवाबी कार्रवाई में भारत की सिविल या मिलिट्री टारगेट्स को स्ट्राइक करता है तो हमें पूरी जस्टिफिकेशन मिलेगी इसको एस्केलेट करने अगले 2-3 स्टेप्स, जिसमें पाकिस्तान की आर्मी ISI के जो कमांड, जो उनका नेटवर्क है इस टेरर इकोसिस्टम का, उसको भी हम टारगेट कर सकते हैं और उस दर्जे हरारत तक जा सकते हैं जहां पाकिस्तान जाना चाहता है। हमें उम्मीद है कि पाकिस्तान को अकल आ गई होगी और वो यहीं पे सिलसिला ख़त्म कर देगा। वी आर प्रिपेयर्ड टू नॉट गो एनी फर्दर इफ पाकिस्तान डज नॉट एस्केलेट। जय भारत, जय हिंद।
I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist.
History has been made that in this strike, our information reaching Republic is that the main headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Toiba at Muridke has been completely devastated.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पाकिस्तानियों ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है
मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं, 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी। ये हमला हुआ, मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर, 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
Prime Minister Modi congratulates our brave hearts, asks Defence Minister Rajnath Singh to move to the border areas. Prime Minister Modi meets President Murmu, briefs her about Operation Sindoor. Amit Shah convenes urgent meet at MEA with the chief ministers of the border states.
Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there.
MEA and Ministry of Defence issued joint statement on Operation Sindoor, call out Pakistan as the safe haven for terrorists.
India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate this situation.
Minutes in which Ministry of Defence briefs on Operation Sindoor, explains how precision strikes were carried out on 9 targets for 25 minutes. India ready with retaliatory operation in case of counter-offensive. Forces on guard across the border in Kashmir. And Republic leads Operation Sindoor coverage. Story broken first on Republic by Arnab Goswami. We're going to begin with the breaking news that's coming in. Operation Sindoor. India destroys Jaish-e-Mohammed's Markaz Subhan-Allah terror camp in Pakistan's Bahawalpur. We're going to play out that exclusive 11 seconds. The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed have been destroyed. Masood Azhar gave orders from here, 100 kilometers from the international border. This camp was used to train, recruit and indoctrinate. These visuals that talk about Markaz Subhan in Bahawalpur show us those visuals and that golden bomb explosion that went up in the air. Let me go across to Rakshita, bringing us those visuals. Rakshita, it's massive. Masood Azhar, now the terrorist who issued directions from here, the headquarters, now claims that his family members also have been killed. The close aides have been killed. We play out that Bahawalpur headquarter visuals that has been accessed by you. Rakshita, these Bahawalpur visuals are so stelling. They speak their own picture as India strikes at the terror heart of Pakistan.
Absolutely, Jaish-e-Mohammed Chief Masood Azhar has claimed that 10 members at least of his family, and includes 4 of his aides also, have been killed. Now this man has been sponsoring, has been breeding terror for the longest time, for decades now. He has been sending these terrorists, these demons on Indian soil, bleeding the innocent civilians, innocent Indians on the soil. And today, his own family, today his own aides have been targeted and how. That target, that headquarters, that terror headquarter is now reduced into rubble. And this is what India had vowed. India said nothing anymore. No, we've had enough. We won't spare this time. We are going to dismantle you. We are going to uproot you. We are going to where it hits you the most. You will be left nowhere to go. That is the message primarily that is being sent by our forces, by our intelligence agency who have worked together. It's a historic action, that has been taken, that has taken place. If we talk about this place, the Markaz we're talking about, this Masood Azhar, of course, has been the mastermind of several terror attacks, if we talk about. And we've seen Masood Azhar was also arrested in 1994, remember, released after the IC 814. And then there were many such activities that he carried out, terror activities, now including the parliament attack, his role in the Mumbai attacks as well. So, and there are camps that have been targeted this time, where the likes of the 26/11 terror attack gunman, the terrorist Ajmal Kasab was also visiting, and many such of those terror masterminds were indoctrinating the young boys. They were indoctrinating and also creating these terror camps. Also, they were weaponizing them, providing them weapons, and this was happening in Pakistan occupied Kashmir as well as in Pakistan. Like you see, Bahawalpur, the locations that have been hit in Bahawalpur, those have been also hit. The way that that blaze comes out, the explosion, it's for every Indian to see. India said, the Prime Minister said that we will find you, we will trap you, and we will punish you. The punishment is for the world to see, that nobody would dare ever raise an eye to India, not even look at the way anybody can dare look at the way they did towards India. And we've seen that India this time has set an example like never before. This is not an operation. These are strikes down the bottom. These are strikes dismantling these terrorists, these masterminds who have been controlling these areas and sponsoring terrorist attacks in several parts of the country, Rhythm. And their headquarters, their training camps today are nothing but rubble. There are only plumes of smoke that is coming out. Absolute panic if you see in POK. You see these army people. They're not even army. They are all connected with these terrorists, and they go and they are there meeting people. And this shows that how India has, hit them very, very hard. And a very good evidence we can see, while we do not need to give evidence to anybody, but the Sabod gang. The Sabod gang, which suddenly gets activated, whenever there is any dastardly attack on India and India hits back, it's for them to see as well. India has documented each and every location, Pakistan occupied Kashmir or Pakistan, a befitting reply given. And this could be just the beginning. The game has just begun, India is not looking for escalation. We are a professional force. India has a planning. India has a strategy. It is a wise nation. India has a leadership. It does not have maniacs like Asim Munir leading the country and vitiating and spewing venom just for their own career, just extending their own tenures. India, of course, is a leader in the global south. India will take the right decisions so that there is no instability in the region. Minimum damage. If you see the way these strikes have been conducted with the precision strikes, 100% precision. Modern warfare has been employed here.
Yes.
The drones, the loitering munitions that have been used here, that is the kamikaze. It's very important. They can, in fact, they can do the work of a missile without using the missile and with minimum collateral damage. That has also been one of the key areas where India has worked on, that there should be minimum collateral damage. No military targets, no civilian targets. And on India's, of course, India also continues to, protect its own civilians. Yes, there is a lot of attention on the border, along the international border, along the LOC.
All right.
And the
I also want to,
yes,
Rakshita, go across to some more breaking news that's coming in, and I'm going to stay with those visuals also that are coming in. The National Security Advisor Ajit Doval spoke to around 8 of his counterparts during the talks. He emphasized India has no intent to escalate but was well prepared to retaliate resolutely should Pakistan decide to escalate. Remember the strategy, the inside details. This was a surgical, selective, precise strategy. High-value targets were under constant surveillance. The final clearance was given by National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. He's warned of a firm response if Pakistan retaliates. He spoke to 8 counterparts of 8 important nations, including the United States and Russia. He has said India does not seek an escalation. This was a secret control room directly monitored operation. Doval's core team got real-time updates. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval crucially spoke to 8 of his counterparts. While the world was asleep, the Indian Army and the Air Force, in a coordinated operation, struck back at Pakistan, and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir destroyed 9 terror dens. 14 days after the dastardly Pahalgam attack, India sent a clear message through Operation Sindoor. There is zero tolerance against terror. Several global leaders backed India and the zero tolerance policy.
In a bold and decisive move, swift, surgical and unforgiving. 14 days after the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack, India avenged what it promised. India launched Operation Sindoor and destroyed 9 terror sites in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and Pakistan. The operation, executed in the early hours of 7th of May, sends a clear and uncompromising message. India will no longer tolerate provocation. While the world stood with India against the fight of terror, we saw world leaders backing India and condemning the terror attack. As India strikes Pakistan, the world is watching and reacting. As New Delhi's fiery strike deep inside Pakistan reverberates across global capitals. US President Donald Trump said that US knew India would retaliate and that he hopes that this ends quickly.
No, it's a shame. We just heard about it just as we were walking in the doors of the Oval. Just heard about it. I guess people knew something was going to happen based on a little bit of the past. They've been fighting for a long time. You know, they've been fighting for many, many decades and centuries, actually, if you really think about it. No, I just hope it ends very quickly.
Meanwhile, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that the US is monitoring the situation between India and Pakistan and encourages the two nations to open lines of communication. Reacting to India conducting precision strikes, Israel envoy to India showed solidarity, saying that Israel supports India's right to self-defense. The operation targeted 9 locations, including Jaish's base in Bahawalpur and Lashkar's hub in Mudrike. Operation Sindoor, as the Indian Army stated, is India's answer to Pakistan. Justice is served.
The world woke up to Operation Sindoor, a testament of the fight of our armed forces and those grieving families who were witness to their loved ones being killed. We bring you a report on the biggest strike on terror, Operation Sindoor.
The April 22nd Pahalgam terror attack claimed the lives of 26 Indians, families that were witness to the killings of their loved ones. Women and children left grieving a deep and unbearable loss. And 14 days after, India and the world woke up to Operation Sindoor. Operation Sindoor, India's response to Pakistan's terror ecosystem. Operation Sindoor, an invocation of grief, memory and resolve. Official sources say that it was Prime Minister Modi who picked the evocative term Operation Sindoor to name the Indian Armed Forces strike on 9 terror sites in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. India's stand could not be more lucid. The human cost of this attack is unpardonable. The operation itself was a rare display of tri-service coordination. The Indian Army, Navy and Air Force jointly executed a multi-domain assault precisely hitting the 9 targets. For 25 minutes, Operation Sindoor executed precision strikes at multiple terror camps, and it's only the beginning of the decimation of Islamabad's terror network. And while India mourns the loss of those who fell prey to the Pakistani butchers, Operation Sindoor is a testament to the unwavering resolve of the surviving women, of the armed forces' determination, and of Bharat's fight against terrorism.
And there's breaking news that's coming in. The External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, has spoken to the Prime Minister of Qatar after Operation Sindoor. He's also spoken to the FM. He's tweeted that he's discussed India's targeted and measured response to deter cross-border terrorism, and he said it was good to speak to the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister of Qatar. The EAM, the External Affairs Minister, speaking to the Prime Minister. These are back-to-back talks that are happening on both an international and a national level. The National Security Advisor spoke to his 8 counterparts in 8 nations, and now India makes its intent clear. Whether it's India speaking to China saying there's no escalation, only retaliation. Now the External Affairs Minister also speaking to the Prime Minister of Qatar after Operation Sindoor and says it was a good talk.
I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist.
History has been made that in this strike, our information reaching Republic is that the main headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Toiba at Muridke has been completely devastated.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला.
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balakot, which was in
India launches 9 strikes on Pakistan at 1:05 a.m. Precision strikes were carried out on 9 targets for 25 minutes, 2 weeks after the dastardly Pahalgam attack. India sent a clear message through Operation Sindoor. We have zero tolerance against terror.
A little after midnight on the 7th of May, 9 targets struck inside Pakistan. Nobody saw it coming. Not even those in this video. The strikes so precise that men who shot these videos have confirmed the targets.
ये नुकसान ये 9 नंबर ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है.
5 targets in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, 4 targets deep inside Pakistan territory.
terror camps struck with multiple hits on some targets. These visuals, captured in the dark of the night, describe what unfolded deep into the territories of POK. Precision strikes that turned the skies red.
देखना वाम कैसे आ रही है वहां से अभी वीडियो कैच हो गई नहीं हो गई
Multiple loud explosions and a complete blackout. The enemy was not ready for this. Indian fighter jets hovered over the valley. 14 days after the Pahalgam killings, India has hit Islamabad hard. And as the world wakes up to Operation Sindoor, it's only the beginning of the end for the terror ecosystem of Pakistan.
A fortnight after Pakistan's terror proxies slaughtered 26 defenseless tourists, sending their families into despair, leaving the world in shock, Pahalgam has now been avenged. In a coordinated tri-services operation codenamed Operation Sindoor, India unleashed hell across the border, flattening 9 hand-picked terror hubs deep inside Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. While typically underplaying the extent of damage that has been wrought by India's fierce counter-offensive, this time Pakistan was forced to acknowledge the heavy casualties on its side.
The dastardly Pahalgam terror attack of April 22nd has been avenged. A fortnight after Pakistani terrorists shot 25 unarmed tourists in the lush Baisaran meadows, after ascertaining their fate, India settled the scores. In a precise and deadly tri-services offensive codenamed Operation Sindoor, the Indian forces destroyed 9 terror hubs or hideouts deep inside Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. It was learned that of the 9 terror hideouts that the Indian forces hit, 4 were in Pakistan and another 5 in the POK. The targets, the coordinates for which were determined by intelligence agencies, included the Jaish and Lashkar headquarters in Pakistan's Bahawalpur and Muridke. The precision munitions, which included kamikaze drones, downed Markaz Tayyaba, the main training camp or facility of the Lashkar Tayyaba.
Huge visual coming in right now. Just see the extent of the devastation in Pakistan tonight. Just see that go through. This is a huge strike, ladies and gentlemen. Just see that visual, the level of devastation. The first visuals brought to you here only on Republic, and all the Pakistanis watching in shock and horror as India begins a mammoth strike. Now you're seeing the kind of armory and ammunition being used here. What does this look like to you? General Kochar, you've been with the ordnance. I want to show you this visual. General Kochar, are you there? Are you seeing this visual with you, sir? You see the nature of the visual, the nature of the explosion. What does it look like to you, sir?
My assessment is, Arnab, from what I can see on your screen.
Yes, sir.
This is a combination of a drone and a missile strike.
A mix of drone and missile?
Yeah. Because
yeah,
I
but
don't.
one second, sir. 1 second. Can the drones go so deep? I also want you to expect, General Bakshi, how deep did we go? General Bakshi, how deep have we gone when we go to Bahawalpur, when we go to Muridke? How deep have we gone into that territory?
Muridke and Bahawalpur, Muzaffarabad, Kotli, all these have been hit. Targets deep into Pakistan have been hit. Pakistan main, not just POK. So to that extent, I would extend, in all probability, it is the BrahMos cruise missile, which have a range of 400 kilometers plus. I was telling you the circular error of probability is 1 meter, and the warhead that it carries is hundreds of kilos.
The facility funded by Osama bin Laden was where Ajmal Kasab received his training before the 26/11 attacks. The Bahawalpur headquarters of the Masood Azhar-led Jaish-e-Mohammed was also targeted in India's precision counterstrikes. Significantly, while typically underplaying the extent of damage inflicted by the Indian airstrikes, Pakistan did acknowledge heavy casualties on its side. Pakistan's Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar released a statement claiming the Indian counterstrikes claimed civilian lives, including those of women and children. However, top sources told Republic that the Indian forces eliminated over 100 terrorists in Operation Sindoor while avoiding civilian casualties and collateral damage. As Pakistan goes crying to the UN again, claiming civilian casualties in the Indian airstrikes, its thriving terror nurseries lie in ruins.
क्या हो गया भाई?
वो भैया आपसे सीखकर म्यूचुअल फंड्स में एसआईपी शुरू की थी, लेकिन कभी कभी अपडेट्स देखकर मेरा मन भटकने लगता है।
अरे अपने मन को बोल, म्यूचुअल फंड्स टिके रहने का गेम है।
मतलब एसआईपी चालू रखूं?
सुन, ये लिफ्ट जब ऊपर नीचे जाती है तो तू निकल जाता है।
नहीं भैया, यही तो सही मंजिल तक ले जाती है।
तो बस म्यूचुअल फंड्स का भी यही है, दूर की सोचेगा और डटे रहेगा तो तू भी अपने सपनों के पास पहुंच सकता है।
हाँ बिल्कुल आपकी तरह।
सही है।
जश्न है भारत, रग रग में है जीत की आदत है, सामने दुश्मन भी सलामी दे। सूरज हम तेरे उजाले, तुझसे जुदा नहीं होने वाले, आखिर हम सफर तिरंगे के। जय हिंद जो नस में है, हर बाजी फिर बस में है, जिद ठान के हिंदुस्तान बोले। सलाम सलाम
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
different weapon systems because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर नुकसान है.
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket. Not risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Here
These are
and most
some
of the
visuals.
civilians
I
here
can see some.
are near the LOC.
No. This is a long shot. I can see in the sky there's somebody who shot something to light.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening. India today in Operation Sindoor demolishes the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba. We send out a strong message to Pakistan in Operation Sindoor that these terrorists that continue to work from your Pakistani state soil will now be demolished by us. First up, a look at our top headlines. Prime Minister Modi congratulates our brave hearts, asks the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh to move to border areas. Prime Minister Modi meets President Murmu, briefs her about Operation Sindoor. Amit Shah convenes urgent meet at MEA with the Chief Ministers of the border states. MEA and Ministry of Defence issue joint statement on Operation Sindoor, call out Pakistan as the safe haven for terrorists. Ministry of Defence briefs on Operation Sindoor, explains precision strikes were carried out on 9 targets for 25 minutes. India ready with retaliatory operation in case of counter-offensive. Forces on guard across the border in Kashmir. A fortnight after Pakistan's terror proxies slaughtered 26 defenseless tourists, sending their families into despair and leaving the world in shock, Pahalgam has been avenged. In a coordinated tri-services operation codenamed Operation Sindoor, viewers, India unleashed hell across the border, flattening 9 hand-picked terror hubs deep inside Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. While typically underplaying the extent of damage wrought by India's fierce counter-offensive, Pakistan did acknowledge heavy casualties for the first time on its side.
The dastardly Pahalgam terror attack of April 22nd has been avenged. A fortnight after Pakistani terrorists shot 25 unarmed tourists in the lush Baisaran meadows, after ascertaining their fate, India settled the scores. In a precise and deadly tri-services offensive codenamed Operation Sindoor, the Indian forces destroyed 9 terror hubs or hideouts deep inside Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. It was learned that of the 9 terror hideouts that the Indian forces hit, 4 were in Pakistan and another 5 in the POK. The targets, the coordinates for which were determined by intelligence agencies, included the Jaish and Lashkar headquarters in Pakistan's Bahawalpur and Muridke. The precision munitions, which included kamikaze drones, downed Markaz Tayyaba, the main training camp or facility of the Lashkar-e-Taiba.
Huge visual coming in right now. Just see the extent of the devastation in Pakistan tonight. Just see that go through. This is a huge strike, ladies and gentlemen. Just see that visual, the level of devastation. The first visuals brought to you here only on Republic, and all the Pakistanis watching in shock and horror as India begins a mammoth strike. Now you're seeing the kind of armory and ammunition being used here. What does this look like to you? General Kochar, you've been with the ordnance. I want to show you this visual. General Kochar, are you there? Are you seeing this visual with you, sir? You see the nature of the visual, the nature of the explosion. What does it look like to you, sir?
My assessment is, Arnab, from what I can see on your screen.
Yes, sir.
This is a combination of a drone and a missile strike.
A mix of drone and missile?
Yeah. Because I don't.
One second, sir. One second. Can the drones go so deep? I also want you to expect, General Bakshi, how deep did we go? General Bakshi, how deep have we gone when we go to Bahawalpur, when we go to Muridke? How deep have we gone into their territory?
Muridke and Bahawalpur, Muzaffarabad, Kotli, all these have been hit. Targets deep into Pakistan have been hit. Pakistan main, not just POK. So to that extent, I would extend, in all probability, it is the BrahMos cruise missile, which plus. I was telling you the circular error of probability is 1 meter, and the warhead that it carries is hundreds of kilos.
The facility funded by Osama bin Laden was where Ajmal Kasab received his training before the 26/11 attacks. The Bahawalpur headquarters of the Masood Azhar-led Jaish-e-Mohammed was also targeted in India's precision counterstrikes. Significantly, while typically underplaying the extent of damage inflicted by the Indian airstrikes, Pakistan did acknowledge heavy casualties on its side. Pakistan's Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar released a statement claiming the Indian counterstrikes claimed civilian lives, including those of women and children. However, top sources told Republic that the Indian forces eliminated over 100 terrorists in Operation Sindoor, while avoiding civilian casualties and collateral damage. As Pakistan goes crying to the UN again, claiming civilian casualties in the Indian airstrikes, its thriving terror nurseries lie in ruins.
At 1:05 a.m. on May 7th, India launched Operation Sindoor deep inside Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. 9 terror camps linked to Pahalgam attack destroyed. No Pakistan military targeted. Prime Minister Modi monitored it through the night. Justice is served. Borders will no longer protect the enemies of peace.
जश्न है भारत, रग रग में है जीत की आदत है, सामने दुश्मन की सलामी दे। सूरज हम तेरे उजाले, तुझसे जुदा नहीं होने वाले, आखिर हम सफर तिरंगे के। जय हिंद जो नस नस में है, हर बाजी फिर बस में है, जिद ठान के हिंदुस्तान बोले। सलाम सलाम
Wee hours of Wednesday morning, India avenged what it promised, the death of 26 innocent civilians in what became the worst terror attack viewers in Kashmir in the last 2 decades. India executed Operation Sindoor, a coordinated tri-services military operation. It struck, devastated 9 major terrorist targets deep inside the Pakistani territories, including Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. While Pakistan terror links stand exposed, this retaliation brings to life Pakistan's worst nightmare.
26 innocent lives lost. 2 weeks later, all of the 26 innocent lives avenged.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया।
Not only did Pakistan not see this coming, but its worst nightmares were brought to life in the wee hours of Wednesday as India launched the first tri-services operation against Pakistan since the 1971 war. The Indian Army, Air Force and the Navy launched a coordinated operation striking hard some of the most significant and long-standing terrorist training hubs deep inside Pakistani territories.
We've hit back. Ladies and gentlemen, the big breaking news story of the moment. If you can hear me, all right, because I want to recap exactly what is happening. As of this minute, 33 minutes past 2, history has been made. This is a very direct and straightforward attack by the Indian Army. We are reporting Pakistan has been hit. Muzaffarabad has been hit. A total of 9 places in Pakistan have been hit.
The operation has dismantled 9 major targets of the Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. Bombs were also rained on Hizbul Mujahideen hideouts inside Pakistan. India's retaliation used precision strikes and long-range standoff weapons at 9 locations, flattening the logistical, operational and training infrastructure of terror groups. The 9 targets included 4 Jaish-e-Mohammed targets, Bahawalpur in Punjab, Tehra Kalan, Kotli and Muzaffarabad. The Jaish has claimed responsibility for major attacks in India, including the 2001 Parliament attacks and the 2019 Pulwama suicide bombing. In fact, Muridke, the nerve center of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, was quivering with the impact of the explosion. In fact, Barnala and Muzaffarabad terror camps were also charred by missiles. Lashkar-e-Taiba orchestrated the 26/11 Mumbai terror strikes. The Hizbul Mujahideen has not been spared either, with Sialkot and Kotli camps completely hammered. The terrorist group has been active in multiple attacks across the Kashmir Valley. Each of the 9 sites selected for the operation had a history of association with major terror plots and infiltration attempts directed at India. India has hit back, and it has hit back harder than ever. The message is as clear as it can get: zero tolerance towards terrorism and its dirty state sponsors.
And this breaking news coming in, India now calls on the permanent and non-permanent members of the United Security Council to brief them on Operation Sindoor. These are also visuals that we're going to be getting from South Block, where India calls members of the UN Security Council. We're also briefing them on Operation Sindoor. We're also going to be getting you details on this story. We're also now being told that India has called on the permanent and the non-permanent members of the United Security Council to brief them on Operation Sindoor. These are foreign envoys who are there at the MEA headquarters and have been briefed on Operation Sindoor. India has called on members. Viewers, this has been a day in which national and internationally we've seen our ministries working in extreme painstaking coordination. The next bit of information that's coming in: Indian government is briefing foreign envoys on India's strike at terror camps deep inside Pakistan. The evidence of Pakistan's involvement in the Pahalgam terror attack is going to be shared with foreign ambassadors. This is the big breaking news that's coming in. India is now briefing foreign envoys. They're going to share with the foreign ambassadors what we've all known about Pakistan's involvement with the terror camps. This is not the first time that they've done this, but this is now India rewriting the rules. Pakistan has sheltered terrorists. We're now going to be getting you, viewers, after this. We're going to be getting you more videos of how, as the nation is still mourning these people who were killed in the Pahalgam attack, in that act of cowardice, now the visuals that tell a different story. India responded with precision and power. 9 terror targets. Under Operation Sindoor, the Indian armed forces struck deep into terror infrastructure. We get you details of the 9 locations and what happened when India targeted the terror camps.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया।
They are distributed from Sawai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian armed forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate this situation.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया।
They are distributed from Sawai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian armed forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate this situation.
The nation mourns the Pahalgam attack, an act of cowardice that claimed innocent lives and shook the valley. But now the visuals tell a different story. India has responded with precision and power. Under Operation Sindoor, the Indian armed forces struck deep into terror infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, hitting locations that had the planning and execution of terror attacks.
I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. Terrorism will not go unpunished.
कोई दिखता जहांगीर तो क्या है बिहारियां पे झुलते यार बहुत ही कश्मीरी है
ये नुकसान
हम लोग फौजी हैं,
ये 9 नंबर
आपकी सेफ्टी के लिए आए हैं, आपकी सेफ्टी के लिए आए हैं, बैठो 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 बैठो, आपकी सेफ्टी के लिए आए हैं, हम इंडियन आर्मी हैं,
ये
बैठो।
मस्जिद तैयबा
आप लोग कहाँ से आए,
उमर
कहाँ से आए आप लोग?
नुकसान
आपके बच्चे कुछ नहीं करेंगे, थोड़ा बताइए हुआ पति को आए हैं, बैठो बैठो बैठो
ये
बैठो,
नुकसान
आपकी सेफ्टी के लिए आए हैं,
ये 9 नंबर
हम इंडियन आर्मी हैं, बैठो। ये इंडियन आर्मी है। आप लोग कहाँ से आए हो, कहाँ से आए आप लोग? आपके बच्चे कुछ नहीं करेंगे,
मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज
थोड़ा
उमर
बताइए हुआ पति को मार दिया? नहीं बेटा शांत रहो, लो पानी पियो, पानी पियो। अरे साथ में आपके हैदराबाद में I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist.
History has been made that in this strike, our information reaching Republic is that the main headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Toiba at Muridke has been completely devastated.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
पाकिस्तानियों ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है, उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं, 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम फौज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी फौज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी? ये हमला हुआ, मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिक मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर, 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये कन्फर्म होना बाकी है, लेकिन ये कन्फर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
Jai Hind viewers, India has stood on its resolve. Operation Sindoor, a testament of Prime Minister Modi's zero tolerance towards terrorism, has been seen. The precision strike post-midnight that shook over 9 major terror targets in Pakistan have reaffirmed India's position as a regional peacemaker who's not afraid of breaking the silence when provoked.
After the Pahalgam terror strike, the Prime Minister did not just speak. he warned. Enraged by the 22nd April massacre in the valley, he declared war on terror with a promise of total annihilation.
Today, from the soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backer. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth.
And he wasn't alone. The entire leadership stood with iron resolve. Within 24 hours, Home Minister Amit Shah was on the ground meeting the families, walking the bloodied site, eyes burning with fury. He didn't just offer condolences, he promised revenge. Ruthless, unstoppable revenge.
मैं सभी आतंक फैलाने वालों को कहना चाहता हूं कि लड़ाई का अंत नहीं है, एक मकाम है। हर व्यक्ति को चुन चुन कर जवाब भी मिलेगा, जवाब भी लिया जाएगा। और अगर कोई एक कायराना हमला कर ये समझता है कि हमारी बड़ी जीत है, तो एक बात मन से समझ लीजिए, ये नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार है, किसी को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा, किसी को बख्शा नहीं। इस देश की इंच इंच भूमि पर से आतंकवाद को मूल समेत उखाड़ने का हमारा संकल्प है और वो सिद्ध होकर रहेगा।
And then came the final strike of authority. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. No mincing words, no soft diplomacy. He warned Pakistan, you will pay.
एक राष्ट्र के रूप में भारत के भौतिक स्वरूप की सुरक्षा हमारे वीर सैनिकों ने हमेशा की। तो वहीं पर दूसरी तरफ भारत के आध्यात्मिक स्वरूप की रक्षा हमारे ऋषियों और मनीषियों ने की। जहां एक तरफ हमारे सैनिक रणभूमि में लड़ते हैं, वहीं दूसरी तरफ हमारे संत जीवन भूमि में लड़ते हैं। साथियों, एक रक्षा मंत्री के रूप में मेरा दायित्व है कि मैं अपने सैनिकों के साथ मिलकर देश की सीमाओं की सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करूं। और मेरा यह दायित्व है कि अपनी सेना के साथ मिलकर देश के ऊपर आंख उठाने वालों को मुंहतोड़ जवाब दूं।
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया।
They are distributed from Tawai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian armed forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate the situation.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly MEA तो और
Cricket fans.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
Unlike
नमस्कार। इस ब्रीफिंग में शामिल होने के लिए आप सभी का धन्यवाद।
जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, 22 अप्रैल 2025 को लश्कर तैयबा से संबंधित पाकिस्तानी और पाकिस्तान प्रशिक्षित आतंकवादियों ने भारत में जम्मू और कश्मीर के पहलगाम में भारतीय पर्यटकों पर बर्बरतापूर्ण हमला किया। 25 भारतीयों और एक नेपाली नागरिक को कायरतापूर्ण मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया। मुंबई के 26 नवंबर 2008 के हमलों के बाद ये भारत में हुई किसी आतंकवादी हमले में मारे गए आम नागरिकों की संख्या की दृष्टि से सबसे गंभीर घटना है। पहलगाम का हमला अत्यधिक बर्बरतापूर्ण था, जिसमें वहां मौजूद लोगों को करीब से और उनके परिवारों के सामने सिर पर गोली मारी गई। हत्या के इस तरीके से परिवार के सदस्यों को जानबूझकर आघात पहुंचाया गया। साथ ही उन्हें यह नसीहत भी दी गई कि वे वापस जाकर इस संदेश को पहुंचा दें। यह हमला स्पष्ट रूप से जम्मू और कश्मीर में बहाल हो रही सामान्य स्थिति को बाधित करने के उद्देश्य से किया गया था। चूंकि पर्यटन फिर से अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार बन रहा था, इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसे प्रतिकूल रूप से प्रभावित करना था। पिछले वर्ष आप सभी जानते हैं 2.25 करोड़ से अधिक पर्यटक कश्मीर आए थे। इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसलिए संभवतः यह था कि इस संघ राज्य क्षेत्र में विकास और प्रगति को नुकसान पहुंचाकर इसे पिछड़ा बनाए रखा जाए और पाकिस्तान से लगातार होने वाले सीमा पार आतंकवाद के लिए उपजाऊ जमीन बनाने में सहायता की जाए। हमले का यह तरीका जम्मू और कश्मीर और शेष राष्ट्र दोनों में सांप्रदायिक दंगे भड़काने के उद्देश्य से भी प्रेरित था। इसका श्रेय सरकार और भारत के सभी नागरिकों को दिया जाना चाहिए कि इन प्रयासों को विफल कर दिया गया। एक समूह ने खुद को रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट टीआरएफ कहते हुए इस हमले की जिम्मेदारी ली है। यह समूह संयुक्त राष्ट्र द्वारा प्रतिबंधित पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी समूह लश्कर तैयबा से जुड़ा हुआ है। यह उल्लेखनीय है कि भारत ने मई और नवंबर 2024 में संयुक्त राष्ट्र की 1267 कमेटी की सैंक्शंस मॉनिटरिंग टीम को अर्धवार्षिक रिपोर्ट प्रस्तुत की थी, जिसमें टीआरएफ के बारे में साफ इनपुट दिए गए थे। इससे पाकिस्तान स्थित आतंकवादी समूहों के लिए कवर के रूप में टीआरएफ की भूमिका सामने आई थी। इससे पहले भी दिसंबर 2023 में भारत ने इस टीम को लश्कर तैयबा और जैश ए मोहम्मद के बारे में सूचित किया था, जो टीआरएफ जैसे छोटे आतंकवादी समूहों के माध्यम से अपनी गतिविधियों को संचालित कर रहे हैं। इस संबंध में 25 अप्रैल को यूएन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल प्रेस वक्तव्य में टीआरएफ के संदर्भ को हटाने के लिए पाकिस्तान के दबाव पर भी ध्यान दिया जाना चाहिए। पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले की जांच से पाकिस्तान के साथ आतंकवादियों के संपर्क उजागर हुए हैं। रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट द्वारा किए गए दावे और लश्कर तैयबा से ज्ञात सोशल मीडिया हैंडल द्वारा इसको रीपोस्ट किया जाना इसकी पुष्टि करता है। चश्मदीद गवाहों और विभिन्न जांच एजेंसियों को उपलब्ध अन्य सूचनाओं के आधार पर हमलावरों की पहचान भी हुई है। हमारी इंटेलिजेंस ने इस टीम के योजनाकारों और उनके समर्थकों की जानकारी जुटाई है। इस हमले की रूपरेखा भारत में सीमा पार आतंकवाद को अंजाम देने के पाकिस्तान के लंबे ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड से भी जुड़ी हुई है, जिसके लिखित और स्पष्ट दस्तावेज उपलब्ध हैं। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में आतंकवादियों के लिए एक शरण स्थल के रूप में पहचान बना चुका है। यहां अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर प्रतिबंधित आतंकवादी सजा पाने से बचे रहते हैं। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान ने इस मुद्दे पर विश्व और फाइनेंशियल एक्शन टास्क फोर्स जैसे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों को जानबूझकर गुमराह करने के लिए भी जाना जाता है। साजिद मीर का मामला, जिसमें इस आतंकवादी को पाकिस्तान ने मृत घोषित कर दिया था और फिर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दबाव के परिणाम स्वरूप वो जीवित पाया गया, इसका सबसे स्पष्ट उदाहरण है। ये स्वाभाविक है कि पहलगाम में हुए इस हमले से जम्मू और कश्मीर के साथ साथ भारत के अन्य भागों में भी आक्रोश देखा गया। हमलों के बाद भारत सरकार ने स्वाभाविक रूप से पाकिस्तान के साथ संबंधों को लेकर कुछ कदम उठाए। आप सभी उन निर्णयों से अवगत हैं जिसकी घोषणा 23 अप्रैल को की गई थी। तथापि यह आवश्यक समझा गया कि 22 अप्रैल के हमले के अपराधियों और उनके योजनाकारों को न्याय के कटघरे में लाया जाए। हमलों के एक पखवाड़े के बाद भी पाकिस्तान द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र या अपने नियंत्रण वाले क्षेत्रों में आतंकवादियों की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के विरुद्ध कार्रवाई करने के लिए कोई स्पष्ट कदम नहीं उठाया गया है। उल्टे वो इनकार करने और आरोप लगाने में ही लिप्त रहा है। पाकिस्तान आधारित आतंकवादी मॉड्यूल्स पर हमारी खुफिया निगरानी ने संकेत दिया है कि भारत के विरुद्ध आगे भी हमले हो सकते हैं। अतः इनको रोकना और इनसे निपटना दोनों को बेहद आवश्यक समझा गया। आज सुबह, जैसा कि आपको ज्ञात होगा, भारत ने इस तरह के सीमा पार हमलों का जवाब देने और उन्हें रोकने तथा उनका प्रतिरोध करने के अपने अधिकार का प्रयोग किया है। यह कार्यवाही नपीतुली, नॉन एस्केलेटरी, आनुपातिक और जिम्मेदारीपूर्ण है। यह आतंकवाद की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को समाप्त करने और भारत में भेजे जाने वाले संभावित आतंकवादियों को अक्षम बनाने पर केंद्रित है। आपको यह भी स्मरण होगा कि 25 अप्रैल 2025 को संयुक्त राष्ट्र सुरक्षा परिषद ने पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले पर एक प्रेस वक्तव्य जारी किया था, जिसमें आतंकवाद के इस निंदनीय कार्य के अपराधियों, आयोजकों, फाइनेंसरों और प्रायोजकों को जवाबदेह ठहराने और उन्हें न्याय के दायरे में लाने की आवश्यकता पर जोर दिया गया था। भारत की आज की इस कार्रवाई को इसी संदर्भ में देखा जाना चाहिए। Good morning. Thank you all for joining this briefing. As you are all aware, on April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India since the 26 November 2008 attacks in Mumbai. The attack in Pahalgam was marked by extreme barbarity, with the victims mostly killed with headshots from close range and in front of their families. Family members were deliberately traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message. The attack was clearly driven by the objective of undermining the normalcy returning to Jammu and Kashmir. In particular, it was designed to impact the mainstay of the economy, tourism, with a record 23 million tourists visiting the valley last year. The calculation presumably was that harming growth and development in the Union territory would help keep it backward and create fertile ground for continued cross-border terrorism from Pakistan. The manner of the attack was also driven by an objective of provoking communal discord, both in Jammu and Kashmir and the rest of the nation. It is to the credit of the government and the people of India that these designs were foiled. A group calling itself the Resistance Front has claimed responsibility for the attack. This group is a front for the UN-proscribed Pakistani terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba. It is notable that India had given inputs about the TRF in the half-yearly report to the monitoring team of the UN's 1267 Sanctions Committee in May and November 2024, bringing out its role as a cover for Pakistan-based terrorist groups. Earlier too, in December 2023, India had informed the monitoring team about Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed operating through small terror groups such as the TRF. Pakistan's pressure to remove references to TRF in the April 25 UN Security Council press statement is notable in this regard. Investigations into the Pahalgam terror attack have brought out the communication notes of terrorists in and to Pakistan, the claims made by the resistance front and their reposting by known social media handles of the Lashkar-e-Taiba speak for themselves. Identification of the attackers based on eyewitness accounts as well as other information available to law enforcement agencies has also progressed. Our intelligence has developed an accurate picture of the planners and backers of this team. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terrorism in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The Sajid Mir case, in which this terrorist was declared dead and then, in response to international pressure, brought back to life, found alive and arrested, is the most glaring example. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. Joining me for this briefing on our actions earlier this morning are Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. I will request them to share some details regarding Operation Sindoor with all of you.
देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह आज आपको 6 से 7 मई 2025 की रात 1:05 से 1:30 बजे के बीच भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों द्वारा अंजाम दिए गए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में जानकारी देंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं।
Operation Sindoor was launched by Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of Pahalgam terror attack and their families. 9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure It is a complex web of recruitment and indoctrination centers, training areas for initial and refresher courses, and launch pads for handlers. These camps are located both in Pakistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir areas.
श्री राजेश सिंह, डिफेंस सेक्रेटरी, लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल श्रीनिवासन, डीजी बॉर्डर रोड, बीआरओ के सभी कर्मयोगी एवं देवियों व सज्जनों, आप सभी जानते हैं कि आज हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में हमारे भारत की सेना ने हम सभी भारतवासियों का मस्तक ऊंचा किया है। इसलिए मैं चाहता हूं कि एक बार अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाएं और मैं नारे लगाऊंगा। हमारे देश के सेना के जवानों के सम्मान में हम सभी बोलेंगे, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। साथियों, जैसी कि आप सबको जानकारी है कि कल रात हमारी भारतीय सेनाओं ने अपने अद्भुत शौर्य और पराक्रम का परिचय देते हुए एक नया इतिहास रच दिया है। साथियों, भारत की सेना ने सटीकता, सतर्कता और संवेदनशीलता के साथ कार्रवाई की है। हमने जो लक्ष्य तय किए थे उन्हें ठीक समय तय योजना के अनुसार सटीकता से उन्होंने ध्वस्त किया है और किसी भी नागरिक ठिकाने, सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन को जरा भी प्रभावित न होने देने की संवेदनशीलता भी हमारी सेना ने दिखाई है। यानी एक तरीके से देखा जाए तो हम कह सकते हैं एक तरीके की सटीकता, सतर्कता और मानवीयता यह हमारी भारत की सेना के जवानों ने दिखाई है, जिसके लिए मैं हमारे सेना के जवानों और अधिकारियों को पूरे देश की ओर से मैं साधुवाद देता हूं और सेना को संपूर्ण संबल प्रदान करने के लिए अपने प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को भी मैं साधुवाद देता हूं। मित्रों, हमने हनुमान जी के उस आदर्श का पालन किया है जो उन्होंने अशोक वाटिका उजाड़ते समय किया था, जिन मोहि मारा तिन मोहि मारे। हमने केवल उन्हीं को मारा जिन्होंने हमारे मासूमों को मारा। साथियों, प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर लॉन्च करके पहले की तरह ही इस बार भी आतंकियों को ट्रेनिंग देने वाले कैंप्स को तबाह करके करारा जवाब दिया है। भारत ने अपनी सरजमी पर हुए हमले का जवाब देने के लिए अपने राइट टू रेस्पॉन्ड का इस्तेमाल किया है और हमारी यह कार्रवाई बेहद सोच समझकर सधे हुए तरीके से की गई है। आतंकियों के हौसले पस्त करने के उद्देश्य से यह कार्रवाई महज उनके कैंप्स और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तक ही सीमित रखी गई है। मैं पुनः हमारे आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के शौर्य को मैं नमन करता हूं। साथियों, आज बॉर्डर रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के 66वें फाउंडेशन डे पर आपके बीच उपस्थित होना मेरे लिए गौरव का विषय है और यह खुशी की बात है कि आज इस इम्पोर्टेंट डे पर बीआरओ द्वारा निर्मित 50 इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स का उद्घाटन करने का अवसर भी हमें प्राप्त हो रहा है। मैं आप सभी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आपने मुझे यहां आमंत्रित किया है। साथियों, किसी भी संस्थान के लिए उसका फाउंडेशन डे यह बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण हुआ करता है। वैसे भी 65 वर्षों की आपकी जो यात्रा रही है वो बेहद गौरवशाली रही है। इसलिए आज का दिन उस गौरवमयी यात्रा को याद करने का दिन है। इसके साथ साथ यह दिन ठहर कर सोचने का भी दिन होता है कि अपनी अब तक की यात्रा में हमने क्या क्या हासिल किया है, और यह हमारी अब तक की कार्य प्रणाली का विश्लेषण करने का भी यह दिन है। साथ ही यह एनालिसिस करने का भी दिन है कि भविष्य में हमारी राह क्या होनी चाहिए। साथियों, मैं देख पा रहा हूं कि वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के माध्यम से देश के अलग अलग क्षेत्रों से हमारे कई साथी जुड़े हुए हैं। अक्सर हम उद्घाटन के अवसर पर बड़ी बड़ी संस्थाओं का और बड़ी बड़ी एजेंसीज का नाम तो लेते हैं, परंतु ऐसे कई कर्मयोगी हैं जो पर्दे के पीछे रहकर काम करते हैं। किसी प्रोजेक्ट को पूरा करने में उनका योगदान भी बेहद महत्वपूर्ण होता है। इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि आज का दिन उनके योगदान को एक्नॉलेज करने और एप्रिशिएट करने का भी दिन है। साथियों, आज जम्मू कश्मीर, लद्दाख, सिक्किम, मिजोरम, अरुणाचल प्रदेश, पश्चिम बंगाल और राजस्थान में कई प्रोजेक्ट्स का उद्घाटन हुआ है। कहने को तो यह सारे फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हैं, लेकिन मैं इन्हें सिर्फ फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ही नहीं समझता। हमें जो सड़कें दिखती हैं, जो पुल दिखते हैं, वह सिर्फ दो स्थानों को जोड़ने वाले नहीं होते हैं, बल्कि वह लोगों के दिलों को जोड़ने वाले होते हैं। इन प्रोजेक्ट से राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा को तो मजबूती मिलती ही है, साथ ही साथ यह प्रोजेक्ट इन सभी रीजन्स को इकोनॉमिक प्रॉस्पेरिटी को भी बढ़ावा देते हैं। यह तमाम प्रोजेक्ट इन क्षेत्रों में ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, टूरिज्म और इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी को बढ़ावा देंगे, जिससे निश्चित रूप से यहाँ के निवासियों की आय में वृद्धि होगी, उनकी क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ में भी इम्प्रूवमेंट होगा और इन क्षेत्रों में समृद्धि आएगी, यानी प्रॉस्पेरिटी आएगी। साथियों, मुझे बताया गया कि आज जिन इंफ्रा प्रोजेक्ट्स की शुरुआत की गई है, इनकी टोटल कॉस्ट लगभग 1900 करोड़ रुपए के आसपास की है। मुझे लगता है कि यह केवल उनकी नॉमिनल वैल्यू पर है। इसकी असली वैल्यू है वह तो हम आंक भी नहीं सकते। इन सड़कों के माध्यम से जब कोई बच्ची स्कूल जाएगी और अपना भविष्य बनाएगी, तो उसके इम्पैक्ट का आकलन भी हम नहीं कर सकते। इन ब्रिजेज के माध्यम से जब यहां एम्बुलेंसेज दौड़ेंगी और समय पर लोगों को इलाज होगा, उसकी वैल्यू को भी नहीं आंका जा सकता है। जब इन सड़कों के माध्यम से विभिन्न संस्कृति के लोग आपस में जुड़ेंगे या फिर एक दूसरे से जो कुछ सीखेंगे, उसकी वैल्यू कोई भी आंक नहीं सकता है। जब इन टनल्स के माध्यम से यहाँ के किसानों द्वारा उगाए गए फूल, फल, सब्जियां इत्यादि दूसरे क्षेत्रों में आसानी से पहुंचेंगे, उसका जो आर्थिक और सामाजिक प्रभाव यहाँ के किसानों पर पड़ेगा, उसकी वैल्यू, उसकी कीमत कोई भी नहीं आंक सकता है। साथियों, मैं इन प्रोजेक्ट्स की डिटेल देख रहा था। मैंने देखा कि इनमें छोटे से लेकर बड़े रोड्स, टनल्स और ब्रिजेज हैं। कुछ मीटर से लेकर सैकड़ों किलोमीटर तक इनकी लंबाई है। हालांकि उनकी लंबाई से कोई खास फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। कोई पुल अगर छोटा है, कोई सड़क यदि छोटी है, तो इससे कोई खास फर्क नहीं पड़ता, क्योंकि दुनिया की लंबी से लंबी जो यात्राएं होती हैं, वह सिर्फ एक छोटे से रास्ते से ही शुरू होती हैं। इसलिए इन प्रोजेक्ट्स की कीमत, इनकी वैल्यू सिर्फ इस बात से नहीं आंकी जा सकती क्या फाइनेंशियली या फिजिकली कितना बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट है और यह कितना छोटा प्रोजेक्ट है। असल में इनकी असली कीमत इस बात से है कि यह कितने परिवारों को जोड़ रही हैं, कितने लोगों की संस्कृति को, उनके रहन सहन को आपस में करीब ला रही हैं, कितने लोगों की आर्थिक और सामाजिक समृद्धि, इकोनॉमिक और सोशल प्रॉस्पेरिटी में अपना ये योगदान दे रही हैं। यह प्रोजेक्ट्स लोहे, कंक्रीट या कोलतार से बनी हुई एक संरचना भर नहीं है, बल्कि यह एक कमिटमेंट है, यह एक प्रतिबद्धता है सीमावर्ती क्षेत्र के विकास का। यह एक रिजॉल्व है, यह एक संकल्प है बॉर्डर एरियाज में क्वालिटी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बिल्ड करने का। यह एक दृढ़ निश्चयता का डिटर्मिनेशन है लोगों के दिलों को जोड़ने का। इसलिए मैंने कहा कि ये प्रोजेक्ट्स इनवैल्यूएबल हैं, इनकी कीमत का आकलन नहीं किया जा सकता है। साथियों, प्राचीन काल से ही मार्ग मानव सभ्यता के विकास में बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाते आए हैं। मार्गों की महत्ता हमारे इतिहास में हमेशा से रही है। जब आप मानवता का इतिहास पलट कर देखेंगे तो आप ये पाएंगे कि ट्रांसपोर्टेशन रूट्स ने कितना इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले किया है। इतिहास बताते हैं कि सिविलाइजेशन थ्राइव हुई तो उसके पीछे रूट्स और राजमार्गों का बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा है। कला, साहित्य, संस्कृति और विज्ञान का प्रचार प्रसार एक क्षेत्र से दूसरे क्षेत्र तक इन्हीं के माध्यम से फैलता है। यदि मैं भारत के संदर्भ में बात करूं तो मुझे यहां के दो इंपॉर्टेंट रूट्स के नाम स्वाभाविक रूप से याद आ रहे हैं। आप शायद उत्तरापथ और दक्षिणापथ के बारे में जानते होंगे या सुना होगा। उत्तरापथ और दक्षिणापथ हमारे इंडियन सब कॉन्टिनेंट के डिफरेंट रीजन्स को एक दूसरे से जोड़ने वाले धागे की तरह हैं। आप सोचिए, हजारों साल पहले जब संचार के इतने तेज साधन नहीं थे, तब आइडियाज और कल्चर, विचार और संस्कृति एक जगह से दूसरी जगह कैसे पहुंचते थे। पांड्य साम्राज्य का मोती और मदुरई का कपास आखिर मगध के पाटलिपुत्र में कैसे बहुत प्रसिद्ध हो गया। राजकुमार सिद्धार्थ से भगवान बने महात्मा बुद्ध की शिक्षाएं कावेरी पट्टनम तक कैसे पहुंच गईं। संगम युग की मणिमैखली की चर्चा कश्मीर तक कैसे फैल गई। जब भारत में मॉडर्न पॉलिटिकल यूनिटी का कंसेप्ट भी नहीं आया था, तब से इन रूट्स ने सभ्यता और संस्कृति के विकास और आदान प्रदान में बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है। यदि हम महात्मा बुद्ध के बाद के इतिहास पर भी नजर डालें, तब भी हमें यह देखने को मिलता है कैसे दूसरे क्षेत्रों से आकर लोगों ने भारत की संस्कृति को समृद्ध किया और भारत की संस्कृति से भी उन्होंने बहुत कुछ सीखा भी है। इन मार्गों का महत्व तब भी इतना ज्यादा था कि व्यापार के लिए समर्पित सड़कें बनाई जाती थी। आप जब सिल्क रूट के बारे में जानते हैं, आप सभी को मालूम है सिल्क रूट के बारे में, जिसने एक तरह से पूरे एशिया और मध्य यूरोप तक को कवर कर लिया था। भारत से भी उस सिल्क रूट का एक बड़ा हिस्सा होकर गुजरता था, जिससे न सिर्फ सामान बल्कि संस्कृति और विचार का भी एक्सचेंज, आदान प्रदान यह होता था। एशिया और यूरोप के बीच कल्चरल एक्सचेंज, सांस्कृतिक आदान प्रदान में भी सिल्क रूट का बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा है। साथियों, सिर्फ स्थलीय मार्ग का ही नहीं बल्कि जलीय मार्ग का भी ह्यूमन सिविलाइजेशन, मानव सभ्यता में एक बहुत बड़ा महत्व रहा है। मेसोपोटामिया की सभ्यता के साथ हमारा व्यापार जलीय मार्ग से ही होता था। अरब के जो व्यापारी आते थे वह भारत में जलीय मार्ग से ही आते थे। इन रूट्स का असर हमारे संस्कृति पर, हमारे परंपराओं पर और हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था पर तो पड़ा ही, साथ ही साथ इन रूट्स ने दुनिया को कई सारी नई चीजें भी सीखने को दी हैं। आप में से बहुत से लोग इस बात को जानते भी होंगे कि मानसून की हवाओं का जो कंसेप्ट है, और उसको सबसे पहले अरब के यात्रियों ने खोजा था, और वह कंसेप्ट तब खोजा गया था जब वह जलीय मार्ग से भारत में आते और जाते थे। इसी प्रकार भारत में हुई न्यूमेरिक्स, नंबर जो होते की खोज ने भी पहले अरब और बाद में यूरोप तक का रास्ता तय किया था। साथियों, प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जब से हमारी सरकार आई है, तब से हमारे प्रधानमंत्री का इस बात पर विशेष ध्यान रहता है कि सीमावर्ती इलाकों का कैसे अधिकतम विकास किया जाए।
यार, मार्केट कैसा ऊपर नीचे होता है।
याद रख, करियर, इन्वेस्टमेंट और लाइफ में ऊपर नीचे होता रहता है यार।
वो तो है।
बस भाई डटे रहे, तभी तो अपने सपने पूरे कर सकता है।
सही है।
लाइफ और म्यूचुअल फंड्स में लॉन्ग टर्म सोचना
सही है।
सही है। हाँ।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर कुरा के अंदर ये नुकसान है।
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket. Not risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Mentor here, and most
some
of the
visuals.
civilians
I can see some. are
at near the LOC.
No. This is a long shot. I can see in the sky. There's somebody who shot something to light.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A proud nation watches as Indian armed forces inflict a solid punch on Pakistan's nose, hitting its terror infrastructure with successful execution of Operation Sindoor, and we are covering rolling coverage. We are giving you rolling coverage of that and all developments associated with it. Continuing with that, let's begin with the headlines.
हमारी सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर लॉन्च करके पहले की तरह ही इस बार भी आतंकियों को ट्रेनिंग देने वाले कैंप्स को तबाह करके करारा जवाब दिया है।
Defense Minister Rajnath Singh issues a first statement after India strikes terror. Dance says we promised and delivered a befitting reply.
India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian armed forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate the situation.
Operation Sindoor, India's message to Pakistan, hits 9 sites linked to terror groups in Pakistan and Pak-occupied Jammu and Kashmir in just 25 minutes. India launches 100-kilometer deep airstrikes in Pakistan, eliminating nearly 100 terrorists. India ready with retaliatory operation just in case of a counter-offensive. Forces on guard across the border in Kashmir, Rajasthan, Gujarat, elsewhere. Prime Minister Modi meets President Murmu, briefs her about Operation Sindoor. Republic leads Operation Sindoor coverage. Story broken first on your channel by Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami. All right, as India completed Operation Sindoor, hitting 9 sites across eastern parts of Pakistan, essentially Punjab part of Pakistan and the Pak-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, eliminating terror infrastructure, including, of course, those terrorists and terrorist sympathizer and the support system that existed at those sites. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has spoken at an event where he underscored the success of our forces and the resolve of the nation. Listen in.
जी कि आप सबको जानकारी है कि कल रात हमारी भारतीय सेनाओं ने अपने अद्भुत शौर्य और पराक्रम का परिचय देते हुए एक नया इतिहास रच दिया है। साथियों, भारत की सेना ने सटीकता, सतर्कता और संवेदनशीलता के साथ कार्रवाई की है। हमने जो लक्ष्य तय किए थे उन्हें ठीक समय तय योजना के अनुसार सटीकता से उन्होंने ध्वस्त किया है और किसी भी नागरिक ठिकाने, सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन को जरा भी प्रभावित न होने देने की संवेदनशीलता भी हमारी सेना ने दिखाई है। यानी एक तरीके से देखा जाए तो हम कह सकते हैं एक तरीके की सटीकता, सतर्कता और मानवीयता यह हमारी भारत की सेना के जवानों ने दिखाई है, जिसके लिए मैं हमारे सेना के जवानों और अधिकारियों को पूरे देश की ओर से मैं साधुवाद देता हूं और सेना को संपूर्ण संबल प्रदान करने के लिए अपने प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को भी मैं साधुवाद देता हूं। मित्रों, हमने हनुमान जी के उस आदर्श का पालन किया है जो उन्होंने अशोक वाटिका उजाड़ते समय किया था। जिन मोहि मारा तिन मोहि मारे। हमने केवल उन्हीं को मारा जिन्होंने हमारे मासूमों को मारा। साथियों, प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर लॉन्च करके पहले की तरह ही इस बार भी आतंकियों को ट्रेनिंग देने वाले कैंप्स को तबाह करके करारा जवाब दिया है। भारत ने अपनी सरजमी पर हुए हमले का जवाब देने के लिए अपने राइट टू रेस्पॉन्ड का इस्तेमाल किया है और हमारी यह कार्रवाई बेहद सोच समझकर सधे हुए तरीके से की गई है। आतंकियों के हौसले पस्त करने के उद्देश्य से यह कार्रवाई महज उनके कैंप्स और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तक ही सीमित रखी गई है। मैं पुनः हमारे आर्म फोर्सेस के शौर्य को मैं नमन करता हूं।
Right, a breaking news development. The Indian embassy in Beijing has fact-checked a Chinese newspaper, Global Times. This after the newspaper said that the Pakistan Air Force has shot down another Indian fighter jet in response to overnight airstrikes carried out by India at multiple locations in Pakistan. Now remember, Pakistan has been peddling this fake news that their Air Force downed a couple of Indian fighter jets overnight. And while that might be for the consumption of gullible Pakistani people, for China to be amplifying that message is unfortunate in the backdrop of the detent that has been reached, in the backdrop of the thaw that was reached and understandings that were reached between India and China. That's not a very friendly act. And so the Indian embassy in Beijing politely fact-checking Global Times there. No Indian fighter aircraft of the IAF has been downed by Pakistan whatsoever. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to the next one, which is, friends, Prime Minister Narendra Modi promised that Pakistan would pay for the Pahalgam terror attack, that it would be avenged. And today he has delivered in a matter of just 2 weeks. Here's the video released by Indian Army, which shows a second of the 9 targets that were hit tonight. Take a look.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया।
They are distributed from Tawai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian armed forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate the situation.
All right, the Indian Armed Forces carried out 24 precision missile strikes on 9 terror targets in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, including Muridke and Bahawalpur, the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed respectively. Here's how the terror targets were destroyed through a video released again by Indian Army. All right, another breaking news development coming in. United Kingdom, UK's former Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has made a statement coming out in support of India's Operation Sindoor. He has backed India's retaliation to Pahalgam terror attack, taking down terror infrastructure across Pakistan, and an influential voice there in the former UK PM Rishi Sunak making that statement. And we have this coming in, becoming yet another voice. Remember, effectively, the world leaders have stood by India, except for the likes of China and Turkey, about India's defense and India's right to defend itself and carry out preemptive strikes on Pakistan. Remember, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri in that briefing said that India had intelligence that these same terror sites were still plotting to carry out future terror attacks, and so they had to be taken down. And one more international voice, leader, former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Rishi Sunak, coming out in support of Operation Sindoor. All right, another breaking news development. We're keeping it fast-paced. And this is coming from NIA, essentially India's anti-terror agency, the National Investigation Agency. They are combing through multiple videos, and they have gathered huge amount of data through this operation which the Indian Armed Forces carried out. And as part of this operation, the NIA is going through all these videos to analyze and collect information and connect the dots in terms of the scale of the damage that has been inflicted on Pakistan, on the number of casualties it has suffered, and how many of the terror targets in terms of terrorists and the individuals behind the terror acts in India have been neutralized. The NIA essentially carrying out a massive exercise, open source exercise of checking out the scale of damage that India has inflicted on Pakistan. All right, moving on, the Ministry of External Affairs and the Ministry of Defense held a joint press briefing sharing details of India's military response to the cowardly Pahalgam terror attack. Speaking for the forces, Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh informed that the targets and the munitions were picked carefully to avoid civilian casualties and collateral damage. They said the forces were ready for Operation Sindoor 2 in the event of any military escalation or misadventure from across the border. We get you this report for all the details. Take a look.
Less than 24 hours after India inflicted a heavy cost on Pakistan for the Pahalgam terror attack, the forces shared details of Operation Sindoor at a key security briefing in the capital. Speaking for the forces, Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh said the targets and payloads were picked very carefully to avoid civilian casualties and collateral damage. Addressing the joint press briefing, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri said the counterstrikes were intelligence-based and non-escalatory. Misri said the targets were locked on the basis of hard and actionable intelligence, and the forces took necessary caution to avoid any harm or damage to the civilian population and installations in Pakistan.
Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India.
He said the larger objective behind the dastardly Pahalgam killings was to incite communal tensions in the country.
The attack in Pahalgam was marked by extreme barbarity, with the victims mostly killed with headshots from close range and in front of their families. Family members were deliberately traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message.
Misri said Pakistan gave space and sanctuary to terrorists and failed to act against terror directed from the soil.
Perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control.
Jaish's Markaz Subhanallah and Lashkar's main training facilities were targeted and destroyed in the retaliatory airstrikes. Jaish-e-Mohammed's Tera Kalan facility and the Hizbul's Maimouna Zoya facility were also blown to bits in the precision strikes.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया।
Republic learned from top sources that the Indian munitions and payloads targeted the residence of Jaish chief Masood Azhar as well as his terror nursery. While the fate of the Jaish chief remains unclear in the wake of Operation Sindoor, a purported statement from him said 10 members of his family perished in the airstrikes. Meanwhile, in a statement of intent, the forces said they were ready to hit Pakistan again in the event of any further escalation or misadventure.
India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian armed forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate the situation.
Meanwhile, as a coward, Pakistan targeted civilians post-Operation Sindoor with heavy artillery shelling across the LSE. The forces responded befittingly and proportionately. The message is clear. The blueprint for Operation Sindoor 2 is ready if Pakistan dares respond.
Ladies and gentlemen, after the Uri attack, India avenged its martyrs in 10 days. After the Pulwama attack, the Balakot airstrikes followed in 12. And now the revenge of the Pahalgam terror attack has been delivered at the headquarters of Pakistani terrorist organizations within a fortnight. For the last 15 days, many were asking a question: when will India act, or why India hasn't already? Here is a comprehensive report to remind all the doubters what India was up to these last 2 weeks and how we had Pakistan exactly where we wanted them. Here is a look back at making of Operation Sindoor.
On April 22, 2025, LED-backed terrorists carried out one of the worst terrorist attacks in Jammu and Kashmir since the abrogation of Article 370. एक इंसान है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी। मैंने बच्चे का बच्चा लो। हम बचा देगा, कोई बात नहीं। मेरे बच्चे को अरे हम लोग फौजी हैं, कुछ नहीं करेंगे। Immediately after the attack, the Prime Minister cut short his 3-day trip to Saudi Arabia and returned back to the national capital in New Delhi. On April 23rd, the next day, the operation's groundwork was laid when the Prime Minister, as he chaired a critical cabinet committee on security meeting, setting the stage for strategic planning with a comprehensive security review of Jammu and Kashmir. Immediately after the CSS, India announced its diplomatic strike, and India briefed the entire world of Pakistan's nefarious terror designs.
The Cabinet Committee on Security met this evening under the chairmanship of the Honorable Prime Minister. Recognizing the seriousness of this terrorist attack, the CCS decided upon the following measures. The Indus Waters Treaty of 1960 will be held in abeyance with immediate effect. The integrated checkpost Atari will be closed with immediate effect. Pakistani nationals will not be permitted to travel to India. The defense, military, naval and air advisors in the Pakistani High Commission in New Delhi are declared persona non grata.
As of April 24th, 48 hours since the Pahalgam attack, India took bold diplomatic and military steps from holding the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance, kicking out Pakistan diplomats, cancelling all visas of Pakistani nationals and sealing the Wagah-Atari border.
Today, from the soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. Terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to ensure that justice is done.
On April 25th, India mobilized its strategic assets with the INS Vikrant Strike Carrier Group and India's Arihant-class nuclear submarines deployed in the Arabian Sea, ready to impose a blockade at a moment's notice. India's INS Surat also carried out missile test launches. On April 26th, the Indian Air Force conducted the Akraman exercise, stimulating high-intensity combat scenarios to ensure operational preparedness. The very next day, the Jammu and Kashmir police began a massive crackdown on terror assistance network in the valley, blowing up houses of LET terrorists one at a time. On April 28th, India further boosted its strategic posture by finalizing the deal for 26 Rafale M jets for the Indian Navy. Then came the day, April 29th, 2025, 7 days since the attack, and arguably the most important day in the run-up to Operation Sindoor. In a pivotal meeting, the tri-services chiefs met the Prime Minister along with the CDS and the NSA. It was in this meeting that the Prime Minister on camera gave a full operational freedom to execute strategic objective by deciding the time, place and mode of attack. On April 30th, 2025, immediately after the forces were given operational freedom, the Prime Minister began high-level coordination throughout the entire government. A second CCS meeting was held to refine the plan, followed by a meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Political Affairs, convened for the first time since the Pulwama attack. On May 1st, India escalated non-military measures against Pakistan. India's airspace was closed to Pakistan. Meanwhile, the HAL approved the Army and Air Force versions of ALH through helicopters, further boosting India's forces.
मैं सभी आतंक फैलाने वालों को कहना चाहता हूं कि लड़ाई का अंत नहीं है, एक मकाम है। हर व्यक्ति को चुन चुन कर जवाब भी मिलेगा, जवाब भी लिया जाएगा। ये नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार है, किसी को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा, किसी को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। इस देश की इंच इंच भूमि पर से आतंकवाद को मूल समेत उखाड़ने का हमारा संकल्प है और वो सिद्ध होकर रहेगा।
On May 2nd, the IAF upped the ante with more drills on the Ganga Expressway, testing its capability to use highways as emergency runways. From May 3rd onwards began a series of high-level meetings to finalize the plan of Operation Sindoor. First, it was the Navy Chief who met the Prime Minister at his residence. Immediately the next day, the Navy Chief's meet was followed by a high-level meet between Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh and Prime Minister Modi. It was also on this day that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh dropped a big hint.
साथियों, रक्षा मंत्री के रूप में मेरा दायित्व है कि मैं अपने सैनिकों के साथ मिलकर देश की सीमाओं की सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करूं और मेरा यह दायित्व है कि अपनी सेना के साथ मिलकर देश के ऊपर आंख उठाने वालों को मुंह तोड़ जवाब दूं। आप सभी हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को अच्छी तरह जानते हैं। मैं आपको आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जैसा आप चाहते हैं वैसा होकर रहेगा।
May 5th was the day that saw major meetings that likely finalized the plan, with Prime Minister Modi holding critical meetings with the Defence Secretary, Home Minister and NSA Ajit Doval to ensure inter-agency coordination. It was also on this day that nationwide civil defence drills were announced. On May 6th, less than 24 hours to the attack, the final dots were connected when Prime Minister Modi met NSA Doval, likely for a final review of intelligence and operational details. From 8 p.m. onwards, Prime Minister Modi was in touch with the Tri-Services Chief and NSA Doval, personally monitoring each and every movement of the entire operation. Then came May 7th, the day of judgment for the terrorists in Pakistan. From Muzaffarpur to Kotli, from LET headquarters to Muridke, to the Jaish headquarters in Bhavalpur, India hit Pakistan where it hurts the most, at the head of its terror syndicate for the entire world to see.
Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India.
Operation Sindoor 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया।
We hit back after Uri attack with the surgical strikes in 10 days. We hit back after Pulwama with the Balakot strikes in 12 days. Now we have hit back once again very deep into Pakistani territory with precision strikes. 15 days after the Pahalgam terror attack.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। पाकिस्तानियों ने जंग शुरू कर दी। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है ब्लास्टिंग मिसाइल के साथ। उन्होंने हमला किया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं ये अभी कन्फर्म होना बाकी है, लेकिन ये कन्फर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
Good evening. India rewrites the rules. India tells Pakistan, no longer are we going to be taking on terrorists that you continue to sponsor. India hits 9 terror target camps in Pakistan. As we say Jai Hind, we begin this bulletin with a look at our headlines.
सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर लॉन्च करके पहले की तरह ही इस बार भी आतंकियों को ट्रेनिंग देने वाले कैंप्स को तबाह करके करारा जवाब दिया है।
Defense Minister Rajnath issues first statement after India strikes terror and says we promised and delivered a befitting reply.
Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there.
Operation Sindoor, India's message to Pakistan, hits 9 sites linked to terror groups in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir in just 25 minutes. India launches 100 kilometers deep air strikes in Pakistan, eliminating nearly 100 terrorists. India is ready with retaliatory operations in case of a counter-offensive. Forces on guard across the border in Kashmir. Prime Minister Modi meets President Murmu, briefs her about Operation Sindoor. And Republic leads Operation Sindoor coverage. Story broken first on Republic TV by Arnab Goswami. Viewers, after military strike, a diplomatic strike is now on between the External Affairs Minister and the National Security Advisor. Over 30 nations have been briefed since morning. This is the big breaking news that's coming in. There have been NSA who has spoken to 8 counterparts of his, including in the United States of America and in Russia. And we have the External Affairs Minister also speaking to his counterparts in Qatar and in other places. In fact, Dr. Jaishankar has just tweeted that he has spoken with the Finance Minister on telecom of Japan. He appreciates the strong condemnation of the terrorist attack and discussed India's actions against the cross-border terrorist infrastructure. It's very clear that after the military strike, we are on a diplomatic strike, and this is one of the first times ever we are seeing painstaking precision in the way the ministries are working in collaboration. First, the National Security Advisor and his team go inside, and he's aware with the final execution order coming from the Prime Minister, a final clearance approval from the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. We then see the Home Minister briefing the 10 border state chief ministers. We now see action internationally on a diplomatic level with the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval speaking to 8 National Security Advisor counterparts in 8 nations. We also see the External Affairs Minister speaking to Qatar, Japan and other such counterparts of his to ensure that they know what's happening and our condemnation of terror. Viewers, it took just 25 minutes for India to wipe out 9 terror in Pakistan and camps in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. The strikes lasted from 1:05 a.m. to 1:30 a.m. on 7th of May. They were carried out jointly by the Indian Army and the Air Force under the code name Operation Sindoor. And there's breaking news that's coming in. There's been a discussion in the NIA informal news gatherings. The NIA is still investigating all the angles in this case. The role of the fringe element, which we call terrorist assistance, that has been a pillar support to the terrorist network, is being identified. We've spoken to terrorists, we've spoken to tourists, I beg your pardon, the families and guides, and have collected vital evidences, they've said. The NIA also continues to be in the process of identifying several videos and images to get vital pieces of information for making sure that the videos are valid sources. Now the number is also being released to make sure the evidences collected are credible. It took just 25 minutes for India to unleash 24 missiles that struck 9 terror camps in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. The strikes, which lasted from 1:05 a.m. to 1:30 a.m. on 7th of May, were carried out jointly by the Indian Army and the Air Force under the code name Operation Sindoor.
A little after midnight on the 7th of May, 9 targets struck inside Pakistan. Nobody saw it coming. Not even those in this video. The strikes so precise that men who shot these videos have confirmed the targets.
ये नुकसान, ये 9 नंबर, ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमरकरा के अंदर ये नुकसान है.
5 targets in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, 4 targets deep inside Pakistan territory. Terror camps struck with multiple hits on some targets. These visuals captured in the dark of the night describe what unfolded deep into the territories of POK.
Precision strikes that turned the skies red.
देखना बम कैसे आ रही है वहां से अरे वीडियो क्या जो भी नहीं होगी
Multiple loud explosions and a complete blackout. The enemy was not ready for this. Indian fighter jets hovered over the valley. 14 days after the Pahalgam killings, India has hit Islamabad hard. And as the world wakes up to Operation Sindoor, it's only the beginning of the end for the terror ecosystem of Pakistan.
I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist.
History has been made that in this strike, our information reaching Republic is that the main headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Toiba at Muridke has been completely devastated.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला।
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balakot, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows and
The Indian embassy in Beijing fact-checks Chinese newspaper Global Times. This after Global Times has said the Pakistan Air Force has shot down another Indian fighter jet in response to overnight airstrikes carried out by India at multiple locations in Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, Narendra Modi had promised that Pahalgam attack will be avenged, and today the Prime Minister has delivered in a matter of just 2 weeks. Here's the voice that has been posted by the Indian Army.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया।
They are distributed from Tawai Nala in the north, bouncing to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate the situation.
The world woke up to Operation Sindoor, a testament of the fight of our armed forces and those grieving families who were witness to their loved ones being killed. We bring you this report on the biggest strike on terror, Operation Sindoor.
The April 22nd Pahalgam terror attack claimed the lives of 26 Indians, families that were witness to the killings of their loved ones. Women and children left grieving a deep and unbearable loss. And 14 days after, India and the world woke up to Operation Sindoor. Operation Sindoor, India's response to Pakistan's terror ecosystem. Operation Sindoor, an invocation of grief, memory, and resolve. Official sources say that it was Prime Minister Modi who picked the evocative term Operation Sindoor to name the Indian Armed Forces strike on 9 terror sites in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. India's stand could not be more lucid. The human cost of this attack is unpardonable. The operation itself was a rare display of tri-service coordination. The Indian Army, Navy and Air Force jointly executed a multi-domain assault precisely hitting the 9 targets. For 25 minutes, Operation Sindoor executed precision strikes at multiple terror camps, and it's only the beginning of the decimation of Islamabad's terror network. And while India mourns the loss of those who fell prey to the Pakistani butchers, Operation Sindoor is a testament to the unwavering resolve of the surviving women, of the armed forces' determination, and of Bharat's fight against terrorism.
अब आतंकियों की बची खुची जमीन को भी मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया है।
The government is saying, see, we have hit. This is brilliant. This is typical Modi style. Do it, own up to it. Nothing covert. Nothing covert, Deepak Bora. All overt. Absolutely straight in your face missile strikes on Pakistan.
यार मार्केट कैसा ऊपर नीचे होता है। सनसेट से पहले म्यूचुअल फंड के मैदान से निकलने का टाइम आ गया है।
अच्छा एक बात बता, तू इंडियन टीम का फैन कब से?
96 से सेमीज तक पहुंचे थे यार, फिर हार गए।
तो क्रिकेट देखना बंद कर दिया?
अरे नहीं ऐसे कैसे, टीम इंडिया फॉरएवर ब्रो।
एग्जैक्टली, करियर, इन्वेस्टमेंट और लाइफ में ऊपर नीचे होता रहता है यार।
वो तो है।
बस भाई डटे रहे, तभी तो अपने सपने पूरे कर सकता है। लाइफ और म्यूचुअल फंड्स में लॉन्ग टर्म सोचना
सही है।
सही है। हाँ।
म्यूचुअल फंड निवेश बाजार जोखिमों के अधीन है। योजना से जुड़े सभी दस्तावेजों को ध्यान से पढ़ें।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Major General G.D. Bakshi highlights India's shift to striking high-visibility, long-standing terror camps in Pakistan to eliminate plausible deniability and send a very clear message. He underscores this operation's precision, the restraint, avoiding military targets to prevent an escalation. He also warns any retaliation from Pakistan would justify a decisive Indian response against them.
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balakot, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows and pigeons and sparrows. This time we chose high visibility terrorist targets which have been around for decades, right? And they are command and control targets, terror training camps of big, very great magnitude, so that they cannot be missed by the people of Pakistan or the whole world per se. Otherwise, we had that syndrome of jungle mein mor nacha kisi ne na dekha, etc., which Pakistan took the fullest advantage of to deny that it had been hit, and that was taken advantage of by some unscrupulous people in India. This has been a very calibrated, very calculated, meticulously planned and executed strike, right? It is non-escalatory in nature because it is proportionate, because it targets precisely the terror training camps. We have not hit the Pakistan armed forces, the army or the ISI. We have focused only on the terror targets. To that extent, it should be non-escalatory. India is prepared to call it off at this stage. Should Pakistan wish to escalate and target Indian civilian or military targets, then it is signing its own death warrant. It will give the Indian armed forces the precise pretext, the precise justification they need to target the Pakistani army, ISI, and the command and control network that dominates the terror ecosystem in Pakistan. The Pakistani ISPR has claimed that India has hit 24 attacks on 6 target clusters. So far they are saying that they have retaliated by artillery firing on an Indian brigade headquarters and another post. We are yet to get confirmation of this. The next move is Pakistan's. It is up to Pakistan to choose to de-escalate or to take it any number of steps up the escalation ladder that it wants. India will respond very hard. So far we have been restrained, but should Pakistan choose to escalate, it will give us the precise justification for taking it to level next. We hope better sense prevails on Pakistan. We hope the United States is able to pressurize Pakistan to cork up, shut up, and stay quiet. Otherwise, the region could see a major war, a limited or a full-scale conflict. The choice is entirely Pakistan. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
And there is breaking news coming in. The coward Pakistans have targeted civilians. The breaking news that comes in, they have hit a Gurdwara in Poonch area. The Pakistan army has killed 3 Sikhs and 3 Sikh Ragis at that in the ceasefire violation that has taken place. It has been condemned by several ministers. This is a cowardly Pakistan that's targeting civilians, also hitting the Sikh Gurdwara in the Poonch area. Pakistan army kills 3 Sikhs in the ceasefire violation, and this has also been condemned. There have been condemnations of this. There are pictures of this that have also been shared. But the strong condemnation coming of the inhuman attack by the Pakistani forces on the sacred central Gurdwara Shri Guru Singh Sabha Sahib in Poonch, in which 3 innocent Gursikhs, the Ragis, lost their life. And this is something that India, completely in solidarity with the families of the deceased Gursikhs, we pray for their peace. However, the big breaking news, Pakistan will have to be punished. Pakistani cowards now target civilians and Gurdwaras.
India execute its biggest ever anti-terror strike. Precision strikes avenge horror of Pahalgam. Indian forces redefine India-Pak rules of engagement. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिर्फ जलजीरा मसाला.
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist.
History has been made that in this strike, our information reaching Republic is that the main headquarters of the Lashkar-e-Toiba at Muridke has been completely devastated.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
पाकिस्तानियों ने जंग शुरू कर दी। अभी मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सबसे पहले मेरे बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर अटैक हुआ है। ब्लास्टिंग मिसाइल के साथ उन्होंने हमला किया है। मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं। अभी ये कहना कबल वक्त है कि गोया कितनी सच्चाई है इस खबर के अंदर, किस साइड से ये मिसाइल आए हैं, ये अभी कंफर्म होना बाकी है। लेकिन ये कंफर्म न्यूज़ है कि उनके मदरसे के ऊपर 4 मिसाइल मारे गए हैं।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, और घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDA चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balakot, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows and pigeons and sparrows. This time we chose high visibility terrorist targets which have been around for decades, right? And they are command and control targets, terror training camps of big, very great magnitude, so that they cannot be missed by the people of Pakistan or the whole world per se. Otherwise, we had that syndrome of jungle mein mor nacha, kisi ne na dekha, etc., which Pakistan took the fullest advantage of to deny that it had been hit, and that was taken advantage of by some unscrupulous people.
India execute its biggest ever anti-terror strike. Precision strikes avenge horror of Pahalgam. Indian forces redefine India-Pak rules of engagement. Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
India delivers a bloody dose on Pakistan's terror infrastructure as armed forces carry out Operation Sindoor, as the nation pays its gratitude to our armed forces. We bring to you rolling coverage of all developments connected with India's Operation Sindoor and more. Let's begin with the headlines.
हमारी सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर लॉन्च करके पहले की तरह ही इस बार भी आतंकियों को ट्रेनिंग देने वाले कैंप्स को तबाह करके करारा जवाब दिया है।
Defense Minister Rajnath Singh issues first statement after India strikes terror and says we promised and delivered a befitting reply.
Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there.
Operation Sindoor, India's message to Pakistan, hits 9 sites linked to terror groups in Pak and Pak-occupied Jammu and Kashmir in just 25 minutes. India launches 100-kilometer deep air strikes in Pakistan, eliminating nearly 100 terrorists. India ready with retaliatory operation in case of counter-offensive forces on the guard across the border from Kashmir to Gujarat. Nationwide civil defense drills begin today across 250-plus districts as MEA urges states to stay prepared amid tensions with Pakistan. Republic leads Operation Sindoor coverage. Story broken first on Republic by Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami. India has stood on its resolve. Operation Sindoor is a testament of Prime Minister Modi's zero tolerance towards terrorism. The precision strikes post-midnight that shook over 9 major terror targets in Pakistan have reaffirmed India's position as a regional peacemaker who's not afraid of breaking the silence when provoked. Take a look.
After the Pahalgam terror strike, the Prime Minister did not just speak, he warned. Enraged by the 22nd April massacre in the valley, he declared war on terror with a promise of total annihilation.
Today, from the soil of Bihar, I say to the whole world, India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backer. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth.
And he wasn't alone. The entire leadership stood with iron resolve. Within 24 hours, Home Minister Amit Shah was on the ground meeting the families walking the bloodied site, eyes burning with fury. He didn't just offer condolences, he promised revenge. Ruthless, unstoppable revenge.
मैं सभी आतंक फैलाने वालों को कहना चाहता हूं कि लड़ाई का अंत नहीं है, एक मकाम है। हर व्यक्ति को चुन चुन कर जवाब भी मिलेगा, जवाब भी लिया जाए। और अगर कोई एक कायराना हमला कर कर ये समझता है कि हमारी बड़ी जीत है, तो एक बात मन से समझ लीजिए, ये नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार है, किसी को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा, किसी को बख्शा नहीं। इस देश की इंच इंच भूमि पर से आतंकवाद को मूल समेत उखाड़ने का हमारा संकल्प है और वो सिद्ध होकर रहेगा।
And then came the final strike of authority. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh. No mincing words, no soft diplomacy. He warned Pakistan, you will pay.
एक राष्ट्र के रूप में भारत के भौतिक स्वरूप की सुरक्षा हमारे वीर सैनिकों ने हमेशा की। तो वहीं पर दूसरी तरफ भारत के आध्यात्मिक स्वरूप की रक्षा हमारे ऋषियों और मनीषियों ने की। जहां एक तरफ हमारे सैनिक रणभूमि में लड़ते हैं, वहीं दूसरी तरफ हमारे संत जीवन भूमि में लड़ते हैं। साथियों, एक रक्षा मंत्री के रूप में मेरा दायित्व है कि मैं अपने सैनिकों के साथ मिलकर देश की सीमाओं की सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करूं। और मेरा यह दायित्व है कि अपनी सेना के साथ मिलकर देश के ऊपर आंख उठाने वालों को मुंह तोड़ जवाब दूं। और आप सभी हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को अच्छी तरह जानते हैं। उनकी कार्यशैली से भी अच्छी तरह परिचित है, उनकी दृढ़ता से भी अच्छी तरह परिचित है।
14 days later, India hit back hard and precise. In the dead of the night, Pakistan's worst fear took shape. In just 25 minutes, 9 terror dens turned into ash. Hizbul Mujahideen launch pads obliterated. Jaish-e-Mohammed camps flattened without mercy. Lashkar-e-Toiba infrastructure turned into smoke and rubble. Between 1 a.m. and 1:30 a.m., in a synchronized assault, the Army, Air Force and the Navy unleashed India's wrath across Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir.
आतंकियों की बची खुची जमीन को भी मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया है।
सिर है मेरी दर्द चीर के निकल चुका, मौका मिले तो करूं मैं ये दोबारा। जुनून पे आग लेके बढ़ती मेरी कोशिशों को चाहिए ना कोई और सहारा। जिद है मेरी दर्द चीर के निकल चुका, मौका मिले तो करूं मैं ये दोबारा। जुनून की आग में उबलती मेरी कोशिशों को चाहिए ना कोई और सहारा।
धन्यवाद करती हूँ, उनसे बहुत थैंक यू कहती हूँ कि उन्होंने मेरे पति की मौत का बदला लिया है। No warnings, no games, just payback, raw and ruthless. This is Modi's India, where bloodshed is answered with fire, where promises are not made for headlines but for hellfires. To Pakistan and its terror puppets, this is your reckoning. Attack India and you will be wiped out from the map.
As India inflicted a punitive cost on a globally isolated Pakistan for the Pahalgam terror attack, China and Turkey came out in its defense. The Chinese Foreign Office put out a statement regretting India's retaliatory air strikes and adding that it was concerned over the sharp upturn in tensions on the line of control. Turkey also pledged solidarity with Pakistan, labeling the Indian air strikes unprovoked. Take a look at this very provocative report.
The dastardly Pahalgam terror attack bared Pakistan's true face to the West, which has not always been forthcoming in outrightly condemning terror emanating from across the border. From the United Nations to top world leaders, all voices unequivocally condemned the cowardly killings of unarmed tourists and a pony handler in the Baisaran meadows of Pahalgam.
I don't want war, I want peace. But if Pakistan attacks India, I will support India. Erase Pakistan and warn China. I love Indian people.
We have great sympathy for what's happening over there, and we want to stand with our allies. I think India is a very important partner to us in so many ways. A critically important relationship for us, and such a large population and such an important country. And India has to stand against terrorism there as well. We'll do everything we can in the U.S. to support those efforts, and I think that's all part of this relationship as it develops.
Well, it's a heartbreaking attack. It's atrocious, and the stories we've been hearing coming out from there are terrible. So it's a merciless, savage attack. And of course we condemn it, and we hope and we pray for the survivors' speedy recovery.
As India avenged every drop of blood shed in Pahalgam with precision airstrikes on terror camps deep inside Pakistan, China and Turkey stood up for Islamabad. Coming out as a clear apologist for the terror state, the Chinese Foreign Office put out a statement saying that it regrets India's military response to the Pahalgam attack. Beijing said it was concerned over the unfolding events on the LOC, calling on both India and Pakistan to show restraint and prioritize peace. As India mulled over a military response to Pakistan's Pahalgam misadventure earlier, Beijing advised Delhi against escalating tensions. In fact, China has made no secret of its attempts to give cover to Pakistan at global fora. China vetoed numerous UN resolutions to designate Pakistan-based Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Masood Azhar a global terrorist. Meanwhile, Pakistan's all-weather ally Turkey also stood in its support in the wake of the Indian airstrikes.